Merry Christmas, Waffle Gang. I do hope you are well. My name is Mark, and today we're covering some more Reddit stories. I just wanted to give a Christmas video just in case you got a lot of food prep to do, you got a lot of stuff to be doing early in the morning or whatever. This is going to be like a compilation video. This is stories that we've covered throughout the year. And as you can see, it's a much longer video. Like I said, I'm just literally putting this together to give you, if you want, of course, something to listen to while you're doing those final Christmas preparations. But if you're not into compilations, then absolutely, just turn the video off. I don't mind it. It's just a little something for you just in case. And I wasn't making a video today because probably right now I'm sat somewhere with a glass of port, stuffing my face with mince pies. But before we do get in today's first story, I just want to say a huge thank you for this year and in general, really, for sticking with the channel, getting involved, the members, the love, the support. And like I say, it was always your time, which is super important. And to spend it with me a couple of times every day this year is just absolutely incredible. I'll never get over how amazing you guys are. It's just, I get lost for words, and especially around Christmas time. And I think of family and I think of friends and I think of you guys. You're a part of all that now. So thank you so much. And let's crack on because I'm getting carried away with myself. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from Husband of the Redhead and says, "Am I the arsehole for not wanting to be my wife's backup plan? My 34 male, wife 35 female. We have 3 kids and have been having marital problems for years. It reached a boiling point at the end of 2021, and we separated but got back together in 2022. Part of the condition of getting back together was that we attend therapy every 2 weeks for an entire year. We only ended up doing therapy for about 3 to 4 months, and my wife said she wasn't getting anything out of it and didn't see the point in going so often. We both disliked the therapist, so I agreed, and we had noticed that things were getting better, so we were working on it on our own. The reasons we went to therapy and why we were having problems were: A, she was not attracted to me at all anymore. B, she didn't want me touching her. She felt repelled by my touch and didn't want hugs, kisses, cuddling, or any type of affection. C, she wanted to explore her sexuality with other people, men or women. We've been together since our early teens and have only been with each other. D, she wanted to be alone. She had this feeling that she'd be happier by herself. Things were getting better until a few days ago. I found an old confession she had written out from 18 years ago when a mutual friend kissed her. That was supposed to have been the entire story, but it details how much she liked the attention, and she actually pulled him into another room and kissed him. It didn't go any further than that, but I was still reeling. I asked her about it and she said it was so long ago that she didn't really remember, but we're married and she's been faithful for the entire time and we have a life together. I said okay, and it would take a little bit for me to get over it, but our marriage wasn't in jeopardy and I needed some time to adjust. Friday night she told me a mutual guy friend who she was talking to has some issues and said they weren't going to be talking anymore. He was using my wife as an emotional support crutch, and his therapist suggested he stop leaning on her so much. I didn't like how much they chatted, but never voiced this. I asked her if there was more to this, and she confessed that he'd been saying "I love you" for a while, and on Monday made a joke about how he liked her ass. All she said was, "Dude, come on." And he apologized, but I was upset that she didn't shut him down or draw a boundary. He was also asking her to hang out, just the 2 of them, and she said no. Yesterday was a special anniversary for us, and I wasn't in a good mood. We went for a walk and she kept asking me what was wrong, so I told her. I said I'm upset about the cheating situation. I'm upset that you didn't set clear boundaries and shut his advances down sooner, and I'm upset that I keep planning for activities for anniversaries for years, and she couldn't be bothered to plan anything for today. As we were talking, I noticed she was starting to cry, and we sat down on a bench. I asked her what was wrong, and she basically told me that she still wants to explore things sexually with other people. She likes the attention she gets from other men. She still wants to be alone, and she's still repelled by my touch and has been pretending for a year but doesn't want any physical affection from me whatsoever. She says she doesn't want to lose me or the life we've built. We agreed to go back into therapy, but after thinking about it last night, I'm not sure if I want to continue. She's lied about it so much and I feel like I'm just a safety net. I'm waiting to decide to end the marriage because she wants to sleep with other people or just be alone, and I don't think it's fair for me to be a backup plan. I apologized for the length of the post, but felt the full context was needed. Would I be the arsehole if I asked a divorce, even though we agreed to go to therapy? Man, I'm sorry to say it, but if a partner ever told me that repelled or repulsed by my touch, that would be it. There'd be no point in continuing that for me. And then saying she wants to explore her sexuality with other people, you know, she's going to do that. Just go and do that in another relationship. It just sounds like it's making you incredibly sad at the same time. So I would just end this one for me. But Zesty Close says, not the arsehole. I couldn't imagine living with someone who was disgusted by the thought of touching me and actually tells me they want to be alone. You can change your mind. She did, it seems like. But even if she didn't, you don't need a justification. You are allowed to change your mind. First Alfalfa says she basically wants to have her cake and eat it at the same time. She wants the comfort of home, which is you, but she doesn't want to be with you. She wants a roommate who loves her. Yes, you're her plan B. Divorce her. Don't fall for the "but I love you" or "let's try therapy again." She doesn't want to be with you. Odd Welcome says, not the arsehole. In the end, she's a cake eater and doesn't respect you. Love without respect is useless. If your partner won't respect you, then you need to respect yourself. If you do want this to work, I very strongly suggest you go look up the 180 method. But being honest, you probably are too codependent to pull it off. You really need to leave and start over with a partner who cares about you and respects you. Throwaway says, not the arsehole. I know divorce is a common or popular remedy on Reddit, but what you describe is not a marital relationship in any real sense. A woman literally repulsed by her husband and wanting to be some combination of alone and sexually active with other people? Therapy doesn't fix that. She doesn't want to leave the life you built. No, that's code for divorce, and starting over is so messy, so it stresses her out. Plus, she would lose you as a committed doormat. And one more from the Crown and Ankru says, why are you still married? Your wife finds you physically repulsive. At what point do you accept that this woman has been lying to you for a very long time? She's still lying to you, and that is never going to change. File for divorce and move on with your life. The only reason she is still with you is likely because of the stability you bring to her life, i.e. she's using you to make her life easier. You deserve better, and she deserves to find out that the grass is not always greener. Not the arsehole. OP edited the post to add some extra information after the comments and said, edit for those people who have messaged me to ask. I'd like to clarify a couple of things. 1, we both share responsibilities for the house. We both do dishes, laundry, cleaning, taking care of the kids, and I don't have any problems communicating household tasks. I'm not some fat negligent husband who sits on his ass and lets her watch the kids and cook and clean. 2, the reason I wanted to stop therapy with this therapist was my wife was chatting with a co-worker and the message went inappropriate. I was fixing a backup phone that our kids use at work when I saw the messages pop up. I asked her about them and she gaslit me. She had already deleted them and told me they didn't exist. When I told her I saw them on the other phone, she apologized and confessed and stopped talking to the co-worker. When I told the therapist this, she brushed it off and made it seem like it was my fault, and I realized she only had my wife's interests at heart and not mine. 3, my wife has always had validation issues. She loses all common sense when someone else compliments her or gives her attention. I've tried for 20 years to be enough for her, but she finds other people's comments to be better. 4, why am I still here? Despite everything, I absolutely love my wife with all my heart. We have 3 children who I don't want to lose 50% of my time with, which will happen if we go shared custody. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on, and she still makes me weak 3 kids and 20 years later. I'm going to get a lot of insults on this, but this is the hardest decision of my life, and I don't want to live without her. I understand that for my own value and self-respect, I might have to, but it's incredibly hard. The OP does update their post and says, just wanted to update everyone who sent me messages, who were interested and offered advice. I read through over 1,000 posts over 2 days, and last night I had a conversation with my wife. I wrote it down on my phone and asked her to listen to it and not interrupt, and we can talk after. Start of note. I don't know what you thought you were going to accomplish by telling me that you were repelled by my touch. You want to explore your sexuality with other men and women and want to be alone. I think you thought, if you were just being honest, it was right and okay. But it just showed me how little respect you have for me. I don't think you realize just how insulting and disrespectful everything you said is. You do not consider my feelings at all. You seek validation from other men and never set any proper boundaries until I find out or a line has been crossed. I literally cannot remember a time in 20 years where you have said, stop, this is inappropriate, and I don't think it should go any further. You let a mutual friend tell you he loved you and liked your ass, and you weren't even the one to stop communication. He was. His therapist could tell the conversation was unhealthy. I could tell the conversation was unhealthy, but you couldn't. You either don't respect me enough to put my feelings ahead of your own need for validation, or you simply don't care. I can't fix this, and you don't seem to want to fix this. I've been there for you for 20 years. I've never wavered in my love for you, my affection, my devotion, but you can't say the same. You clearly think you're missing out on something, and think exploring that in the arms of another person will fill that hole inside of you. But it won't. All it will do is leave you completely and entirely alone. Our family will be gone, I will be gone, and you have nothing at all because you think the grass might be greener on the other side. I can't imagine a person who has a loving husband who cares for them, respects them, and thinks the world of them, who has 3 beautiful kids, a great support network, good friends, and a loving family, that thinks if they abandon their entire life for some fleeting new experience, they will be fulfilled. You use me, plain and simple. I am a safety net for you. You can spend all the time in the world trying to figure yourself out, and you have a safe spot to come home to. Not a partner, not someone you treat as a husband, but someone you lie to, lead them on and take advantage of. I am not a fallback. I am not a safety net. I am a person who absolutely deserves love, touch, romance, and admiration. I deserve respect and reciprocation. I want to be clear that I absolutely think you're not telling me about these issues and letting an entire year pass while letting me think things were improving and getting better is lying by omission. I'll be attending therapy by myself to find out why I've been such a doormat, to figure out why I've tolerated such abuse and neglect from the person that was supposed to guard and protect me, who was supposed to share my life forever. I am not at this time asking for a divorce, and provided you are not asking for one, things will need to move forward differently. You will need to attend therapy by yourself. After 6 months of both of us being in therapy, we can talk about doing couples therapy. You will stop seeking validation from other men. I do not want to police your conversations, but single men should not be people you talk daily with until you go through therapy and can clearly set boundaries and enforce them if they are broken. You have to win me back. You have to woo me and get me to fall in love with you again. I expect romance in dates and our daily lives. The fact that I can't be romantic with you because you decided you didn't like it, but also decided that because you don't like romance, I don't deserve it is very selfish. I will not under any circumstances accept an open marriage. I don't ever want to hear of it again. I'm not okay with you being sexual with men or women other than myself. Asking for monogamy shouldn't be that big of an ask. And if that truly is a deal breaker for you, I understand and we can divorce and you can pursue other people. I acknowledge that some of what I'm saying is demanding, but I'm standing up for myself and what I want. I deserve better and will not settle for just enough any longer. If anything I've said here makes you want to say you are done, we can separate and file for divorce. We'll sell the house and agree upon 50-50 custody agreement for the kids. I will never use the kids to hurt you and will co-parent with you to the absolute best of my abilities. Despite the harsh tone, I will still reiterate that I love you with all my heart and want to spend my entire life with you, watching our children grow up together, but I will not be an afterthought anymore. I won't play second fiddle to an imaginary life you might want to pursue. End of note. Opie then continues, one of the things she has always said to me when we have conversations is, I don't know if I'll ever be enough for you. She says this because she doesn't know if she can meet my expectations of what a good loving wife should be. I told her this time that, you may think you don't know if you can be enough for me, but I right now know I am not enough for you. We talked for a while and she's going to therapy. We're going to work on our relationship, and while I know many, if not all of you think I should just divorce her right now, I can't just throw away 20 years without giving it my absolute all. I don't know if this will work out or not, but I thank each and every one of you for helping me find the strength to stand up for myself. It might not be the ending you wanted to see, but I am hopeful. This update made me feel a bit flat, I have to admit it. I can understand OP wanting to try after 20 years of a relationship, but to me, and you know, I don't know the ins and outs, but it just feels like not much is going to change. Even before the update, you know, I checked out of this relationship, being told that she was repelled by your touch, secretly texting co-workers, validation from other men, and wanting to explore her sexuality outside of your relationship. You know, there was no trust there from me. I lost that very early on and I would have been out. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Let's move on to another story. And our next was a suggestion from over on Twitter from Oreo. Thank you so much for your suggestion, by the way. From Skoda1981, who says, I just overheard my husband declare his love to someone else. So I'm sitting on my couch 10 minutes away from my 60th birthday. Today, my husband of 35 years and I were at the doctor, and he has to begin tests because the doctor thinks he might have cancer. It's been an emotional day. We were outside on the porch and I could hear him talking, so wondering who he was talking to because no one else is here except his dad, who was in his bedroom, so I listened. I heard him say stuff like, I love you more than anything. You're my soulmate, but we can't start our life together now until I know if I have cancer or not because I don't want to burden you with that. He went on to say when his biopsy appointment was, and again stating how much he loved this person. He's never declared his undying love to me or referred to me as his soulmate, so I was a bit confused at first. And then I realized what I was hearing. We take care of his 87-year-old dad, and he lives with us. We have grown kids, some local and some far away. I'm just so confused on how he was/is planning on starting his new life. Is he taking his dad with him? Does he plan on making me leave? We have stuff planned like trips and things. My head is just spinning, but I guess I am not totally shocked out of the blue. 10 years ago I stumbled upon his adult friend finder profile, so I made a profile of my own and started talking with him, and he was making plans with me to hook up with who he was talking to. Me, but he thought I was someone else. I confronted him, and it took some work, but we worked things out, yada yada. A couple of months ago I walked past his Kindle and see there is a webcam on, so I looked at it and its website was Adult Friend Finder. I chose not to confront him then and just let it slide. I know that was stupid, but we all have health issues and things that keep us busy. I just didn't have the energy for another confrontation and all that it entails. So I sit here now wondering what to do next. Do I shut my mouth and sit back and watch how this plays out? It is tempting to watch him lie and cheat and not know that I know. It could be interesting, or do I go in the bedroom where he is sleeping now and open this can of life-changing bullshit and tell him what I know? Do I sleep on it and confront him in the morning? I am the person who will do anything to not rock the boat. The less I am noticed, the better I feel. I've been let down by every man in my life, starting with my alcoholic, abusive, in all ways father, to every boyfriend of my first husband to now my current husband. The only male in my life who hasn't wrecked me is my son. So, I guess I will shut up now. I can't call my kids or family or even my girlfriends yet, so it is too soon. I need to dump it, so thank you Reddit for being here. One of the top comments on this post says, as far as I see it, you got three choices, the path of logic. Quietly consult a divorce lawyer and figure out what you need to do to protect yourself financially if he leaves. Make sure you have your own bank account and start keeping records of your income and expenses if you haven't done so already. If he does anything around the house you don't know how to do, learn from him so you can do it yourself. Basically get your ducks in a row and figure out next steps for your life. The path of emotion. Barge into the bedroom and make a scene. Ask him who the woman is, demand to see his phone, show some passion. Remind him of all the things you do for him in the relationship, demand he cut her off and go to marital counseling with you. Make him sleep on the couch or kick him out altogether so he can feel the consequences of his actions. The goal is to shake things up for him and then offer a path to reconciliation. Keep in mind he may not want to reconcile, jump straight to divorce, or just become better at hiding his affair. And the status quo. Do nothing and pretend you didn't hear anything, carry on as normal and hope he doesn't blindside you with divorce, or just accept whatever will be, will be. This is the most passive approach if you just don't have the bandwidth to deal with any of this right now. You can already see each approach has its pros and cons. Which one aligns most with your inner compass? Raven replies to that and says, there's another option, pack up and leave, then get the lawyer. Cade says, well, first you drop all the responsibilities he's placed on you. You're not taking care of his dad anymore. Split the bank accounts and hand him divorce papers. Don't even wait to find out if he has cancer. Maybe he told someone else it wasn't fair to start their life together because he might have cancer, but he has you taking care of his elderly father and possibly nursing him through cancer. Hell no. Fuck no. You're taking care of yourself from now on. Get out while you can, before you lose all your money to his medical debt. Yeah, that really jumped out to me as well when he was saying to someone else that he doesn't want to burden them if, he's got cancer, but he's willing to string you along and have you take care of him, even though he's confessing his love to someone else. Gino says the same thing, says so if he has cancer, he will stay with you and let you take care of him. But if he hasn't, he will leave you for her. That alone would make me put my finances on order and file for a divorce as fast as possible. I would not confront him first, just serve him the papers and move out. My first thought was much more violent and it involved blood and a funeral. And one more comment from Money Print who says, honestly, you need to confront him, and if he has cancer, it may sound fucked up, and I may get downvotes, but if he does have cancer, you should leave him. In fact, you should leave him before his diagnosis because he doesn't deserve your patience and you don't deserve his debt. Let whoever was on the phone deal with him and his 87-year-old father. He doesn't want to put the burden of his affair partner and speak his undying love to her, but if he's sick, he'll burden you like he's burdening you with his dad. That's so fucked up, because why does a affair partner get the good healthy him and you get the sick and dying him that you have to take care of along with daddy? Don't be someone's caretaker and loyal partner when they are not sick and they will leave you. You deserve better. But now, we're going to move on to OP's small update to find out what they did next. They said, first want to say I am overwhelmed by the response and support. I am humbled and thankful for all your kind words and advice. I've read each message. I made it through the night without sleeping and without beating him over the head, but I fell asleep and woke up screaming, and he asked what was wrong and it all came out. We are done. Who goes where is yet to be determined, but the marriage is over, and right now I am so exhausted, and I'm okay with that. Thank you, Reddit. I want to hug you all. And yes, I'm a terrible speller on good days. Edit 2, and also I love his dad and have no problem caring for him for the rest of his life. But that won't happen. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Want Own Life, who says, my 57 female daughter, 30 female, is getting married for the third time. I do not want to pay for her wedding, and I feel like a bad parent. I should start by saying that my daughter is an only child. She has always been our princess, so to speak, and she's received everything material that a girl could ask for. Before you criticize my husband, her father, and I for spoiling her, we do realize that we shouldn't have given her everything from a young age, but we didn't know any better back then, and we had the money. We're quite well off, so we figured why not support our only child. My husband owns his business and I am a school teacher. Together we make decent money and I'm looking to retire in the near future. When we first started out, I stayed at home and my husband worked an office job, and so my daughter has been pampered with all my attention and her father's support. She is now going to be married for the third time in her short life. Her only job is occasionally supply teaching in the same school board I work at. So she doesn't have much of a big career yet, but I do hope she will find work. I'll spare you the long of it. She married her high school boyfriend at 22 years old, and they divorced less than 2 years later in a bitter fight. The wedding was lavish and it was her first, and we truly believed that they would make it work. I guess my husband and I also saw through rose-colored glasses since we were married very young as well, and are approaching our 35th anniversary. My husband and I pitched in around $25,000 for the wedding ceremony and reception, and perhaps another $3,000 for the honeymoon to Europe. The second time she was proposed to by another man she was dating. He was a hard-working blue-collar man, but his family didn't have much money. Again, she asked if we could help out with her wedding, that it was true love this time around. We met the man and he was a stand-up, wholesome person, and so a year after that, my daughter, then 27, was married to the second husband. We paid for almost all of the wedding costs and the honeymoon to the tune of $43,000. Our then husband's mother was a nurse, and his father was a deadbeat. They didn't provide much when it came to the wedding itself, and I admit, the husband and I did harbor ill will towards the fact that our husband's father's name was clearly printed on the reception and invitations as a generously contributing member of the wedding party. But that's another story. And they did divorce because of money issues less than 3 years later. We, tired by this time, forked over money for her divorce costs and tried to regroup our finances. We do have a comfortable nest egg saved up for post-retired life. I would like to travel the world and maybe buy a small lake house with my husband. He also enjoys woodworking as a hobby. But now my daughter, who has begun dating another man, has excitedly showed us that she is engaged once again. The man in question proposed less than a year into their dating, and she is elated more than anything, because after her second divorce, she didn't think any man would want her anymore. My daughter has hinted at the wedding costs and brings home bridal magazines and ideas for cakes and dresses and venues, and I want to be happy for her happiness. But there's a voice inside me that is screaming enough. I have spent almost over $140,000 of my husband's and my money for my daughter's 2 failed marriages, wedding, reception, honeymoon costs, divorce costs, and I cannot believe she is thinking of planning another lavish ceremony at our expense. I've tried suggesting maybe this time around she should opt for a small backyard ceremony this time, but she turns it around on us and says that we don't believe in her happiness and that we are being cheap, as she is our only daughter and her father and I are quite well off, which to be fair, she is right. I'm at a loss of what to say to her. And what jumped out to me in this one straight away in the first paragraph, you said she's always been your princess, she had everything that she could ask for, and you said that you spoiled her and you realized that, and you shouldn't have given her everything from a young age, but you didn't know better back then. But now you've continued to do so by paying for these 2 weddings, and she's expecting it as well. And it just kind of feels, if you pay for this one, there's going to be another wedding down the road at some point as well. I would absolutely just be putting your foot down and saying, not at all, that's not happening, I'm not paying for it. You spent over $140,000 already, holy moly. J Barber Sky says, if your daughter has truly found love in this 3rd relationship, then it shouldn't depend on an expensive wedding. You and your husband should firmly tell your daughter that you are not going to pay for her 3rd wedding. If she wants an expensive wedding, she should get a job and pay for it herself. And if you can't get over your guilt, you might want to consider seeing a good therapist to help you sort through all your feelings. You're doing your daughter no favors by continuing to fork over money. Sounds like to me, she's more in love with lavish weddings than with men she chooses to stand in to play the role of groom. Another user says, so lots of people have told you that you shouldn't pay. What I haven't seen yet is someone saying she will probably throw an epic tantrum when you put your foot down, and you will have to stick it out or she will win. And the next time you try to put your foot down, she'll throw an even bigger tantrum. This is a well-known in research behavioral phenomenon known as extinction, which is what happens when you stop reinforcing behavior that used to be reinforced. If you don't firmly say no and stick with it, you are forever screwed. She will say mean things. She'll get really nasty. Stay calm and don't budge. This is a 30-year-old toddler that you've created. All the times you didn't say no are going to bite you in the ass here. And I'm saying, be ready. Do not let her manipulate you on this one. It's totally in your power not to write that check. For what it's worth, my well-off parents gave me $5,000 for my wedding in 2008. I would never fucking dream of asking for that financial support for a second wedding. Panic Bread quotes a section and says, you are continuing to ruin your child. Parenting doesn't stop when they turn 18. Grow a backbone and tell your kid, stop suggesting, and straight up tell your kid under no uncertain terms that you will not pay for her wedding. She will throw the inevitable temper tantrum. Don't back down. And one more comment which says, she's a 30-year-old adult. It's fucking ridiculous you would ask, and it's ridiculous if you consider paying a valid option, which it sounds like you don't. As someone her age, I'm 33, I would be absolutely ashamed if I were her, in even hinting at this. I'd be appalled if my parents even tried to pay for me for something since, I'm an adult and make my own money. You've made some mistakes and raised an entitled monster. You need to find a way to stop this before wedding number 4. I sort of wonder about all these people that's being invited to this wedding every time. Is it all family and friends and everyone that's turning up? Don't get me wrong, I know people have second marriages, possibly third marriages, but I'm not sure how I would feel in that situation inviting all those people 2 or 3 times, That's just myself. I know, as I said, I know there's people out there that have 2 marriages, etc. under different circumstances, but it just sounds like this is a constant thing. OP does update the post and says, hello, it's been a long time. I wanted to retroactively thank everyone for the advice and the anger. Must admit that hearing others rage about my situation was pretty cathartic for me. I wasn't going to log back in to post an update. I couldn't even recall the password for this throwaway account, but so many of you gave me excellent advice that I feel I must give an update, sad as it is. Long story short, my daughter is getting her 3rd divorce. We're no longer on speaking terms and she has broken our hearts. Short story long, as many of you predicted, she threw a great big tantrum when her father and I told her explicitly that we would not be paying for the wedding this time around. We said we would buy her a wedding dress and the cake, but that would be the end of it. That whatever else she wanted would have to come from her and her husband's pocketbook. She said we don't care for her happiness. She cried, said that we were selfish. Everything all you said was going to happen. All these things hurt so much to hear because they aren't true. We do care very much for her, but enough wasn't simply enough. She went so far as to chuck her wedding planner binder into the backyard pool, which was grotesque to watch. We asked to meet the fiancé in question over dinner. What a gem he was. Tattoos all over his knuckles and his neck. Showed up to meet us in sweatpants and an ill-fitting hoodie. Didn't even shake our hand or introduce himself properly. He looked like trailer trash. When we asked what his occupation was, he said he was a sound technician, which made me feel embarrassed for being so prejudiced. But after a quick conversation at the dinner table, where he behaved in the most disgusting manner, turns out he is a freelance DJ. At 39 years old, I believe one should at least be put together, not living with other roommates and working at clubs on weekends. My daughter, I do not know what was wrong with her. She looked at him with such adoring eyes, as if he were the best thing since sliced bread. We doubted that he could provide for himself, let alone a family. I don't know if this was a sign, but the sight of this man-boy solidified our decision to not finance a drop of our daughter's third wedding. We still agreed to pay for the cake and dress, but no more. We even had doubts that maybe this thug was only planning to marry our daughter for the money. We assumed it was true when we found out she'd been paying for a few months' worth of his rent that he could not afford to pay out of his own pocket. Like I said, I don't know what was wrong with her. We gave her a budget of $13,000 for a beautiful dress and maybe another $2,000 for the cake. The wedding plan in itself was a disaster, as my daughter had a meltdown over every single little thing that went wrong, even though we tried to tell her that she could use the $15,000 budget to plan the entire wedding instead of just spending it on the dress and cake alone. That was our intention. That maybe she could scale back the dress and cake for a more humble affair. Maybe it would teach her the value of $1. She would not budge. She did not invite us to the wedding, let alone the reception. We don't even know how it was, as we're not shown any photographs afterwards. I spent the entire week crying when I found out she had left us out of the wedding party. She came back a few times with a U-Haul and her disgusting husband to take her possessions from our home and moved in with him. While my husband and I were gone on a vacation to New Orleans, right before Christmas, we had received several voicemails, all from our daughter. Her voice was slurring as if she'd been heavily drinking or on drugs. She said that she was going to divorce as he was a fucking deadbeat who couldn't even treat her to a nice dinner. She said she's had to sell her engagement ring to pay for the rent, as she is still living with his roommates, and that this is the part that just sends me into anger. If only we had paid for her wedding and helped her buy a home with him. This wasn't even discussed between us. I do not know where she got this idea from, and that she would have made this marriage last if we had given her more money. My God, what have we done? I'm shaking with anger just typing this. My husband wanted to leave her a seething voicemail. I talked him out of it. As far as we know, she has moved forward with a divorce. We'll be here for her. We will take her back into our homes, but only if she wishes. At this point, we have heard nothing from her, and she does not pick up her phone. It is so easy to blame ourselves for being bad parents, and I just feel so awful. She is our only child, and if any of our nieces or nephews behave this way to our siblings, we would have cut them out of the family in a second. But we can't. She is our only child, now 31 years old, and a thrice divorcee. It pains me so much what has happened over the last year. I feel like I've lost a daughter. You put another $15,000 into this wedding and you wasn't even invited, later criticized for not putting more money into it, buying a house as well? And that was OP's last post on the matter. And where do you go with that? OP said that they will take their daughter in if they reach out. And I can't help but feel that's still going to be enabling that behavior. Maybe if you do take her in, it's under stipulations that she seeks help, counseling, or something along those lines. Because surely you just can't continue like this. Holy moly, that's incredibly sad. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Let's move on to another story. And our next story is going to be one from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit. Doesn't have an update as yet. From Icy Performer 3310, who says, "Am I the arsehole for ignoring my ex-wife's wishes regarding having our daughters in my wedding and uninviting her. I, 43 male, am getting married to my partner, Lauren, 32 female, in less than a month. It is a destination wedding that has been in the pipeline for over 18 months now. I have my two daughters, 16 and 11, with my ex-wife, Anna, 46 female, and Lauren has a daughter from a prior relationship, deceased ex due to a car accident while Lauren was pregnant, who is 5. Anna and I split 5 years ago, when Anna realized she was bi and wanted to pursue a woman from her work. I will admit that I probably moved on with Lauren too fast due to my devastation over my 21-year relationship ending, and Lauren still being in grief from the loss of her husband, plus struggling with, at the time, a very sick newborn. However, for the most part, we have all been able to remain amicable, and we all went to Anna's marriage to a co-worker, Lynn, about 6 months ago. Originally, the plan for my wedding to Lauren was for us all to travel to the destination together, so that my eldest could be a bridesmaid and her younger two could be flower girls. However, Anna and Lynn have recently broke up, and Anna has asked us to postpone our wedding out of respect to her. When I tried to explain that it is impossible as it would cost us a lot to do, she flew off the handle and accused me of deliberately hurting her, cheating on her with Lauren. Not true, though there was a couple of months between our split and meeting Lauren. Leaving her for a younger woman, called Lauren a gold digger and threatened to ruin our wedding. I hung up on her and sent her an email uninviting her from our wedding due to a threat. She now says she is revoking consent to our daughter's participation. I don't think this is fair on them, and I don't want them to feel left out, so I merely pointed out that the wedding is on my week, and she doesn't get a say. Am I the arsehole if I ignore her wishes? Edited to add, there was an incident with a trip to NZ a bit over a year ago where Anna tried to stop the trip. She thought we were showing off our financial state / we were visiting Lauren's former in-laws so they could see her daughter / their granddaughter for the first time since COVID, and we ended up having to involve lawyers. There is a precedent for me being able to take the girls overseas without Anna's permission, so as long as it doesn't affect her time with them. Now, she's just angry from what's going on in her life right now, and as long as you're not going to get yourself in trouble, like taking the kids out of state or whatever, like you said in your edit there, then absolutely not the arsehole to me. I wouldn't blame you for uninviting her from your wedding. She threatened to do something during it, so now how can you trust her? I guess my only worry now is that she may say something to the children to turn them against you or something along those lines. Razar says, not the arsehole, Anna is low-key acting bitter. Yeah, she's having a tough time, but I wouldn't even ask my best friend to postpone her wedding because I'm going through a breakup. She's overreacting, trying to guilt you by keeping the kids away from a special moment just because things didn't go her way. Especially if she never mentioned any of the issues she now has with your fiance. Why now? I wish I see more of an emotional reason than concern of safety for your kids, or anything in that nature. I would honestly keep my foot down and have my daughter still be part of my wedding. If I had legal custody, of course, which I'm assuming you do, stating it's your week anyway. Please Coffee Me says it's rich that she's accusing you of cheating when her desire to cheat on you was the reason she broke up a 21-year marriage. Anna needs some help, therapy, to get through her breakup. She's being unreasonable. Anna is aware of the cost to postpone a wedding, not only for you, but for all of your guests who have already made plans. It might cost a bit, but tell her you're going to involve lawyers again. Remind her she has lost that battle before, how much unnecessarily it costs both of you. Not the arsehole. Oh, that name, Please Coffee Me, I could do with a brew right now. But I'm going to turn this one to you guys because the comments pretty much follow along the same lines in that one. What do you guys make of that situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. Again, from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit from Double Mobile 8057 and says, am I the arsehole for telling my son he will not be taking over the family business and it is going to my daughter? I have 2 kids, my oldest son and my daughter. They're 25 and 21. We have a family business that works on farm equipment and it is a very good business. Most farmers, if something breaks, can usually fix it, but when they call us, they will pay a lot so they don't have to buy another $500,000 tractor. Anyways, I've been telling my kids since they were young that if they want to take over the business, then they have to get a business degree and work a lot with me to learn everything. Basically, they have to put in the work. When they were both teenagers, I took them on jobs so they would understand the job. My son made it very clear he didn't want the job and went to college for sociology. My daughter, on the other hand, threw herself into the business. She's about to graduate with a business and robotics majors. She also decided to stay at home during college, and she's been working with me in her free time. The only issue with my daughter is that she has trouble lifting things, but that's what strength training is for. So now is the problem. My son gave me a call. He moved away for a job after graduation, and he told me he wants to take over the business. I told him no, and it's going to his sister. This started a huge argument, and he called me a jerk. He contacted some of the older relatives, and they are mad at me also. Editing, I'm not splitting the business because it causes way too many problems. Now, my thought you've already countered with your edit. I was thinking, can't you just give him like a lower share of the business, 10, 20% or something like that? You were giving your daughter the overall share. But if you're not prepared to do that, then I would say, you set out your requirements and your daughter took those up while your son chose not to. I don't think it would be very fair to go back on that now and take that away from your daughter when she's worked towards it. But Queenie B says, not the arsehole, your son walked away from the responsibilities of what your company needs to continue to exist, while your daughter dedicated herself to the company's continued success. Not only should he not take over the company, but he shouldn't be involved in it in any way. There's nothing he could contribute to it, and would only use his assets. I've worked for too many companies that the parents made successful, only for entitled descendants to suck away the profits without doing any work. Opie says I agree with him not being involved at all. I don't trust him not to undermine his sister, or just not to cause issues in the first place for the business. It's already hard work, and I don't want to make it harder for her. Living Highlight says not the arsehole, it's not 1802. The oldest boy doesn't automatically inherit everything anymore. Okay, son, so you think you're entitled to the business, despite your sister working her ass off to learn the business, get a degree in business, and get expensive experience in the business. And that she did all of this because I was very clear about my expectations for whoever would want to take it over. She completed those expectations, you did not. Explain to me how giving the business to you makes sense and wouldn't be a complete betrayal to your sister. Honestly, what could he possibly say? And the comments did continue down that path. But what do you guys make of this one? Do you have a different opinion on the matter? How would you consider splitting that business if you was in that position, or do you think it could cause more issues down the road? Family working together, that kind of thing. Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Black Sheep B-Boy, who says, parents made every single birthday about my sister for the last 8 years. And before we do get into the story, I do want to give you a couple of warnings that it contains emotional manipulation, verbal abuse, self-harm, and attempted suicide as well. So if you do want to skip the story, please feel free to do so. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. OP did make the post, but then it was removed and they posted it on their own page and said, I'm reposting this because I cannot make my update without it. It has not been altered at all. Save for this caption is exactly as it was before being removed by the EP mods. I recently saw a similar story read online and realized I just had to tell my own. This will be my one and only Reddit post, and I'm posting it because I thought telling it would help me feel a little better. I've been to some counseling and talking about this in particular really helped. So I thought, why not just tell it online too? So I am. I'm 18 this year and fairly recently on my own from my parents. I have a sister about 10 years younger than me. She was an unplanned pregnancy and nearly didn't make it to term. I don't know many of the details of how rough my mother's second pregnancy was since I was never told much, but I do know that it was so hard on her body that my mother could no longer have kids after my sister was born. She was in and out of hospital repeatedly that year. My mother almost didn't survive the birth either. It made her and my father latch onto my little sister because she could have potentially never been born. And ever since then, I felt like I was just the other kid in the house, except for when they needed me as a free babysitter. The level of favoritism my parents showed long term has me believing they were genuinely sick in the head for not noticing exactly what it was doing to me. And now it's rebounding on them, which I'll explain here. Starting with my 11th birthday, my parents wanted to let my sister blow out my candles because she was 2 years old, and cried at the sight of a birthday cake that wasn't hers. I didn't want to do it, but my parents forced me into it. They relit the candles for me to do it again after her, but the moment felt completely ruined. The same thing happened the next year and the year after that, and so on and so forth. They just kept forcing it until it became the norm. My sister had to have presents on my birthdays as well. I never got any on hers either, and when I asked why, they just told me that I'm a boy and boys don't need to worry about it as much. I know I was a kid, but did they really think that was a smart thing to say? Not really, and my parents would always choose a place my sister would like to be at more than me on my own birthday. Eventually it became more like my sister was getting 2 birthdays a year and I got none. Beyond this, my parents made their entire lives revolve around my sister. If there's something I wanted to do, my sister had to want to do it too. Otherwise it was vetoed unless I could do it alone. I learned to just lock myself in my room with my video games because they didn't seem to bother me there. Unless my sister wanted to come running in to annoy me. Hence why I put a lock on the door. My parents wanted me to remove it, but I freaked out because I was an angry teenager who was tired of being intruded on at any given time. My sister came running in more than once when I had no clothes on, and my parents were upset at me for being naked in my own room. When I pointed out how ludicrous that was, they withdrew their objection and just let me keep the lock. My sister developed quite the princess complex because of how she was being spoiled on a daily basis, and she was very demanding. So I stayed away from her as much as I feasibly could. Whatever excuse I could use to not have to deal with her. Even if I had to make up stuff just to have time to myself. My parents hired a teen girl babysitter and I got more personal time. And then the babysitter quit because my sister wouldn't listen to her and my parents tried to keep from paying by saying she did a bad job. The girl got some other people involved and my parents finally paid her what they owed her. Then they hired another girl to babysit on the regular, and this one stayed, but my parents still made it clear that I was to be watching my sister any day I had free, which I went out of my way to make busy at my part-time job if I could. My sister treated me as her personal butler and ordered me around. She even had a stupid nickname for me she wouldn't stop using. Just hearing that nickname makes my blood boil, and if I didn't give her everything she wanted, she'd cry and call our parents. And then I'd be in trouble for mistreating her. We had many massive arguments because of this, and after I refused to yield anymore, my relationship with my parents devolved into barely any words spoken between us for some time. And yet, during my high school graduation, they had the nerve to brag to other parents that they were the reason I worked so hard. Well, they weren't wrong. But the reason they were thinking of was not the one that actually happened. I worked hard just biding my time for when I'd be free. But my parents acted like they'd done so much. Maybe they did before my sister was born, but afterwards it was all about her. They didn't even ask me about school until parent-teacher conferences came up. I graduated with a B and C average, and after my graduation my parents just took me to some place where my sister would always have more fun than me. Even though the trip was supposed to be for me. On my 18th birthday in July though, things really boiled to the surface. Even though it was my 18th, it didn't feel like it was all about me. I hoped to God that we were going to my favourite restaurant for once, but no. They had the party at a local knockoff Chuck E. Cheese, which is the only place like it nearby to us. So it was the de facto celebratory destination whenever anything big was achieved, including my high school graduation. I did say it was a place my sister would enjoy more than me. I was surrounded by kids half my age having parties, and I was so bored with nothing to do but eat mediocre pizza and play claw machines and dated arcade games for tickets to cheaply made prizes that brought me no joy. Then when it was time for cake, my parents came out with one that was pink with white flowers on it. Sure, it had my name on it, but it was very obviously not a boy's cake, and there were only 10 candles. My parents lit the candles and set it right in front of my sister to blow out. That's when it finally happened. I just had this mental moment of all the pent-up hate mentally flashing before me, and then I just started ugly crying. I, an 18-year-old boy, was crying in front of the whole family. Everyone was so shocked that time seemed to just freeze. I got up and all of the stuff I'd been holding in for the past 8 years just spilled out like word vomit. The entire family got to be witness to this event, and when it was finally over, I just walked outside to sit by the family car. Several relatives trailed out after me to say they were sorry, and that they didn't know about the pink cake because my parents kept it covered till it was served. I said it didn't matter that they didn't know. They all sat back and watched as my life was taken over by Little Miss Sunshine for the past 8 years. I had no real birthdays or celebrations of my own. They were all about her. And then on the biggest birthday of my life, they all expected me to just smile and nod like always, while they handed my sister a cake that was entirely meant for her, when it wasn't even her birthday. Some of them started giving me apologies, but they made the excuse that all this time they just thought I was okay with it because my parents said I was. I told them I was never okay with it, and my parents forced it on me every year that I just pretended to accept it. I spread my arms out and said to look where we were. Does it look like the place I wanted to celebrate my graduation and 18th birthday? No one even tried to stick up for me all this time. I'm just the other kid while my sister gets everything. I didn't even get to have any of my friends there because my parents stopped letting me invite them long ago after they tried to voice their opinions over my sister getting to blow out my candles. There are 365 days a year, and it was so bad to want one that was about me and not her. Instead, I'm treated like the greedy, entitled brat for wanting my own birthday. Then I just went back to ugly crying. My father came outside by that point to yell at me for making such a huge scene, because my mother was crying too. My sister was upset because I ruined her moment, and now everybody in there who saw thinks they are bad parents. I ended up yelling at him that they are bad parents and he should know exactly why. Well, after I said that, the rest of the family descended on him like a pack of wolves. Better late than never, I suppose. But I'd never seen anything like it before. My father was practically back right up to the restaurant front door, and then most of the crowd flooded back inside with him to have it out with my mother too. My grandparents stayed with me and apologized for having their eyes shut tight for so long. I don't know what was said to my parents in the restaurant, but it was roughly a half hour before they came back out. And when they did, they looked incredibly defeated. My mother was still sniffing after crying so hard, and neither of my parents could look me in the eyes. They both awkwardly apologized for what they did, then offered to redo the party elsewhere. But that wasn't really enough for the crowd. One of my uncles hummed rather loudly, and my parents said they'd never make me let my sister blow out my candles again, or give her my presents on my birthday, or make any part of it about her. There was another and my parents also apologized for getting a cake that was obviously not even meant for me, and that they just felt like I wasn't worried about cake anymore at my age. Oh boy, was that the wrong thing to say. I became furious all over again and yelled at them that my age was irrelevant. They'd literally given my birthday to my sister and had no good reason as to why, and they knew it. Then I said there was no point in redoing the party because it's too damn late. They clearly showed that I meant nothing to them. They ruined 8 years of my life till I became an adult. What future birthdays with them could I possibly look forward to? Well, my father started to get angry at me for saying that, but when the entire family yelled at him, he shut up. My grandfather told him I'm exactly right, and there is no possible way they can undo the damage done now. He said my parents were awful people, played favorites, and treated me like a black sheep ever since my sister was born. And what's more, they were all awful themselves because they just let it happen too. And I'm owed far more than an apology. I was owed my life back. My mother broke down again and tried to come closer to me while crying my name and apologizing, but I refused to let her anywhere near me. And half the family body blocked her from getting close. I just said I couldn't take this anymore and started to walk away. One of my aunts chased me down and brought me back. I could hear multiple family members yelling and cussing at my parents over what happened. I was so upset. I couldn't even feel happy for any bit of justice after all this time. Also, where was my sister when this was all going on? She was still in the restaurant all by herself, eating cake and ripping open presents that were there for me. And if anyone was wondering, yes, my parents served us some cake after I cried and walked out. You'd think doing that wouldn't be their primary focus in the moment, but they were called out on it later. My grandparents got me to calm down and sit in their old minivan while everyone else cleared out the party. My sister threw a huge tantrum after being caught opening my presents, one of which was a brand new smartphone that she threw against the wall and broke because she wasn't allowed to keep it. She literally just got a brand new phone on her own birthday a few months earlier. I ended up being so upset that I was ranting that I never wanted to celebrate my birthday again. My grandparents let me stay the night over at their house. When I came home, I still didn't speak to my parents. My mother just kept crying because I wouldn't talk to her, and my father was as closed-mouthed as me. The following weekend, my grandparents convinced me to go with them out to dinner. And when we got there, I was surprised to find a whole new party waiting for me. My parents were there, and they kept up with the "don't hate us" smiles on their faces almost the entire time. There was a big chocolate cake with 18 candles on it, and there was even a banner with my name. They called it my happy belated birthday graduation party because I didn't really get either this year. I did kind of have to pretend to be happy. One good party doesn't undo 8 years of favoritism, or even make a dent in it really. And where was my sister? She was sitting at the table with her arms folded and her lip curled because it wasn't all about her like it used to be. And rather than sing happy birthday for me, they just sang an altered version called Happy Day. Then as soon as I blew out the candles, my sister screamed. I mean, ear-bleedingly loud little girl scream. My parents had to rush her out and then bring her back in, later looking more upset than ever. She quietly pouted in her seat for the rest of the party. I did still get a new smartphone as well, and my sister got hers taken away, among other things for what she did at the prior party. But the smartphone wasn't all. The whole family had chipped in and gotten me a car. It was just an old white Volvo, but I loved it the moment I laid eyes on it. My grandfather knows a thing or two about cars and fixed it up himself. I was so happy, but my sister clearly was not, because she let out another one of those screams. She started having a massive tantrum and demanding a car too. My mother had to take him to the bathroom and he didn't come back out for a while. My father just went back to looking defeated. My sister had effectively ruined their attempt at trying to look good in front of the whole family. Multiple family members also had strong words for my parents that my sister was acting that way because they raised her to be a princess spoiled brat. I obviously started driving the car around right away, but only days later my sister actually vandalized the car by taking a hammer and breaking 2 of the side windows and cracking the windshield to the point the car was undrivable. My parents managed to stop her before she did any more damage, but she screamed bloody murder when they grabbed her and took the hammer away and tried to bite them. Oh, everyone was furious with my sister, especially my grandparents, because my grandfather had put so much work into that car, and my sister ruined it while having a massive tantrum. My grandparents had spoiled my sister so badly that she couldn't mentally comprehend that I could have something she couldn't. And several other family members laid into my parents about how they were setting my sister up for failure by making her an entitled brat that expects the world to be given to her, and she's going to have a terrible adult life because they won't put their feet down and teach her some respect. Well, her actions didn't go unpunished. My sister was grounded for the rest of the summer and, effective of the new school year, was sent to boarding school. My mother cried like a baby about it too, but my father had to be adamant that it was the only way to start undoing the damage they had done. Yes, they fully acknowledged they are at fault. It was kinda hard for them not to, since no one sided with them at all. My sister is absolutely miserable at that school. She hates the clothes, she hates the rules, and she's been lying almost constantly. But with cameras almost everywhere now, she's not getting away with any of it. Our parents tried to visit her a few times, but she just screamed at them for putting her in that place. From what I hear, this may be her school life till she's 18 years old. My parents did pay to fix my car. They had an auto glass company replace the windows and windshield, and it looks just like it did before. In August, my grandfather came to me and said if I was interested, he found me a job working for a friend, but it was 40 miles away, so I'd need to move out of my parents' house unless I wanted that commute. I was all for moving. Finding a first apartment wasn't so easy though. I had to get approved for a credit card just to get accepted for a studio, but I got it, and I've been living where I am now since September. My parents keep trying to contact me, but I rarely speak to them. Anytime we do speak, I just feel awkward and uncomfortable. My grandfather has suggested that they simply don't want to acknowledge how badly they failed as parents, and trying to get me to forgive them will make them feel better about themselves or something like that. But I'm not going to forgive, not anytime soon. I'm finally happy and away from them. Now they've got nothing. They didn't have me, they didn't have my sister, and my parents had to take more hours at work because boarding school for my sister is not cheap. Nor can I imagine was the party they had to throw for me, all the repairs to my car. Empty house, angry relatives, and the only thing they have left is their work. Feels like incredible misery to me, and I don't take delight in it, but it is the result of their own actions after all. Edit. I'd like to thank everyone for all the awards that I've gotten. It really means a lot to me. I know my post was long and a lot to read, but I just need to get the whole thing out, and I feel a lot better after having done so. I notice a few calling this post fake in the comments in various ways, and I don't blame you. I'd be highly skeptical reading this and wondering the same thing in your shoes, but I lived it. Some parents just really are like that. I've also been contacted by a few people who went through similar and even worse situations. With all the bad parents out there, is it really all that unbelievable as to what mine did? Granted, the whole family running back into the restaurant to have words with my parents did seem like a stretch, But I come from one of those close-knit families where we stick together a lot and do things in groups. And it can very easily turn into an entire group against one person at gatherings. I've seen a drunk cousin be surrounded and then removed from the party to sober up in another room because he was being highly inappropriate. I'm not exactly a fan of group mentalities myself, but it ended up saving me because my parents were shamed beyond words for what they'd done. They couldn't even form a proper reason as to why they did what they did to me without sounding like even worse people. So they've basically surrendered, saying they have no excuse and are heavily trying to get on my good side. And while a lot of you are praising my relatives for how they helped me, I'm pretty sure a lot of that help was out of shame. They were there for most of those 8 birthdays, save for 2 years because of COVID. But in those other 6, they didn't do anything. They had disapproving looks on their faces that my sister got to blow out my candles, but they just stayed quiet. Why? Well, my dad is the son of the head of the family, my grandfather, and my grandfather is a fairly intimidating person. Be on his good side and he'd do whatever it takes to help you. Be on his bad side and the entire family hates you. A good reason why I don't like group mentalities. But once my grandfather basically said they were at fault for not doing anything to help me for years, they all felt shamed. And they all chipped in for the cost of my car. With so many relatives, they didn't have to donate much each to afford it. I had the receipt for the car when I registered it in my name. They bought it for $2,000 and then put more into it for some parts and tires. My grandfather personally gave it a tune-up and changed the fluids. My grandmother deep cleaned the interior, and I'm extremely thankful to them all. But I still want to distance myself a bit. I need time to work things out on my own, and I probably won't see my parents until Thanksgiving or Christmas. Some have also compared my sister to that character Eric Cartman from South Park, and it's a pretty close comparison. My sister is chubby because my parents fed her a lot of junk food. She hates eating anything healthy. I once saw her put gummy bears on mashed potatoes. The thought of eating that combination turns my stomach. A poor diet also made her spend long periods in the bathroom. My parents had to buy fiber snacks for her to eat to remedy that, but I don't think they were cheap to get the ones that actually tasted good. My sister is also extremely bossy and likes to think she's in charge. She ordered me around near constantly, which is why I often lock myself in my room to get away from her. She lost a lot of friends for being so bossy and controlling, and my parents would just tell her that the other kids were just jealous of how special she was. My sister even referred to herself as a princess often. And the epic tantrums she had when not getting her way do remind me of Eric Cartman. I know my sister isn't stupid either. She doesn't try very hard at all and had a C average in school. If she actually applied herself, she'd probably be a straight A student. And we do have a further update to this in a moment, and that is just absolutely heartbreaking for OP to hear their full story and what they've went through. And we've seen it many a time on this subreddit where parents favor one of their children. They usually called the golden child in these situations, and how they absolutely destroy their relationships with their other children, because like in this story, OP just wants to be away from them. They don't want nothing to do with them, and there's no way you can blame OP for that. He's been hurt time and time again by people that should be loving and supportive towards him, and it's just fucking heartbreaking. And the sister's in a boarding school now because of the way the parents enabled her behavior as well. A positive out of this though, to see that OP's life is moving in a more positive direction, getting out of that area, getting a job, getting their own apartment. And I hope that they're sort of seeing some sort of professional help at the same time as well, because 8 years of that sort of stuff, that's got to mess your head up. And I'll just give you an overview of the comments. There was a lot of supportive comments towards OP, a lot of people relating as well and saying, they went through something very, very similar in their own lives. And OP responded to a few of those comments too. But OP updates around a year later and says, it's been what, a year now? I didn't log back in for a long time because I thought I was done here. But then one day I decided what the heck and just popped back in again, only to see numerous private messages asking for updates. So I'll give one. What I'm about to tell you is mostly pieced together from what my parents and grandparents told me. So if it sounds too crazy, just remember I'm basically retelling what I found out. Yes, I am doing fine, but the same cannot be said for my parents and little sister. My sister, sometime after my previous post, attempted several things in order to get out of the boarding school. After none of her lies and schemes got her anything, she tried to simply do nothing, but that didn't work out. Then she tried a hunger strike. She said she would refuse to eat anything unless our parents came and took her home. My mother nearly jumped in the car to go rescue her baby, but my father had to stand in her way and remind her my sister's behavior was their fault. My sister's hunger strike didn't even last 2 days before she was demanding food in the cafeteria. She wasn't allowed sweets or snacks unless they were healthy, especially since a pediatrician warned my parents that my sister, Little Miss Sunshine, was at risk of future diabetes and even possibly having her growth stunted unless she got her weight under control and ate foods with proper nutrients, as in no more gummy bears on mashed potatoes. Of course, my sister tried becoming a bully to other girls in the boarding school, but they didn't take her crap. One day she picked a fight and got beaten up pretty badly when she was set upon by multiple other girls at once. And as a crowd, they kicked her until they were broken up by a teacher. My sister didn't suffer any serious injuries, but she was scraped and bruised all over. Yes, she blamed everyone else but herself, and I heard she actually stated that the other girls should just do as she says. They did not, so she was shunned by them. I heard she had quite the tantrum over it. She'd gotten away with everyone for so long that it was mentally inconceivable for her to not get what she wanted. My mother repeatedly snuck junk food to my sister at the boarding school, and my sister got caught with it. My parents had a huge fight about it, but my mother didn't try to sneak her any more junk food once the jig was up. My sister was and still desires to be a junk food addict. That's right, she's barely changed in the past year. Are any of you really surprised? I'm not. She's only slightly better in the fact that she's somewhat more accepting she's not the center of the universe. Her schemes to get out of boarding school only escalated. After only a few months there, she resorted to self-harm to try and get her way. She somehow got her hands on a knife in the cafeteria and stood on the table threatening herself with it until they gave her candy and sent her home. Yes, she didn't demand to be sent home. She wanted candy too. I did say before I'd seen her put gummy bears on mashed potatoes in my original post. Her favourite thing to put gummy bears on was food she didn't like, because that's the only way our parents could get her to eat it. Can you imagine gummy bears on salad? It kind of defeats the point of salad, but she regularly brought a bag of gummy bears to the table when we ate. I can't even look at gummy bears without remembering. Well, my sister was brought what sweets they could scrounge up while they tried to talk her down, but at some point she slipped and fell off the table. This resulting fall broke her left arm, a clavicle, and she had a forehead concussion. At this point, the boarding school had enough of her and didn't want her to return once out of hospital. In fact, her attempt at ending herself only landed her in her worst place, a mental ward for children. She's been forced into therapy and diagnosed with a heavy case of narcissism she was raised into having. She cannot leave the ward unless my parents take her out. They've also forced her to continue her schooling from there and keep to a very strict healthy diet. It could literally be described as her personal hell. My mother wanted to go to the ward and get her precious baby out, but she and my father got into a huge fight about it. And in that fight, she hit him with the nearest thing she could grab, which happened to be a bottle that was on the kitchen counter. The bottle broke on his face, cracked his cheekbone, and cut him up pretty badly. Police were called, and he had to be taken to the hospital while my mother had to be carted away in the back of a police car. My mother ended up getting psych-evaluated and committed for several months herself, and she was forced to confront her own fierce desires to enable my sister. Turns out it stems from serious mental traumas my mother had from her own childhood. But no one else knows or will tell me anything more than that. There was and still is talk of future divorce from my parents, but neither of them have gone any farther than sleeping in separate bedrooms so far. As for me, well, my 19th birthday wasn't that long ago. My grandparents threw me a party at a restaurant they know I like. My parents attended and so did my sister. She was briefly allowed time out of the ward, and I could see the pure bitterness in her eyes. She sat there just looking like before, lip curled and glaring at me like she wanted me to be on fire. She lost a fair bit of weight by then since she hadn't been allowed junk food for so long, and her diet plan is going to keep on for some time. In fact, the junk food from my birthday party was the first she had in a pretty long time, but she still couldn't stand not being the center of attention. This time when I blew out my candle, she did not scream, instead began ugly crying. I can tell you right now that this was just more of a manipulation. She was just crying and saying why over and over again. I know she's only 9, but remember last year she was 8 and demanding a car of her own just because I was gifted one at 18. She can't even get a learner's permit until she's 15. At my 19th birthday, my sister got on the floor to tantrum that there was no pizza, no gifts for her, no prizes, no nothing. Then she started cursing at our parents before trying to storm out the restaurant. She was basically trying to copy what I did last year, in her own twisted way. You can say I'm thinking too hard about that, but I know my sister. and if she thinks she's doing something will get her way, she'll do it. My parents just apologized to everyone and then took my sister home early, but not before my grandfather went over to speak to them. I got some details from my grandmother later. He told them that they better not take my sister to party elsewhere or give her what she wants, because this will never end if they don't stop for good. After that, my sister was taken out kicking and screaming because she had heard everything and realized her tantrums didn't work. She was driven back to the ward the next morning, and that's where she is now. I have no idea how much longer she'll be there. She's just a kid, but the most stubborn one I've ever seen. She'll likely not change until she reaches her lowest point, and until then, she's going to be stuck in a place that does no enabling of her demands. No one, not even my parents, have attempted to put any blame on me for my sister's actions this past year. They've had to accept that I had zero fault in this, and they raised my sister to be a narcissist. And enabling a narcissist is also a form of addiction from what I've seen and heard. My sister has not been diagnosed with any sort of mental illnesses aside from narcissism. In fact, she's smarter than me from what I've heard. She was tested having an IQ of around 110. She just doesn't like to apply herself unless there's some kind of reward in it for her. She was raised this way, and I'm guessing it'll take years to make her better. As for me, I'm doing well on my own. I admit I had to learn to properly budget and take care of my own necessities. It's not easy to adult, but it's still 1,000 times better than life I had been living with my parents and sister. Edit. Someone has brought up that my sister being in long-term ward for just narcissism makes no sense. I agree that normally it wouldn't. If there's any deeper diagnosis, then it's being kept from me. I can tell there's some things they don't tell me, and I'm not able to ask a doctor because I'm not my sister's parent. That said, my sister is also very self-destructive to try and get her way. Her threatening to use a knife on herself to get out of boarding school was actually just one of many similar incidents that followed. Since being in the ward, she's been made to realize she's not a princess, but at the same time, she still has to mentally do whatever it takes to get her way. After my 19th birthday, she made similar threats of self-harm to my parents if they didn't take her out to eat fast food, and then tried to harm herself after being denied. Her most common tactic is to hit her head on a wall. My mother didn't want to report this to the ward, but my father did. My sister can and has committed self-harm for emotional blackmail in the past month alone. Though her attempts have become fewer from what I know, she also apparently lies and says her own doctors hurt her. But her stories never add up, so I guess on top of narcissism, pathological lying might also be a factor. And all that information I just gave is very likely why she's in a long-term ward. If she was home, my parents would slowly cave to her demands all over again, and then things would just go back to how they were somewhat, which is likely something Little Miss Sunshine is counting on. What an absolute crazy situation. And we got a brief paragraph in the update about how OP is doing. They're having to learn to budget and take care of their own necessities and stuff, and that they're 1,000 times better than the life that they had. I would have loved to have heard more about how they're doing in their life and a bit more detail about that, but that's up to them if they ever want to reveal that information. But it sounds like they're doing much better, and I can only wish them all the best. And I really can't help hope that the sister gets the help that she clearly so desperately needs. And that's not me excusing any of the behavior whatsoever towards anyone, because that was all incredibly messed up. But the alternative of her not getting help is continuing down this path of this behavior, which is no good for herself, is no good for the people around her, and is only going to cause damage and destruction on her path. So this kid is 9 years old. That is just tragic for me. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from an actual mud pup. And I should also add, this was cross-posted onto our own subreddit from Bellex Megan. So thank you so much for doing that. And let's crack on with it. It's titled, "My mother-in-law photoshopped my husband's nose on our wedding pictures. How do I tell him? I, 27 female, have been with my husband, 29 male, for 7 years. I remember that early in our relationship, one of the first things he expressed insecurity about was his nose, specifically about its width. He never wanted surgery, but thinks his nose is too big for his face. I never thought that true, and for a long time I wondered where he'd gotten that idea from. Then I met his mother, and all doubts went out the window. I don't hate her, but the woman complains about everything, and she seems particularly interested in criticizing her sons. Barely anything about my husband or his older brother is good enough for her, and if it is, she is quick to imply they don't deserve it. According to my brother-in-law, that behavior didn't start until father-in-law passed, about 8 years ago. So they don't usually hold it against her, but to me, it seems like she legitimately doesn't want her children to be happy. Most times we talk to her, my husband ends up devastated. She constantly complains about me, his job, our apartment, and his appearance. She has on more than one occasion suggested he get a nose job. That tends to upset him, so I always try to shut that down as quickly as possible. We got married in early May. The photos were ready about 2 months later, and we created a shared album on Google Photos for our friends and family, including mother-in-law. I got pregnant during our honeymoon. Can't recommend Dubrovnik enough, and I'm now 24 weeks along. We've had problems with mother-in-law concerning my pregnancy. We're having a boy, and she had a breakdown because she wanted a girl. That forced us to put her on an info diet. That was 2 months ago, and she has since improved her behavior. Because of that, we said yes when she invited us to go to a mall near her place to shop for baby clothes last Saturday. My husband had an emergency at work and ended up not coming, but we still managed to have a good time. When we were done, she invited me back to her place. I hadn't been there in a while, and I quickly saw that she had gotten some of our wedding pictures up on the wall. I instantly noticed something was wrong with them, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was yet. Mother-in-law saw what I was looking at and proudly announced that she'd gotten someone to fix his nose. In other words, she gave her son a Photoshop nose job on his wedding pictures. I couldn't believe it. I never thought she'd stoop so low. It wasn't even a good nose job. It was so bad that my husband's face didn't look real. He looked like a Ken doll, and not in the hot Ryan Gosling way. Mother-in-law must have seen how mad I got because she instantly tried to defend herself. She tried to make the point that her son deserved to look his best on his wedding day. I should have convinced him to get a real nose job before our ceremony. I made up an excuse to leave, but I could tell she knew the real reason. She's been calling and texting me almost every day since. I've been ignoring her, but she's always either apologizing, accusing me of overreacting, or begging me not to tell my husband. I know it seems trivial, but I'm outraged, and the more I think about it, the more disgusted I get. I could never imagine doing something like that to my child. I haven't told my husband yet, mostly because we've both been busy with work this week, but also because I have no idea how to. His mother was finally starting to be a better person around him and his brother, and I know it will break his heart to find out about this. I don't know what to do. I have to tell him, but I can't figure out how. I know he loves his mother, and I don't want to damage whatever relationship they still have. Mother-in-law also mentioned she intended to send the improved pictures to some of her relatives, so I have to find a way to shut that down. So how can I tell my husband his mother photoshopped his face on our wedding pictures? More importantly, what would be the most peaceful way to do it? Now for me, I can't see a peaceful way about this. It needs to be confronted some way or another. She's actively damaging your husband, actively hurting him. Imagine him stumbling across these photos. I imagine he's going to be pretty devastated, but it sounds like this has been a recurring theme for some time now, and one that needs to be tackled front on. A part of me thought about this when you said that you're pregnant, and what happens when your son comes along, and is she going to criticize him in any way as well? Surely you don't want that for your child. Your husband won't want that for your child. And I can only see one way about this is either confronting her head on, but from what you've already explained, I'm not sure if she's going to change, or going low/no contact with this. I had a little bit of a similar sort of theme about Photoshop and stuff. Like when my dad passed away, my mum was already gone by this point. And fast forward a couple of weeks, when the funeral came around, the funeral day, someone gifted me and my brothers a picture of my dad and my mum photoshopped together. But the picture of my dad was from a wedding, so he was in a suit. And I can remember the picture that he wasn't particularly smiling, but in this photo that we was given, his mouth was completely different. He was smiling and had like perfect teeth. It was the oddest experience, given the emotions that were going on in that day as well. It was my father's funeral. It was in a bit of a rush because the cars were outside and stuff like that. And oh yeah, and also in the photo, like over one of his ears, there was like the frames of glasses. So I don't know if any of you use Photoshop, but basically the person, whoever was doing it, was trying to mask out like little parts of it, mask another picture over the top. I don't know what they was doing with the glasses, mind you, but yeah, maybe that's a full story for another time. But Dragon Awesome Sauce says, I would suggest that you sit your husband down and say that something came up when you were out with his mum that you need to tell him about. Tell him that you went back to her place and saw he had printed up wedding photos, but that she had photoshopped his face to change his appearance. Keep it short and don't beat around the bush. Then just be supportive and let him react however he's going to react. I really don't understand why his mum would tell you not to say anything. Does she not realize that at some point he'd need to see these pictures himself? OP quotes a section of that and says, I don't get it either. I've spoken to a couple of friends about it, and so far our best theory is that she didn't think the Photoshop was that obvious until I was able to point it out. That still barely makes any sense, and I have no idea what she was thinking. And again, just relating to my story very quickly, that's the only thing I can think of is that the person who gave me the photo wasn't the person who'd done the Photoshop. They paid for it and they didn't realize the changes were so drastic, and obviously family members noticed. That was one of our theories anyway. But Put It In Your Hair says, I don't think there is any way it would be an easy conversation, but I would frame it from the perspective of your child's future interactions with her. If his mum is going to treat your child with even a fraction of vitriol she puts towards your husband, I would question whether you even want her in your child's life. It seems your husband is willing to put up with his mum's behavior in regards to himself, but maybe his opinion will change when the focus is on your child. OP says, considering that her comments and complaints about me are the only ones he shuts down so far, I've no doubt he wouldn't tolerate her mistreating our son either. Excellent Ad says, I agree with the others. Make her put up the real photos. If she doesn't or tries to say that she prefers these, then let her know that two can play that game, and in every picture she is in, you're going to Photoshop her with a noticeable beard and make it look like she screwed up her makeup really badly. Song of Truth says, if I were you, I would tell him bluntly. And also that because of this, you want to cut that woman out of your lives forever. Make it clear you want both of you to never talk to her or include her in anything again. I'd make this the biggest deal I possibly could, really. I'd make this the final straw to expel her from the family. I wouldn't want that woman near my hypothetical future kids, for example. I wouldn't want her near my husband. I wouldn't want her near me. So OP does update the post and says, hey dudes, I'm back. Thank you to everyone who took the time to offer me advice on my last post. First of all, I want to clarify that not telling my husband what his mother did was never an option. She wouldn't remove the pictures from her house unless I told either him or threatened her. Had I done the latter, she could use that against me in the future or even imply I agreed with her. Plus, he was bound to find out at some point. I knew it'd be better if it came from me. I asked how to do it, not whether I should. So I sat him down last Saturday and broke the news. I explained what the pictures were and mother-in-law's excuses for them. I showed him the text she'd sent me since my visit. The whole conversation I was calm and straightforward, but made it very clear that not only did mother-in-law's actions completely disgust me, but I never agreed with her about his appearance. He's the most gorgeous man I've ever met, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with his nose. I also made sure to point out that the Photoshop nose made him look like front-facing Phineas from Phineas and Ferb, and mother-in-law needs to get her eyes checked if she really thought it looked good. I thought the news would hurt him, and I was right. He didn't cry or anything, but I could see it in his face. The odd but uncommon combination of disappointment and acceptance. He knew his mother wouldn't change, but still had some hope. It was almost heartbreaking to watch. But for the first time in a while, he seemed to believe me when I said his nose was normal. He told me that now that he knew just how ridiculous mother-in-law was willing to be, her opinion meant a lot less to him. So even though he's hurt, he feels stronger than ever. As many of you suggested, I told him he was free to approach the situation however he pleased, but I didn't want to be around his mother anymore. Most importantly, I don't want her around our son, or any other kids we might have. Not only because of the guilt-tripping tantrums that have become her standard behavior, but also because of the way she treats the people she's supposed to love. I know she loves her family, but I doubt she knows how love works. If she's willing to treat her sons like this, I fully expect her to be even worse to her grandchildren. In the end, my husband and I decided we're going very low contact with mother-in-law until the holidays. Some of his relatives are throwing a party the week before Christmas, and she'll be there. We thought about skipping it, but he has cousins he hasn't seen in years coming for the party. He's been looking forward to seeing them for months, and it doesn't feel fair to let mother-in-law ruin his excitement. After the holidays, we'll decide how to proceed. Regardless, she won't be allowed to see our son at the hospital when he's born, and once we bring him home, she won't be left alone with a baby. It doesn't matter how much she tries to improve, that is not something we're willing to budge on. In spite of everything, my husband doesn't want to cut ties with his mother, and I understand that. Even if he wanted to, he can't go fully no contact without cutting off the rest of his maternal family as well, which he is firmly against. What works best for now is to treat her like Domino's pizza. She exists and that's fine, but we're not getting involved until she actually improves. I also decided to tell some of my own family about this, and everyone I've talked to agrees that mother-in-law went over the line. My father is a narcissist who I'm mostly low contact with due to his entitled behavior. Most recently, he tried to make me disinvite his ex from my wedding so he could bring his mistress. And even he was offended on my husband's behalf. And even if my mediocre, respect your elders father thinks your children are right about you being an arsehole, you've probably gone too far. We talked to my brother-in-law, and he's the one who informed mother-in-law of our decision. She didn't take the news well. She's now trying to call both me and my husband and keeps texting apologies and promised to take the pictures down. We're ignoring her. Brother-in-law visited her yesterday and apparently the pictures are gone. She believed that was enough for us to forgive her, but he clarified there was still a lot of work that needs to be done. Before anyone calls us dramatic, this isn't just about the Photoshop. This is about the damage she's caused in both of her sons' lives. I was abused in a similar fashion in my teens by my dad's ex, and I refuse to allow my child to grow up believing he's anything less than beautiful. Same goes for my husband. That's all. Again, thank you guys. And I don't think you're dramatic for doing what you're doing. You're doing what's best for you and your family. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story, which comes from Phoenix512, does have an update as well. That's titled, "My wife 27 female doesn't approve of my brother's new SO. Do I 27 male have a say in my brother's love life? My wife and I met about 4 years ago and got married recently. My brother 30 male has had a great relationship and friendship with her ever since they met. My brother met someone through the apps not long ago and are hitting it off nicely. Both of us were very excited for him since he's had a hard time in the dating scene. We always have football watch parties at his place and he told us we'd be able to meet her at the next one. We met her yesterday. Turns out his new SO is my wife's high school bully. When they met, they recognized each other cordially, maybe a bit awkward, but afterwards I could tell my wife was super uncomfortable. We made up an excuse and left early. On the way home she told me about her bully, but not with a lot of detail. Before going to bed, she told me I need to demand my brother that he stop seeing her. I know she was distressed, but I don't know if I can do this. My limited interaction with her was pleasant. There were no obvious red flags from a bully I could detect. Maybe I could warn my brother about her, but I do not think I could make demands on his own love life. If someone came to me and demanded I stop seeing my wife when we started dating, I would have told them to fuck off. I can see this might strain their friendship. Any advice, and thanks in advance." And you know me, if you've been on this channel long enough, you know I've got a couple of bullying stories myself, and people always say, get therapy, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think it's going to change them always being in my mind and always, being in my past, if you like. The story's always going to be there regardless of anything, basically. So whenever I talk about bullying stories, I always take what I say with a pinch of salt, if you like. I think this one's pretty simple to me. In that, I wouldn't expect your wife to be around this bully if she doesn't want to, because obviously I don't know the extent of things she went through, but it sounds like it was pretty traumatic for her and she doesn't want to spend time around her old bully, which, for me, I can totally understand. I would never spend time around a bully. One of my old bullies, I could probably tolerate being in a room with one, but there was no way I would talk to them and be, cordial towards them or anything like that. There would just be no interaction from me whatsoever. But at the same time, your wife has no say in your brother's love life. But Lengthiness Fresh says, no, you don't have any right to demand your brother stop seeing this woman, but at the same time, you can't expect your wife to want to be around that woman, which may put strain on the relationship with you and your brother. And I don't see this ending well for at least one of these relationships. Ruthless Bunny says, your wife has 100% say on who she socializes with. She has 0% say in who other people date. I'll be straight up with your brother. Wife was bullied by your girlfriend in high school, so she decided that girlfriend won't be welcome in our home. She will also skip any events where girlfriend is invited. I get that people change, and sometimes they do, but girlfriend was a bully to wife, so neither of us is going to be doing anything with you as a couple. Your brother can decide how to proceed from there. Weekly Detective says you can limit contact with your wife's bully because the girlfriend is her bully. The effect remains years after the incident. You can talk to your brother as to why you'll be limiting contact, but you cannot dictate as to who your brother can date or cannot date. Katsuro says, I think the only thing you can do is explain to your brother that his new SO is your wife's high school bully and that she is upset. However, you are right that you can't demand that he stop seeing his new SO. People can change once they reach adulthood. Not all high school bullies will remain the same as they were. Your wife's bully might not be the same person as they were in high school. They may even be willing to apologize to your wife and try to make amends in the future. I've thought about that myself in the past, like if I was ever to bump into one of my bullies and they said, you know, I'm really sorry about the past. Sorry for the bullying and all that sort of stuff and how I would feel about it. And I think it'd be one of those situations where, you know, I think I would genuinely appreciate someone saying sorry for what they've done, but it doesn't mean that we'd be talking or cordial still. You know, I'd appreciate that they've done that, but I still wouldn't be able to forgive them for it, which may make me sound like a bit of an ass, but it's the way I feel about it, I'm afraid. But one more comment from Avast, who says your wife doesn't get to tell him to stop seeing her, and you even less so since you have no first-hand history with her. But your wife is totally within her own rights to tell him in excruciating detail about her history with this person, especially in the context of explaining why she won't be attending any events where the new girlfriend is present. If the family tries to pressure your wife into making nice, she should feel free to tell mortifying stories from their past at the dinner table at gatherings. The OP does update the post and says, this is a short update and probably a frustrating one since it won't have a satisfying closure. My wife took back the demand the next morning. She apologized to me and said it was probably an extreme reaction to seeing her bully. We talked about what happened in high school and the next steps. Earlier in the week, we talked to my brother. We were frank and to the point. New SO was a bully to my wife when they were in high school. My wife forgives her but does not forget. If my brother and her are pursuing a serious relationship, that is fine by us and won't get in the way, but also won't be around if she's there at a social event. We will see how it goes for big family events like Thanksgiving and or Christmas. If new SO is truly remorseful and wants to apologize, she's open to that. My brother was mildly shocked but seemed to empathize with my wife. So far she's been great to him and was seemingly a good person. He said he needed some time to know what to do with this info. Likely he wants to find out if new SO is remorseful, because he definitely does not want to be in a relationship who is secretly a bully or duplicitous about it. The talk ended in good terms and we'll see what happens going forward, but I'm at peace knowing we did the mature thing. Thanks everyone for the advice. P.S. Some people were asking, what did the bully do to my wife? I'm not going to go into detail about it. The purpose of the original post was to ask if we could interfere in my brother's love life, which was a resounding no. Not to trauma dump my wife's personal struggles to internet strangers. OP added a comment below that one about where OP asked his brother about the new SO and about the relationship after they had a chat, and OP said he later texted me after the talk. He asked new SO about how my wife and her were acquainted. New SO seemed to skirt the question and just summed it up as, we didn't really hang out or talk much. This means she is either too embarrassed to talk about her bullying or does not think it's a big deal. Either way, we won't have her in our lives unless she makes amends sincerely. I can't blame them for the way they went about this. Like OP, I wouldn't be able to be around one of my old bullies. And I have a story to tell about about one of my old bullies. Obviously, I'm not going to call out names or reveal information that's going to give them away or anything like that, because that's the last thing I want to do. But I think it was about a year or so ago. You know, I don't really look into what my bullies were up to, but I had an email from an old school friend who said, you got to see this. This school friend was picked on by this person as well. I clicked on this link and it was like this anti-bullying campaign, and it was our old bully, and they was explaining how they was picked on during school years, and that's what inspired them to run this anti-bullying campaign. Nothing about, you know, their past with us or anything like that. But like I said, a story for another time. There's a lot more to that as well. But anyway, what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. As always, love to hear it. And our next story is from Girl at the Gym 67 and says, am I the arsehole for storming out of my father's house after finding out he's reconciled with my mother? I, 20 female, was raised by my father, 49 male, alongside my older brothers. Lyle and Kyle, both 23 male. They are twins. Mum left us shortly after I was born, so I've never really had a maternal figure growing up. I've tried to ask my dad why Mum left, but he would always try to dodge the question. Anyways, this kind of messed me up a little bit as a kid because I'd always blame myself for her leaving, and it also didn't help that my older brothers would always use the old trusty "you're why Mum left" card in arguments. During my middle school years, my mum began to call me and my brothers. She swore up and down for years that she wanted me back in her life, but didn't make any effort to get to know me. So that woman broke a lot of promises with me and my brothers. The last straw for me was when she didn't come to a beauty pageant I'd been excited for months. I know that sounds really petty, but at the time it was really important to me, and she swore up and down that she would come. Of course, she broke that promise too. So when my mum called to apologize for not, I let that woman have it. I think the call almost lasted an hour and a half, and it was mostly just me cussing her out. Obviously, ever since that phone call, I've been in no contact with her. But a few days ago, my dad texted me if I wanted to have dinner with him and the boys, saying that he was going to make my favorite meal. Of course, I agreed. I walk in the house and I hear my dad and my brothers talking. Nothing unusual, of course, but then I hear a woman laugh. So I walked to the kitchen and saw my dad, Lyle and Kyle laughing and talking with my mother. So at this point I'm pissed and confused, and I think I thought out loud because I said, "What the fuck is she doing here?" Everyone immediately becomes silent until Dad starts talking. Basically, he says that I need to watch my tone, and that all they want to do is talk to me about their future. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Then my mother had the great idea to drop the bombshell that her and Dad got back together and had been dating for months. I think you can understand how gooped I was from this information, but then Lyle tells me that basically everyone in the immediate family knew about the relationship besides me, because they were worried about how I would react. So, I'm still standing there, shaking with rage. So when my dad tried to grab my arm to sit me down so we could talk, I snatched it back and basically stormed out the house. Now I've been bombarded from texts from my dad and Lyle, saying I was immature and made my mum cry. My friends are 50-50 on it. So Reddit, am I the arsehole? Now I'll start off by saying I'm not the arsehole to me in this situation at all. That they sort of ambushed you at this dinner table like that. I mean, I'm trying to think what they was expecting you to do when you walked in and then you saw her there, someone that abandoned you at birth pretty much. Were they expecting you to just walk in and accept her and everything to be fine? And it sounded like what happened has haunted you for a long time. I can't blame you one bit for your reaction here of walking out, and the rest of the family must realize how they've damaged the relationship with you. And look, your father's a grown adult. He can get with who he wants to get with, but he must realize at the same time there's going to be consequences to this. He must have known your feelings toward your mother and therefore already had an inkling of your reaction to this. So for him to, like I said, ambush you at a dinner table with her there, what kind of way to go about it is that? Not that it sounds like you would ever forgive mum for what she's done or anything like that, but at the same time, if you're going to go through with this, why would you go through with it in this way? But many hobbies gal says not the arsehole for how you feel. They blindsided you and then blamed you for your reaction. If you choose to have nothing to do with your mother, you shouldn't have to. Realize your father is an adult, free to be involved with whomever he chooses. Opie says I know he's a grown man, but I just don't understand what he sees in her. She literally left him with 3 kids to raise all by himself. But now they're all grown up, she wants to come back? This whole situation just has me in a tizzy, to be honest. Emotional Bonus replies that and says focus on what you want. Do you trust your father and brothers enough that you want to continue a relationship? Opie says trust is not the word I would use, but I still love them very much. They've never done anything this hurtful besides Lyle, but what he does is tame compared to this. He mainly makes fun of my fashion sense. Confused says it would have been better for your dad to talk to you alone. The fact that they all kept it from you was inconsiderate. I'm sorry. I've been there, in a sense of being left out or always the last to know. Be strong. To which Opie says, thank you. I just feel so upset and confused with them right now because they've never kept anything like this from me. Usually my dad's addressing matters with all of us. Glitter Association says not the arsehole. You'd be totally justified in going no contact with your family over this. They ambushed you and just decided you had to deal with it. You went through years of heartbreak, broken promises, and torment by your mother and family members. Hope you find your own way and peace. Opie says thank you for the kind words, but I just want to clear the air that my brothers didn't constantly torment me about our mother. It mainly happened when we were in a big fight or something, and they would drop the "this is why mum left us" card on me. It's not right, of course, but I can kind of understand where my brothers were coming from. I had more of an established relationship beforehand with my mum. And I feel like myself, I have to add on to that is, no, it's not right. And you don't be understanding of where your brothers were coming from because they were totally in the wrong there. And your dad should have been closing that shit down pretty quickly. But Tori Beth says, not the arsehole, you were blindsided by this. No one said anything because they knew you would be angry. They were trying to soften your reaction with a done deal. Make it clear to everyone in the family, and especially your dad and brothers, that you cannot dictate their choices, just like they cannot dictate yours. And if they are willing to let her back in and likely get burned again, then that's up to them. However, you've had your trust broken by her far too many times and not willing to do the same. Tell your dad and brothers that you love them, but they better not pressure you into anything. You have no qualms to cutting them and any flying monkeys they try and send your way out of your life. Tell them that in the event that there is a family get-together, dinner, holidays, reunions, etc., you'll be civil, but that you'll be treating her as a new wife that you refuse to call stepmom, or mum in this case, and will only acknowledge her as such. She is not to try and parent you. She is not to try and give you life advices unless you ask her for such. She is not to try and step into your life as mum. She gave up that right with regards to you long ago, and she does not get it back unless you choose to let her. No one is trying to guilt you into accepting her back, especially her. So OP does kindly update their post and says, so before I get into anything, I just wanted to thank everyone for the kind words and reassurance. I wasn't really expecting it all. I also want to apologize for the late response to everything. I've been busy with work and other things that I just haven't had the time. Anyways, with your guys' advice, I texted my dad and told him that I wanted answers about what the hell was going on. He agreed, but he said he wanted to have dinner over at his place, and I had to tell him that he lost that trust when he tried to back me into a corner. He came over to my apartment. I had my friend, male 24, staying in my sewing room for protection. Dad just started sobbing, begging for forgiveness. He kind of went on about how he just wanted us to be the family that we were 20 years ago. The family I don't even remember. And to let you guys know, these were definitely not crocodile tears. So I hugged him to calm down, but I'd put my foot down and tell him that I wanted answers, not tears. He calmed himself a little bit down and explained everything that I asked. 1. Mum was very young when she got together with Dad, with a significant age gap. They started dating right after high school graduation. 2. My mother had a history of drug addiction, something I had suspected. She overdosed once and my dad had to rush her to the hospital. The twins suffered during this period. 2. I was an unplanned pregnancy. My parents decided to put my mother in rehab during her pregnancy. She remained miserable and she ran away to Florida after my birth. 3. Recently my mum got clean, got a job and wanted to apologize to my dad. They rekindled their relationship and decided it'd be best to let the twins know first before they tell me. It was nice to have this information and I thanked him for it, but I told him that why she didn't apologize to the kids whose heart that she broke constantly. Of course, he started to backpedal and saying that I just needed to give her a chance to prove herself because the twins already have. Plus, it was a really shitty move not to even mention to me that mum was back. And I had to explain to him that I had given another chance, way too many times, and that she destroyed that bridge beyond repair. But I also did tell him that I wasn't going to cut them off for it, but mum was just going to be the new woman, and that we needed to go to therapy without mum before we continued anything. Dad was a little upset when I laid down this information to him, but he did agree on the therapy and said he would tell Lyle and Kyle about it. He did tell the twins. Kyle was down, but Lyle was mad. He tried calling multiple times and wouldn't pick up. He started texting me horrible things, basically boiling it all down to me being a spoiled brat that needs to get over the past. I gave him a piece of my mind before I blocked him, and we've been no contact since. We also had our first therapy session, and it wasn't groundbreaking, it was just kind of like a introduction type thing, and kind of addressing what we want to work on. I showed her my post, when I was alone with her, to give her more context because I can be scattered-brained at times. She says she definitely wants to go deeper on my feelings about my mother, alongside my father and brothers if possible. I try to give more updates if possible. And All I can say is I'm incredibly sorry that you are going through what you are going through right now. From what you said, it sounds in itself, your mum coming back into her life with your dad taking her in, and it must be just the feelings involved must be absolutely heartbreaking for you. But for them to have your family turn their back on you and say that you're being like a spoiled brat and all this sort of stuff as well has really got to hurt. And I really hope that therapy does continue to help you and you get what you need out of it as well. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And this next story comes from new user 9461, does come with an update as well. And it says, am I the arsehole for telling my uncle to stop gifting my daughter extravagant trips? So, a little backstory. When my sister and I were kids, every year for our birthdays and Christmas, my uncle would give us cards. Inside those cards would be a printed out picture of some place, i.e. local theme parks, the zoo, aquariums, museums, any place a kid would love to go. After we opened them, he would tell us that we're going to that place. He would say things like, it's going to be the best trip of your life. That would absolutely make us very excited. Here's the thing, we never went on any of those trips. We never went to any of those places. As a young kid, it would be disappointing, but after a while I started expecting it and just going along with it. I don't hold any animosity towards him at all, obviously. As an adult now, I understand he did that because he didn't have the means to buy us gifts. Here's where I'm starting to have a little bit of an issue with it. My daughter's 5th birthday was last week. My uncle gave her a card. She opened it to find a printed out picture of a theme park about 2 hours away from our house, and he promised her a fun weekend away. He promised her things like a giant hotel room with a swimming pool, all the snacks she could ever want, and tickets to every show she wants to see at the park. She was over the moon. For the past week, my daughter has talked non-stop about this trip. She keeps telling me how excited she is and how excited our whole class at school is for her. It breaks my heart to look at that smile on her face, knowing it's not going to happen. I remember how disappointing it was for me, and I don't want her to go through that. So, I text my uncle. Here's what the message said. Hi, your message in daughter's name's card was so beautiful. Do you think next time you could leave out the promise of an extravagant trip? The thought and gesture is amazing. However, I never know what to say when she asks me when this trip will be. She absolutely loves spending time with you, so I know the promise of even a nice lunch together would make her so happy. He never responded, but my aunt told me he was upset. She said something like he was offended that I implied the only thing he could afford was a nice lunch. I didn't mean it like that at all. I just wanted him to understand that she loves him and wants to spend time with him, and he doesn't need to promise impossible things to make that happen. But I can see why he interpreted it the way he did, and that's where I'm wondering if I'm the arsehole. This has been an unspoken thing in my family for so many years, so now I'm wondering if I should just kept it that way. I just can't stand the thought of my little girl getting disappointed so many times. My sisters and my mum agree with me. My mum even said she wished she'd stopped it when we were kids. So, am I the arsehole for telling my uncle to stop gifting my daughter extravagant trips? Absolutely not the arsehole in this situation at all, and I'm assuming this is the first time he's done it because she's 5 years old. I kind of think, and this is a hindsight thing, and it's very easy for me to say reading the story that maybe you could have immediately let her know so she doesn't get her hopes up after she opened the card and saw this, that this is something that uncle does, and then, put a stop to it with him immediately. Because that's just incredibly sad. Stories for kids, man. The thought of this kid getting all excited, going to school, telling all her mates about it, and they're all excited for her about this trip, and then to find out it's all bullshit. It's just that's incredibly cruel. Poet Revolutionary says, not the arsehole, but why are you being sensitive to his feelings when he wasn't sensitive to yours when you were a child? Tell him that his actions caused you repeated disappointment when he didn't follow through on promises, and that you don't want your child to experience the same. IOUs are not presents. As you say, a lunch or an activity on the day would be lovely, but other than that, stick to an actual gift or give nothing at all. Disastrous Nail says, not the arsehole, stop being nice because he's not being nice. He knowingly is getting a child's hopes up and then crushing it. There isn't one nice thing about what he's doing. Tell him he's no longer allowed to give gifts because he's a known liar, and that all attempts will be intercepted by you. Pandora says, not the arsehole, your uncle is being cruel to another generation. It says, I know you feel offended by what I said, but you are being cruel to my daughter by promising a trip that will never materialize. You did exactly the same thing to me and my sisters when we were children, so I know for a fact how much it hurts to have these grand promises made but never seen through, and I will not allow you to hurt my daughter in the same way. It doesn't matter if it's a lack of time, finances, or another reason. It is unacceptable to make a child feel this way. You know my daughter loves spending time with you. She would have been so happy with a trip to the local park and ice cream, spending time with you. Instead, now I have to deal with a little girl's broken heart, like mine was many times. Please think about the consequences of your actions. Just because you don't witness them doesn't mean they don't happen. Brain surgery woman says, not the arsehole, and I would definitely protect your daughter because that's exactly what you are doing. The disappointment for everyone when it doesn't happen is so harsh for a child. It's not a life lesson she needs to learn. Too bad he's upset about your implication. Your daughter comes first. He's making empty promises and setting her up to not believe or trust when someone gives her something exciting. You already went through that and know how it feels. She doesn't deserve that also. Amber All Day says, you're the arsehole for not telling your daughter the truth. I find it unbelievable that you let her be so excited for an entire week, to the point telling her school friends and about her promised treat, and at no point you could have said, sorry sweetheart, uncle was only telling a story. He won't be taking you on a trip. He did this to me my whole childhood. It's just a really lovely dream, but it won't ever be a real trip. Why didn't you say that to her the same day that he told her about this fake present? When she is eventually disappointed, that will be completely on you. As a parent, you should know better and should do better. And one more comment from 3baller who says, you're the arsehole because you enable lies to be a birthday gift. I'm sorry you were raised being given these lies, but it needs to stop. It's a bad idea that only persists around in your family because a cheap man made it tradition to allow himself to be cheap and unthoughtful every year. I wish I had a tradition that made me a good person for not spending money, but at least I don't lie to children. A knick-knack or candy would have been more thoughtful and also as cheap as a false promise. And it wouldn't make you resent your relatives. Please end your family tradition. OP adds their update and says, thanks to everyone for your feedback on my last post. A lot of people asked why I was being so nice to my uncle, and honestly, I think I underestimated how weird it was because it's been so normalized in my family. I didn't want to cause drama, so I went about it as non-confrontational as possible. I agree now that I should have been more direct. Another concern a lot of you had was that I allowed this to happen to my daughter previously. That is not true. This is the first time he promised her one of his trips. That's why I decided to say something so this doesn't become a recurring thing. Here's the update. I tried to call my uncle twice, but he didn't answer. I got through to my aunt and explained everything to her. How many times he did this to my siblings and I, and how often we were disappointed. I told her my daughter was so excited that if they were actually planning to take her on this trip, I would apologize. She didn't take that well. She told me I was creating unnecessary drama and that my daughter and I are acting entitled to expect them to drop everything to go on this trip. I was shocked and angry. I said, how dare you say that? She didn't imagine this trip in her mind and expect you to take her. You promised her this trip. Her disappointment is not entitlement. I said it's not my job to make sure a grown man feels secure in himself, and it's a shame my family spent so long coddling him. I was so mad I just hung up. I don't feel any ounce of guilt for setting my boundary anymore. For everyone asking if I can take my daughter on the trip. Unfortunately, that theme park closes for the season this month, but I surprised her with something even better. After the phone call with my aunt, my partner and I decided to book a trip to Disneyland. It sounds crazy and impulsive, but we've been wanting to plan this for a while and decided it's the perfect time. My kid is entitled to an extravagant trip. Last year, we sat her down and explained that her uncle won't be able to take her on the trip. I tried to be as honest as possible without confusing her. She was unsurprisingly upset and had a lot of questions. After we answered them all, I told her not to worry because her mum and dad are taking her somewhere instead. When she found out it was Disney, she was over the moon. She spent all day deciding which Minnie Mouse stuffy she wants to take with her. I told her to tell her class her trip got upgraded. All things considered, is a happy ending. I know I won't always be able to protect her from disappointment, but I sure as hell will do my best. She's getting that giant hotel room she was promised. And the aunt's reaction to that when OP spoke to her, and it's just like, that you're entitled, that the daughter's entitled for expecting the trip that they promised. What kind of logic is that? Holy shit. I'm glad that the daughter is getting her trip to Disney, and I hope it's as magical as they are hoping for. And I was so surprised about the amount of comments below that update that were saying that their family was like that and used to make promises, extravagant promises like this, and never follow through. I find that just incredibly sad. But what do you guys make of this situation? Maybe you can relate in some way. Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Before we do get into the story, I do want to give you a couple of warnings that it does talk about controlling behavior and misogyny as well. So if you do want to skip the story, please feel free to do so. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. And it's titled, "My 25 female boyfriend, 33 male, suddenly told me he wants to establish traditional gender roles once we get married. I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years now, and it has been wonderful. We've been talking about marriage lately as it felt right for the both of us. Over the course of our relationship, we often talked about what our goals are and what we wanted our future together to look like. I was always vocal about how I wanted a more equal, non-traditional relationship. We both work. We both don't want children. I expect to have a joint account with him and pay our expenses proportionally based on our income. I do make more than him, but I don't mind since I believe us to be a team. And for the last 3 years, he's agreed with me. Or so I thought. These past 2 to 3 weeks, we have been setting a timeline on our wedding plans and all, basically talking about the concrete steps and little details. And so I asked him again how he wanted our marriage to be like, but in more detail. He suddenly told me that he wants us to have traditional gender roles. I was so confused. These past 3 years have not been that way. I am so confused how he just expects us to change after marriage. I've been dating him and wanting to pursue something serious with him because I love our current dynamic, and he seemed happy too. I've made it clear since day one that I want to maintain what we have now until forever. He has never told me that was not the case for him. Now I feel tricked or lied to. He told me that although I make more of the income, he wants to be the man of the house, the leader, and so what he says goes. He has the final say in the decisions, and I cannot be questioning him. I told him this will lead to me not being heard and miserable. It will make me feel less valued. He says it's the best way to avoid arguments. Sure, less arguments because what I think wouldn't matter, but I will build resentment, and then it's no longer a happy marriage. In my previous post, I mentioned that I've seen him binge watch alpha male podcasts. No. Recently, and I don't know if he has always thought this way or if it's recent. All I know is that my whole body is telling me this is not it. I cannot marry him. It sounds like trouble. But am I correct for thinking this way? I don't know why the last 3 years have been so wonderful that it's so hard for me to wrap my head around this. This sudden switch. Please give me some advice and courage. There is just far too many red flags for me for this to continue. He says he has the final say in decisions and I cannot be questioning him. And then when you expressed rightly so that this is going to lead you to being not heard and miserable and feel less valued, he says it's the best way to avoid arguments. Basically, bow down. And that just feels like one of those times you just run. But PT says I would have laughed the entire time I packed. Brief Horror says bow out now. Divorce is so much more expensive and difficult than just bailing now, when he's telling you exactly what he wants and you hate what he's saying. 3 years wasted better than 10, or God forbid more. Lily says it sounds like you never really knew him. He sounds like he's always been a misogynist. You just never got a clear and direct answer from him. You say you were always vocal about what you wanted, but was he? You never mentioned if he agreed with you. You said you asked him again, which shows you never had a solid answer, yet both still talked about marriage. Did you both agree on things, or was he passively acknowledging? This doesn't sound like a sudden switch. It sounds like he was passive and now he's actively acting in his own best interest. It's just that it's come to crunch time. Maybe when you look back at your first interactions with him, you'll notice the pattern of passivity on his part. Not saying that this is the case or it's on you, but that the signs were always there. It's just not easy to recognize them. Women are especially conditioned to tolerate a lot of things because being single as a woman is the worst thing ever to alpha males as it happens. Be wary of what you think is right for you and what's expected of you to tolerate. OP says, I think you were right actually. There were many times he would just nod, and if I directed a question at him, He'd answer vaguely to kind of match mine and deflect. I think that made me think he agreed, especially since he never said anything opposing it, and he clearly knew my position. I think I just expected people to be honest, gave him the benefit of the doubt. I'm naive, I guess. Thank you for your response. Dwell said, "This seems unrealistic. People change as they mature. Life and circumstances change. You need to be able to grow and change too." OP says, "Of course, I meant it in the sense of the equality aspect of the relationship. That as we grow and we are thrown obstacles, we can still be a team and work things out. No one is below the other. Each person is valued equally, heard and loved." Mustang says, "Maybe go to counseling. Maybe watching these because he feels disrespect. Don't know, just must be a reason that he started listening to the podcast. This is a huge deal, so you need to figure something out or break up because these are two totally different mentalities in marriage." And OP says, he's unfortunately not into the idea of counseling. Although in the past 3 years he said he was, but recently his mind seems to have changed a lot. So OP updates the post and says, "Thank you for all your responses. I wanted to update you guys on what happened and hopefully answer some of your questions along the way. I luckily don't live with him or have any shared assets. He also did explicitly say that he expects me to continue working, so I guess he wanted the best of both worlds. And before we started dating, I was hesitant due to our age gap. I've heard horror stories, so I've been very careful about power dynamics. But he was amazing for the last 3 years, so I did put my defenses down eventually. My friends and family also liked him. They always said we genuinely seemed happy together and complemented each other well. On to what happened. He came over to my house the night I posted on Reddit, which isn't unusual. We spend most nights together after work. I knew I had to break up, but didn't know how to yet. I was still debating if I should ask him more questions or just end it, and if I end it, do I tell him everything or keep it concise? Luckily, he did not suspect anything so far, so it brought me some time to figure out my next step, I thought. As soon as he came in though, he tried to initiate intimacy, and I said no since I was not in the mood, understandably so. He got angry. He has never done this before. We have always had a very healthy, fulfilling sexual relationship. But now he kept trying to convince me to have sex with him and asked me why I was putting my need over his. That I can just force myself to do it for the sake of our relationship. I said that I wasn't feeling well. I know I shouldn't even have to justify though. He said that if I'm not feeling well, it's not an excuse. I was disgusted. I fell out of love that instant. I mean, I was already in the process of it, but this really did it. I also felt very unsafe. I stood my ground, told him that this is not consensual and that someone's health is more important than his need for sex. I kept repeating it until we eventually stopped pushing, but he didn't leave my place until an hour later. I was afraid to anger him again by telling him to leave, so I just stayed quiet doing stuff around the apartment until he decided to leave. Luckily, nothing happened to me, but wow. I told my friends and family everything. They support me in my decision to break up and helped me prepare my speech. I asked him to meet in a public space the next day, as one of the comments suggested. My friends were nearby, keeping an eye. He was still angry at me because I haven't been talking to him and I refused sex. He asked me why I expect him to take care of me when I'm unwell, but I didn't give him sex yesterday. I decided to not waste my breath in explaining something so basic. I went on with my breakup speech as prepared, where I told him everything, how disrespectful he's been, all the podcast stuff, etc. He suddenly looked so scared and begged me to take him back. He said he understands what I'm saying and that I'm right about the podcast and that he will work on it. He was trying to convince me not to break up, but I did not believe anything he said. I held my ground and told him there is no room for discussion. It's over, and I left. Now I feel a weight has been lifted, but I am also heartbroken. I know this was the right thing to do. I just feel defeated. I wake up so anxious and feel like crying constantly. I'm barely eating. I'm seeing a therapist next week to help cope. If you guys have words of encouragement and maybe success stories of meeting your person, I'd love to hear. Thank you all sincerely. You all help me in finding courage and strength in my time of need. And I'm super glad OP got themselves out of that situation in the end. And our next story comes from the Today I Messed Up subreddit, which is today I messed up by getting tested to donate a kidney to my wife. From throwaway, my wife is. And says, I decided to get tested to see if I could donate a kidney to my wife of 6 years. We have 2 kids together, 4 female, 2 male. My wife got sick just after our son was born and now is in need of a kidney transplant. We checked with her relatives and none were a match or a viable donor. Last week I got tested, and I knew it would be a long shot, so I decided to get tested to see if I could donate. I got a call the other day saying that I was a match. The doctor then said something about wanting to do additional testing due to some information from the HLA tissue test results. I didn't think much of it and agreed. Then the results came in and I was shocked and confused. He explained that because of how DNA information is passed down through generations, a parent to a child could have at least a 50% match. Siblings could have a 0 to 100% match. It was rare to have a high match as a husband and a wife. I asked, what does that mean? He said that my wife and I have an abnormally high match percentage. Long story short, we're related. No, I'm not kidding. I was put up for adoption before I was born, placed into a family that moved across the country. I knew I was adopted, but we didn't have any information about my bio family. It was a closed adoption. I met my wife by chance 8 years ago. I was on a trip from work, and she was working at the site I went to. We worked together for a week, we exchanged numbers and kept in touch. I was sent back there 3 more times that year, and each time we became closer. I was given the opportunity to be transferred out there in a new higher paying position in a different department, as hers, and the rest is history. I don't know what to do moving forward, but I know it may be wrong. She is my wife and the mother of our kids. This post is probably going to get removed, but it's all true. Edit. Look at name. All of my family is from my adopted parents. My parents adopted me 2 minutes after I was born. Their name is on my birth certificate. They have not told me anything about my bio parents and don't have any info. Her family is not a match as stated above. Most of her family has low match potential or can't donate due to medical or other reasons. I'm 2 years older than my wife. I do know that my wife was born when her parents were late teens. So 2 weeks later, OP updates the post and says this is an update. The original was posted about 2 weeks ago. Yes, I know I misspelled across. Yes, I do have bad grammar and spelling. Yes, I am stressed and freaking out. Yes, I can play the banjo. No, there was no genetic test when we got married. Our state stopped that in the 1990s. No, my wife has never been stuck in the dryer, but she once got stuck under the bed. Joke. The reason I did not go into too much detail is to try to not be so specific that I or my wife might be recognized. Well, the front page of Reddit didn't help with that. Thank you all for your comments and feedback. I didn't respond to them, but I did read all of them. The reason her family couldn't donate was that close relatives had some medical issues that prevent them from donating. Examples: high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, heavy drinkers, and more. The further out we tested, the less percent of a match. I wanted to be tested because we needed to find someone. The doctor said it would be unlikely, but wouldn't hurt to try. I was freaking out after I got the news and had to get outside advice. When the doc said that the percentage was abnormally high and that we might be related, I kind of zoned out and started to piece things together in my mind. My parents live 1,000 miles away. I met my in-laws a few times, once at my wedding and when both children were born. My children are fine. My daughter is incredibly smart for her age. My son is a handful and healthy. The way my adoption worked was when my bio mum gave birth to me. I was checked out and put in a different room. I was there but don't know how it officially worked. From what my parents explained, they were in that room waiting. They never met my bio mum in person. My bio mum only had a profile and picked them out of many candidates. I called my parents and told them that I needed to know everything they know about my bio mum. They told me that they had limited knowledge. They said that she was a single mum that was 16 years old. The father was not in the picture. Also, I was born in a hospital 1 hour away from where my wife was born. Like I said, limited knowledge. Growing up, I didn't want to find out about my bio parents. To me, my parents were always my parents. I knew I was adopted and that it was a closed adoption. I figure it wouldn't matter long term. I'm not going to do an additional at-home DNA test through any of the traditional testing sites like 23 or Ancestry due to personal reasons, like the possibility of the family finding out. Doc said all of this to only me, not with my wife present. Some of the additional tests were done through the doctor, which was the CM test. I'm not an expert on DNA testing. He said it was like a 1,900 plus CM match. This basically confirms one of my bio parents is one of hers. It can also mean first cousins or aunt and uncle. I'm guessing her dad. When my kids were born, my parents brought photos of me as a baby and commented that I and my son looked a lot like my wife's dad. My son was easily explainable, but all three of us are a different story. I'm not going to bring this up ever. I might look at my father-in-law differently, but nothing will hopefully change. Hope none of the family goes on Reddit and connects the dots. I'm donating my kidney to my wife. We have started the full process. That takes time and a lot of preparation. I plan on talking to my wife after the surgery and after recovery. We'll decide what to do with our kids. If we're going to get them tested or ever tell them. I will not be leaving my wife. I love and will always be there for her. I made vows and I will keep them. I love her more than I would a half-sister. ETA, I do plan on telling her after the surgery. She is not doing well, and I think this will be even harder on her. I'd rather her know that I love her as a husband rather than flip her world upside down right before life-changing and dangerous surgery, if something were to happen. Telling our kids is not a decision I'm going to make on my own. It will be a joint thing after my wife knows. OP's next post starts off, again, English is my first language, I'm just bad at it. People still think this is fake, and that is okay. It's my life, not yours. In the long term, it only affects my life, not yours. Okay, first, my wife and I did go through with a transplant. We are both recovering/have recovered well now. My wife is the healthiest she has been since just before our son was born. My profile has all the other posts, but since I posted this on my profile, you most likely are up to date. I've tried to write this update about a gazillion times. Hopefully I can finish this one and not miss anything and try to give details in order. This will probably be my only update. Thanks to the people who reached out and shared your personal experiences and advice with the transplant. It helped. So I kept to my original plan. I did not tell my wife about the possibility of us being related until after the surgery. Before the surgery, my parents came into town as soon as they could. It really helps having a big family support system like we have. The days leading up to the surgery seemed like there just wasn't enough time in the day for everything. With 900 doctor appointments, getting things prepared for worst case scenarios, researching setting up my parents and other family in our house to watch our kids, and just spending time together as a family. The doctors were fantastic and laid everything out in a professional but relatable fashion. They answered all the questions and concerns we had leading up to, during, and post-op. There are a ton of questions. It was one of the best feelings seeing my wife hopeful for the first time in a long time. I knew I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I took that away from her. In the days leading up, I decided I was going to write a letter to my wife if things went bad for me, but she survived. I wrote her 6 pages. I have small handwriting. In it, I told her how much I loved her, how much she changed me from the moment we met, how she was my universe, but also how sorry I was for keeping a secret from her and lying to her. We went into details of what I found out over the last week, how we might be related and all the evidence. I gave it to my parents to give to her if something were to happen to me, but if we both didn't make it, then to read it with my in-laws. I also made other letters. The surgery went well for both of us. They said my organs look mighty fine. The transplant worked out rather quickly for my wife and her body accepted it. I ended up scratching my eye pretty bad and they put an eye patch on me. So when I saw my wife for the first time, her first words were, "The doctors knew we were here for a kidney, right?" Recovery overall sucks. There was virtually no position that was comfortable. Shout out to the persons who recommended sleeping in a recliner, using stuffed animals my kids picked out as comfortable pillows and more. I felt like a baby because my wife never complained and was healing well and taking it easy. Me on the other hand am not so smart and decided I should go against doctor's orders and did not take it easy and ended up having to go to the ER and have a secondary surgery to repair damages I caused. Please listen to your medical professionals. So OP does give us one more update and says, how to tell you what you'll really care about. During recovery, my wife got into TikTok/Reddit. Oh dear. Well, after a time, she found a little post that made it way bigger than I ever intended. Looking back, I should have been more careful. Thanks for all the interaction and thanks to the ladies at 2 Hot Takes. My wife loves you guys. During this time, she started to ask more in-depth questions about my adoption. My parents were still at the house at this point. Thanks for all the interaction and thanks to the ladies at 2 Hot Takes. Great podcast on YouTube. My wife loves you guys. During this time, she started to ask more in-depth questions about my adoption. My parents were still at the house at this point. Parents answered all questions. My wife used the excuse of wanting to put a memory book together for our kids and wanted to include a family history of us growing up and including our parents who raised us. She knew most of this info but wanted more details. She asked her dad about more details of his childhood, how he met my mother-in-law, if my mother-in-law was his first relationship. She knew some, but I was learning a lot. Also a reminder my wife was born when her parents were older teens. I'm older than her. He said no, mother-in-law was not his first relationship. We ended up pulling out his old yearbooks from his high school, and he showed us the girl who was his first real relationship. I knew she was probably my bio mum. I could see features that I have in her. He told us fond memories he had of her. He said their relationship ended because of her parents, and he never saw her again. He tried finding out what happened to her, but couldn't before the internet. Shortly after that, he asked out my mother-in-law, and here we are. We got my father-in-law's side, and then my mother-in-law said, "Now let me tell you how it really happened," and proceeded to tell us a different story that was more believable. Nothing about all this was a red flag, indicating that my wife knew my secret. But after that visit, I felt extremely guilty. She was healthier than she had been in years, out of the major danger zone, so I had no real excuse not to tell her anymore. It took me 2 additional weeks to finally tell her. She noticed I was acting off and finally asked me if I was okay. I said I needed to talk to her about something serious, possibly life-altering and potentially a relationship-ending topic, but that I love her and will do absolutely everything she decided from that point forward. She told me that was not a good start to a conversation and asked if I wanted to try again. So I gave her the letter I had written before the surgery. She went from curious, happy crying, intense concentration, unreadable. In my head, I basically handed her divorce papers, and I would never see her or my kids again. Our life that we built just got nuked. I'm dramatic in my head. When I get nervous, I pace back and forth. When she finished reading it, she took a moment, then came over to me, stopped me from pacing, and said to look at her, smile with a genuine smile, and said, "You are the dumbest smart person I know," and kissed me. This started a long conversation. She came across my first post after the surgery and found it oddly specific to our situation. Even though I changed some facts and circumstances, she connected the dots. This started her trying to find out if it was true, if I would eventually tell her or continue to lie and hide it from her. She reassured me that it changed nothing in our relationship. She is my wife, I am her husband. She will always have a piece of me with her at all times. She said, like a bunch of comments, that she doesn't view it as wrong because we did not grow up together. We didn't know, and it's a bit too late to back out now. We decided to have our kids do genetic testing when they are more age appropriate, mainly for the unknown from me being adopted. We are not, for now / possibly ever, telling anyone. We also looked up who we now suspect is my bio mum. What we found out was that she ended up passing a few years ago due to a drunk driver. Don't drink and drive. But I possibly have 2 other half-sisters. So I have dating options down the road if needed. Wife hit me when I told her this. Kids are doing really well. All they know is that mummy is doing better and enjoying spending more time with her and the extra energy and playfulness that she hasn't had in a while. They are doing really well. So all in all, the best case scenario happened. The only things I would change is if the doctors tell you to take it easy and give you proper medical advice. Follow it. Also, if you're keeping a secret from your wife / SO, don't. They probably know already, and it's just letting you keep digging the hole deeper. My wife and I are doing really well. We are probably the closest we have been in a long time. I asked her to marry me again. She said she would think about it. Pause for like 5 long seconds, and of course, yes, I will marry you. I'm not as afraid as I was about family finding or seeing this post. I now have a goddess-like force to have my back if I / we ever get questioned. We have made contingency plans. Like I said, I probably won't update again. I thank you all. Holy shit. What a wild ride that was. But now, I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Critical Carry 6618 and says, "Would I be the arsehole if I exposed my neighbor, 42 male, to his wife out of retaliation? My boyfriend, 28 male, and I, 24 female, recently went on a trip. My boyfriend surfs and I surf a little. I've done it for a few years now, but don't get the time and location to progress a lot. Anyway, it's embarrassing, but the board hit me in the face. I developed bruising around under my eye and a few cuts and scrapes. It fortunately wasn't super horrific looking, but when we got back home, my neighbor, 42 male, saw me and asked about it while I was checking my mail. I told him what happened. He joked maybe my boyfriend gave me the bruise and I'm just too obsessed with him to care. I told him that's disrespectful. Just kept it short and terminated the interaction. He goes on laughing and I walk away. My boyfriend confronted him on his behavior and told him not to approach me or talk to me. He nodded and agreed and apologized. The next day, we get police doing a wellness check on me because of an anonymous report. I just know it has to be the neighbor. They wanted to make sure no domestic abuse was going on. They questioned me and my boyfriend. Had to show them GoPro footage to try and prove we went surfing. 42 male has been super flirtatious with me in the past, and every time my boyfriend is away, travels for work, he seems to take note of this and starts trying to run into me more, catch me on my runs, etc. He has said inappropriate things to me that a man with a wife really shouldn't be saying. This is just for context. I have proof for some of his inappropriate behavior because he tried to add me on Instagram and DM me some inappropriate text while he was supposedly drunk. Would I be the arsehole if I show his wife those? I guess it's petty because I'm retaliating, but I just hate the guy now, and maybe he truly will stay away after that. I don't want to start a back and forth war though. I feel unsafe during the times my boyfriend is away for work. It was nice to honestly just vent this here. Think about doing it. Maybe I should leave it at that, but let me know. Edit for some clarification based on comments. My neighbor, 42 male, has a history of flirting with me and saying inappropriate things. I can give examples of what I mean by that if needed, but it feels unnecessary. It's been almost 1 year of us living there and similarly long with his slowly escalating behavior. My partner has confronted him before, a few weeks prior to this scenario, when the drunk DMs happened. During this first confrontation, 42 male was told to stay away from me, to not approach me or talk to me. So my boyfriend confronted my neighbor again for a second time. This incident was to firmly remind him again of what they had previously discussed, that he is to be keeping a distance from me. It was my boyfriend keeping him in check and giving him a final warning. It was not a sudden or new reaction after the conversation about the bruise. I strongly feel he called the police out of spite, not suspected DV. Most likely it's spite against my partner. My neighbor has made the comment of me being too obsessed with my boyfriend many times over, and it is largely because he is aware we have a good relationship which he has somewhat stalked, online and offline. So this joke wasn't a one-off harmless remark. It's been an ongoing absurd irritation he's been voicing in various ways for months. According to him, my neighbor, I talk about my boyfriend too much during our conversations, which he has told me he doesn't like. I do that a little bit on purpose to spoil his attempts to steer the conversation with me towards inappropriate territory. All these conversations are not consensual. They occur when he finds a way to cross paths with me. He initiates and I spend the whole time trying to leave. I have been doing so by talking about my boyfriend, because for a while it seemed to work and turn him off. Now I think it just angers him. I just straight up walk away now, with politeness out the window. And OP put the update within the same post, so a lot of the comments are replying to both at the same time, so I'm not going to cover any comments just yet. But what sounded really worrying to me in this one, it sounded like it was almost like escalating behavior, that the fact that you used to talk about your boyfriend to sort of like brush him off and get him away from you, and he seemed to used to accept that, but now it's turning to anger. Whenever you talk about your boyfriend, he gets angry about it and says you talk about him too much. A commenter which OP replies to, Southern Dig, says, "Not the arsehole, but honestly the first part didn't seem bad. Your joke, too obsessed to care if he hit you or not, sounds like Stockholm Syndrome. Then your boyfriend threatening him not to talk to you ever again sounds like a typical abusive, controlling boyfriend. I probably would have called the police on a wellness check too under those circumstances from his perspective. But the other stuff you mentioned makes it seem like he didn't actually care that much, so yeah, sure, show his wife." Lev replies to that and says, "The boyfriend getting upset would have been a huge red flag for me as well. OP, the guy is wrong and a creep and probably deserves to be called out for the sake of actual domestic violence victims. Please don't do it over this. The last thing you want to do is punish someone for trying to help bring light to a domestic violence situation, even if they are wrong." OP says, "Unfortunately, my neighbor knows there was no domestic violence. He did that to give us, or maybe specifically my boyfriend, trouble because my boyfriend confronted him, telling him to not approach me or talk to me anymore." The comment he made about my boyfriend is another example of the many absurd comments he makes, and the reason for the confrontation by my boyfriend was because he has a history of approaching me and saying inappropriate things. Another comment goes along the same lines, saying, him worrying about abusive behavior is a good thing, but also his behavior is creepy, so everyone sucks here, to which OP says, "I assure you, he's not worried or suspecting domestic violence. The comment he made about me being too obsessed with my boyfriend is because he knows we have a good relationship, which he, my neighbor, makes the comments like this about often, then tries to laugh or pass it off as just a joke. He only called the police because my boyfriend told him to not approach me, something that has to be reinforced because he's made tons of inappropriate comments to me in the past. OP does share the so-called drunken text, which is a lot of gibberish. It says Bella, Bo, Bella, and a lot of that, and says, "You said you don't model. Okay, then what is this? Just jokes." And then like a little kissing face, and then says, "Can you imagine you blushing like you do? Don't be mad, take a joke. So you're without your boyfriend, I guess." OP continues and says it's mostly nonsense, repetitive like this, on and on. A photo of his drink glass on his balcony, and until eventually he said he's sorry. I had to scribble out my name, which OP did in their screenshot, and then says, "I didn't do the whole conversation, most of it's gibberish, and he's Portuguese, so some of it was Portuguese gibberish." OP then adds their post saying, "Clarification, my neighbor has never had my phone number or contact information. We don't communicate. He searched for me online and admitted doing so because I had mentioned when I moved here that I recently graduated from art school, do some paintings on the side and sometimes sell a piece here and there. He claims he tried to look for a website to see my art, but found my LinkedIn, Facebook and Instagram instead. My name is published online in a few places because of my work, a recognition award I received while in university, and photos from my Instagram have been published too, so they're credited with my username. All this to say, he put it in his own work and found me. I did not give him my socials. Some people are saying that we are texting and communicating with each other. You have misunderstood. He messaged me on Instagram one time. I never responded to those messages. It was just him sending in text after text throughout the night and apologizing and saying he had been drunk. I have since blocked him. I shared this in my post because it is my only concrete proof that he's been flirting with me. Everything else transpired in person. Clarification. When the confrontation mentioned above in my original text occurred, my boyfriend was there unloading the vehicle, including the surfboards. We have a very long private driveway. I was in my boyfriend's line of sight but not within earshot, until he heard the neighbor laughing loudly and me walking back. My boyfriend had also previously spoken to 42 male neighbor a few weeks before when the drunk DM happened, mentioned in the edit section above. So when my boyfriend heard the laughing and saw my face coming up the drive, he came down and reiterated to the neighbor to the effect of, "Come on man, we discussed this, you need to stop walking over here. I'm warning you," that kind of thing. He was calm, measured and controlled. Firm, but not aggressive. Then OP comes in with their detailed update, which says, "First, thank you for everyone for voicing your opinions. I appreciate the most those who reached out to me personally and try to view the situation from my point of view, with my safety in mind. I will not be retaliating in any way. What I want is him to leave me alone, and I'm not going to achieve that by lighting a fire under their marriage, which I'm sure is already suffering, even without my involvement. I would have maybe been more inclined to be more transparent with his wife if I didn't live next door, had some anonymity, and he didn't have access to me, which it feels like he does. If I had answers to a lot of what ifs, but I don't. I think it will make my life a nightmare, especially when my boyfriend is away and I'm living alone for weeks at a time. Writing this post itself has been cathartic enough. To be honest, now that I've come down from my anger and feel more clear-headed, plus having talked with my partner and read all these messages, as many as I can, it's not a good idea to tangle myself up in this by going to his wife to try and make a point. I don't think it will give me what I want, which is for the man to never speak to me again. I also don't know how the wife, 31 female, will react. From the two interactions I've had with her, she was very short with me and difficult to engage. She's been from the start. I originally tried to introduce myself to her when I moved here and saw them standing at the foot of our driveway while we were moving in. But 42 male took over the conversation and was the more friendlier one. It is for these points I held back taking the DMs to the wife earlier. In the heat of the police call and some girlfriends egging me on to do it in the moment, I wanted to retaliate because I felt fed up and unfair, emotionally drained, but on reflection, guys, it's just not worth it for my safety and peace to inform her. I'm sure she has some idea of his behaviors. He seems like a person who wears his frustration and emotions on his sleeve. Also, his eyes focus on my face and parts of my body when he talks to me is always very obvious. I'm sure this is a compulsion that he is exhibiting all the time. She has surely caught him doing it with other women. The reason I took to Reddit with a desire to finally talk to his wife after the police check was because to me his behavior if he made the call, was an escalation of what he's been building up all year. He has been inappropriate all year, but to call the police? I was shocked to have them show up, and it was very frustrating to sit there and cooperate with the report. I also don't see how this would help a domestic violence victim. I feel like it would make things worse for them. I'm not a DV victim, but the police experience was traumatic for me. I hope it helps real victims, but I just don't see how it does. Also, I understand I will never know if my neighbor made the call or his wife did, or even someone else. Aside from the two of them, I have no suspects. No one else interacted with us, and the call happened the next day, so we'd only be back for one night. For those who say it's fair for him to have called it in, I also personally did not feel at the moment that my neighbor showed me the concerns someone would have if they suspected domestic violence. He should have given me a heads up, tried to ask me when my boyfriend might be out of the house, etc. You know, like a genuinely concerned individual. Would you spring a surprise police on a domestic violence victim who lives with their abuser? From his comment to his reaction, he was nothing but crass, rude, and patronizing during our interaction. He was just getting some kind of satisfaction in trying to start a childish spat with me because he enjoys trying to get a rise out of me since his flirting no longer gets him the reaction he craves, because he knows our pleasantries have soured. There wasn't any concern there. He was smirking, and the behavior leading up to this incident, I feel, cannot be separated from the scenario. If it was just an isolated interaction with a neighbor followed by a police check, I would understand. I would not be making this post. Okay, this is getting long. Hope this suffices for an update for now. Thanks again, guys. And there was a couple more comments after that update, which Opie replied to. So Millennium Caveman says, not the arsehole, but you should check in with the wife and make sure she's okay. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some behavior going on behind closed doors that keeps her disempowered. Be her friend. You can have each other's backs if it ever gets to that point. It really does sound like he's got some spiteful manipulation going on. If he's that entitled to get you to cheat on your boyfriend, I'm honestly concerned for his dynamic with his wife. Opie says, lots of people have suggested this in the comments, but unfortunately I do not know how to approach her, let alone be friends. I feel like I may not be the right person to check on her. Initially from day one, when I saw them both while we were moving in, I approached them to say hello. I tried directing my attention at his wife and greeted her first, but she was difficult to engage, and 42 Male was the open, friendlier one who took the conversation. Despite my attempts to redirect back to her, she didn't seem interested. I've tried to bring up his wife to 42 Male when we have our run-ins. It's one of my tactics to keep the conversation appropriate and prevent his flirting, but he shuts down when I mention her, asks about her, even simple comments. And one time he actually became so irritated and frustrated. When I called him out on that, he said he doesn't like it when I talk about his wife. You always bring her up. Then apologized and said he's just in a bad mood due to something. I got really weirded out by the sudden shift in his mood, a flash of anger. I terminated the conversation and made an excuse to go back to my house. I have a lot of hesitancy to approach her, that's why I haven't. I always back out. And then there was a comment just expressing, their fear for OP and, to document everything, don't interact with him or his wife in any way, and, just document. And if you do want to get a restraining order one day and make things a lot more easier, even though it's just a bit of paper and it doesn't actually stop him in the end. And OP added on to that one that they have got cameras installed and they're going to be considering window alarms, etc. But how would you deal with this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit from Guard Specific 2058 and says, am I the arsehole for cancelling my birthday party because my parents cut my sister a slice of my custom made cake the night before my party when she cried for it. My sister, 11 female, is the miracle golden child. She always gets what she wants whenever she wants. My parents are always trying to please her and make her happy. They always make a big effort for her on her birthday and do whatever that she asks for, but then they can barely remember mine, and they are always conveniently broke. This year I wanted to enjoy my birthday, so I babysat and even mowed lawns to make this possible. My birthday was a few days ago and the party was scheduled for the day after. I've been planning for weeks and invited all my friends. I bought the food, snacks and drinks and picked up my custom made cake, which I was really excited about. It was just perfect. The night before the party, I noticed that my cake, which was in the fridge, had a huge slice missing. When I asked my dad, he shrugged and nonchalantly said that my sister was crying for it and it was just a small piece. My friends wouldn't notice. I yelled at him, asking why he would do something like that, and it wasn't even bought with his money, and that my sister could have waited for tomorrow. This made him angry, and he went on a tirade about how I think I'm an adult because of my stupid party, implying at the fact that I did everything myself and did not ask them for anything. I ended up calling it off because I was not able to change the location last minute, as I didn't have the means to, and I was so hurt. I didn't want to host it at home anymore. One of my friends told me that calling it off was an overreaction, and I could have just gone through with doing it at home, rather than cancelling just hours before. Now this is an incredibly sad story. Look, you're not the arsehole in any choice you make. You need to do what's best for you in this situation. The only thing that I really dislike, and I dislike it for you, is that you're missing out on your party. But at the same time, is it going to be the party you want if you're having it at home? Your parents are there. I'm assuming your little sister will be there and, get involved. And, there's a chance she's going to ruin it or something like that. And I'm always like, why do parents act like this? Push their children away. And, when you get older and you decide to move out and want little to do with them anymore, they're going to be all shocked Pikachu face about it. Can you imagine seeing someone's custom or any birthday cake in a fridge and just thinking, yeah, we'll just take a slice, that doesn't really matter? The attitude of it, man. And in a roundabout way, not justifying the behavior at all here, it's sad for this 11-year-old at the same time as well. Because she's being brought up like this. She's being brought up to be enabled to get whatever she wants in life. And she's potentially going to grow up with a really bad attitude, which just isn't a great thing, is it? But not taking away from what OP's going through, I don't blame you for whatever you choose. I just find it really sad that you're going to be missing out on your birthday party with your friends and an enjoyable experience for you. And I just hope that there's some way in the future that you do something for yourself with your friends that hopefully makes up for your birthday. But Signal Reflection says not the arsehole, but next year see if you can have your party at someone else's house. Don't invite your family. Next time something like this happens, just show the cake the way it is. Let people ask and let your parents answer. Potato Soup says cancelling the entire thing may have been a bit disproportional to missing out on the opportunity to present a pristine cake, but you do you, I guess. Either way, not the arsehole. Your parents missed a valid opportunity to teach no. They aren't doing you, your sister, or them any favours here. Learning how to say no is absolutely necessary in life. Instead, they've reinforced a belief your feelings and autonomy do not matter, and that your sister can get her selfish way by having a tantrum. 11 is more than old enough to be told, no, that isn't mine or yours. We don't get to help ourselves to things that are not ours, just because we want to. Sleepless says not the arsehole, that is really shitty of your dad. You didn't have to be a kid to enjoy and value your birthday celebration. That was your cake, and I would have been depressed about it too. I wouldn't invite your parents or your sister to your birthday parties in the future. Which Nervous replies and says, they are going to raise an entitled brat. Put this way back in your memory bank for when the brat will be too busy to help out when they are older and they start to guilt trip you. That's a hard no. You favoured her, now she gets to take care of you. Click goes the phone. I'm sorry they are favouring her, and it's easy to see why you're so disappointed for your 16th. Best wishes on finishing school, getting out of the house and making a found family. Not the arsehole. I can just imagine the disappointment when opening that fridge and seeing a slice of that cake taken. It's just what goes through their minds, man. But I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from the wedding drama subreddit and says, my dad is pretending I'm not getting married. So my dad has always been a very show-off person. Announcements about grades, telling everyone how great his daughters are doing, telling off my sister for having a job he can't show off. When he divorced from my mum, he was a good parent for a while, and then he met Eva. Eva is way younger, has had a lot of work done, and used to send him flirty messages when he was still married. They got married very early on in the relationship because they've known each other for ages. She told him not to text us too much because we are adults. She checks his phone all the time. She forbade him from seeing us Christmas Day or St. Stephen's Day because he needed to be with his new family. And it would have been disrespectful to her for him to see his ex-wife, and she's overall been an absolute nightmare. and he follows everything she tells him to do. Now, I'm getting married and told my dad he's invited, but she is not. I've met the woman once and I don't like her. Plus, I know my father isn't a great person, and he'd be making jabs at my mum about being older than Eva, etc. To make it fair, my mum's boyfriend is also not invited, although he's a sweetheart. My dad's answer to my invite has been to pretend nothing is happening. I sent him a save the date and he sent me a thumbs up emoji. He hasn't asked me one question about the wedding, not even the venue, even though he told me shortly before meeting Eva that he was looking forward to me and my sister getting married and how excited he was. Myself and my fiance are different religions and cultures, so everyone's had lots of questions about how we're handling that. Turns out he hasn't told Eva I'm getting married, and he hasn't told anyone else, so he's just planning to say he has a work trip and come to the wedding. I don't actually think he's going to show up. I think he will say he's going to and then not show at the last minute, but my sister thinks he'll show up with her and make a whole scene because he told her Eva has just as much right to be there as your mum. Anyone else dealt with something similar? Do I need a backup to walk me down the aisle? And there was a couple of comments where OP gives a bit of extra information. So someone says, I just want to point out that your dad is in an abusive relationship. His new wife is cutting him off from his family, his support system, so she can have more control over him. He probably won't be allowed to go to the wedding because she's not invited, and probably wouldn't have been allowed to even if she was. Your dad is an arsehole on his own, but I think it's important to recognize that he's still capable of being abused and that it is happening. OP says yes, they both suck. He has always been a cheater, at least 3 other women during the span of 10 years that we have evidence of. And I think, no evidence, he was cheating on my mum with her, so that's why she's constantly monitoring his phone and not allowing him to leave the house. We told him not to marry her, and that her behavior is very concerning, but he seems very blind. Another commenter says, it sounds like he wants to come and he knows the only way him coming without his wife is possible is if he lies about it. He's risking getting caught to be able to go, which speaks volumes about their relationship, but if she checks his phone, you're causing your father further risk of her finding out if you keep messaging him about the wedding. Stick to the phone call so there's no record. I hope he can make it and there's no drama. OP says, I rang him the first time to tell him I was getting married and then sent him the save the date the second time asking if he was coming. I didn't know that he hadn't told her at the time. I've no idea why the wife wouldn't let him go to his daughter's wedding, though she's amazing as he says. Then OP gives a bit of information on why the mum's boyfriend isn't invited. OP says far more drama if I include him and exclude Eva. It's not worth the headache. He will for sure not show up if I invite my mum's boyfriend and not his wife. My mum understands that even though my dad is not the best dad ever, I still want him there. They aren't together that long, so she's okay with her boyfriend staying at home. Plus then he can stay with the dogs and she doesn't have to worry about getting a dog sitter. Most of the family is going as well, so there's nobody to look after them. Vile Bunny says this. 1. Invite mum's boyfriend. Good behavior is to be rewarded. 2. Ask mum to walk you down the aisle. If you feel like it, and if he shows without Eva, you can plan a father-daughter dance. 3. Hire security. If not for the church, then for the reception. Give them Eva's photo and your dad's. Label them as dad can come if not accompanied by Eva. If Eva arrives, they both get escorted out. Phoenix Dragon says, I would actually uninvite him at this point. He clearly values his new piece over his own daughter. If he has to hide your wedding, then he doesn't deserve to be at your wedding. And no, his little friend doesn't have as much right to be at your wedding as your mum. That just shows how delusional he is. You should also invite your mum's boyfriend because that isn't fair to exclude him if he's good to you. Fair doesn't always mean equal. Your father is absolutely going to try and make a scene or just be a little bit of a brat if he even shows, so don't give him the chance. And one final comment from Marnurk who says, drop it, don't contact him and wait it out. Is he supposed to walk you down the aisle? If so, that's all you need to know. I'd confirm that and then back away. He's dealing with his new wife who's manipulating him behind the scenes, so do not feed into that. Wait until close to the wedding to ask him again if he's coming. If he won't answer that, then just uninvite him and ask someone else to walk you down the aisle. And let him know that he's out altogether. He's not going to come without the wife, you already know that, so either accept her there or cut them both out. Your mum should be bringing her partner as well. They are adults, invite them and let the chips fall where they may. I'm betting your mum is going to be the mature one here. She's moved on and has a new guy. Good for her. Talk to her and see what she's comfortable doing. Dad bringing his younger wife is just going to confirm to everyone there that they are not a nice couple. What kind of dad refuses to see his kids at Christmas? Shame on him for allowing that to happen. His new wife isn't done yet. I'm betting she's working on cutting all his dad's old family out of his life. The wedding will show you exactly where you stand with him. I hope it works out in your favor. So OP does come back in with an update and says, so it turns out my dad ended up telling Eva about my wedding and telling her that she was invited to the wedding to avoid problems. She got herself a dress, booked a hotel, etc. My dad tried to convince me to invite her, but his biggest selling point was that he thought it'd be an amazing time to introduce Eva to my mum and my mum's whole family. Why would he think my mum would want to meet this woman is beyond me, and that she would feel excluded otherwise. He always rubs it in our faces his new family, even calling it his new family. Keeps cancelling every dinner he sets up with my sister due to some emergency involving Eva, or tells us to call Eva mum. Both me and my sister are way beyond the point of calling some random a mum since we both moved out and he's being ridiculous. He called me again and again to try and convince me and I said no, explaining that I knew the only reason he wanted to bring his wife to the wedding was to upset mum and that I wasn't going to let the two of them do that. He makes jabs at my mum every time he's around her and how great his new wife is. I thought the whole thing was over until I sent him home some information about the wedding, and I guess he started feeling guilty and told us he booked the flight for Eva as well. And he booked himself on the same flight as my mum. Changed his whole flight plans just so he could be on the flight with her, so that my mum and Eva could still meet. AKA, he could rub his new wife in her face and try and screw with my mum's head by putting her down and making comparisons. Then Eva would just go off and shop while he was at the ceremony. I'm not sure if this is true or if he's going to try and bring her to the wedding and hope she didn't get kicked out. I'm trying to convince my mum to change her flight so he can't get inside her head 12 hours before the wedding. I don't know if I should uninvite him. Then Zoe Fiona replies to this update and says, oh my god, yes. What has your mum done that you'd facilitate hurting her? Why does he know so many details of your mum's travel plans? OP says, she's the main reason I haven't uninvited him yet. She keeps saying I need to have a relationship with him and being more understanding. He knows because he asked and we figured he was trying to avoid being on the same flight as her. And it might be Reddit brain coming out on this one, but it definitely feels like that, she's just going to turn up at the wedding regardless. He's going to bring her along and it's going to cause all sorts of shit. It just always feels that way when we read these stories, and I will certainly keep an eye out for an update on that one. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And our next story does have an update as well from a throwaway account and says, would I be the arsehole if I exposed my sister's affair to her husband? I, 30 female, caught my sister, female 40, cheating on her husband, male 49, with a guy, male 40. I was shocked because my sister and her husband are the epitome for love that never dies. Literally. They have been together for 15 years and they still look so much in love. The way they treat each other. I felt anger and despair because I love my brother-in-law as a big brother and he has been there for my sister when she's been her worst mentally. He was there taking care of her without ever once complaining. I found out, I confronted her and she tried to deny it. I told her that she was pathetic and now she felt good about herself after her husband nursed her back to health. She is paying him with cheating on him. I told her I was going to expose her and she was begging me and crying, telling me I didn't understand. Please don't hurt us, you'll be hurting my husband more than you hurt me. After a few days she asked to meet me. She looked like she was crying the whole time. She told me that she's been keeping her husband's secret but she wanted to tell me and made me promise not to tell anyone. Her husband is impotent and he hasn't slept with her for the majority of their relationship. I didn't believe her, so she showed me all the texts and emails she had with her husband, her therapist and her diary. He hasn't touched her for almost 12 years. Her depression was because of it and her back to health was because of this new guy. She said that since she started sleeping with him, she has been happier and by extension her marriage and her husband have been happier. I asked her why she just doesn't tell her husband. She said that she couldn't because she loves him and she couldn't hurt him. She is afraid he would be so lonely without her because he always said he had no one else in this world and he would die without her. Don't you see that we're all happy? Please don't hurt us. About the guy. She met him through work and actually is kind of a famous entrepreneur in our city. She showed me texts, etc. He's also married, but he has 3 children. He has the same problem with his sexless marriage. Yesterday, she asked me to meet her. She was with him. The audacity. She looked totally broken and he looked smug and angry, and he didn't even want to look at me. She asked me to think of all the people that would be hurt if this came out, and said that they will end their affair and promise to never do it again. He got upset and said, or we could just tell everyone and stop hiding. She got angry and told him to shut up. I don't know what to do. She said she just kept her husband's secret because he's embarrassed and he is very possessive and jealous. I noticed he is the jealous type, so he didn't agree to open marriage. She swore it was over with this other guy too, and showed me texts when they had a huge fight because he actually thinks I should tell her husband so they could be together, but I don't know. He's given her a Cartier love ring that she still has, and when I confronted her, she said she couldn't throw an expensive ring, but she will donate it. She wears it in a chain underneath her clothes. I'm sorry this is getting long, but I wanted to include all the details. Hope you can give me an honest judgment. Would I be the arsehole if I told my sister's husband? I think this whole thing is wrong, and the cheated parties need to know the truth, but it will hurt brother-in-law. But crazy but not lazy says, not the arsehole. He looks smug and angry. He's not in a sexless marriage, he's just a cheater that has been caught and is challenging you to tell. She looked totally broken because she is a cheater that was caught. Both of their spouses have the right to know what is going on. Your brother-in-law did not agree to an open marriage, and I doubt her lover's wife did either. Careless League says you would not be the arsehole. It's really very simple. Relationships are only consenting so as long as all parties involved have full disclosure about all sexual and romantic partners. The husband is currently in a relationship where his consent is being violated because he is not aware of the fact that his partner has other sexual and romantic partners. Even with seeing those texts and emails, all you really know about their relationship is what your sister has chosen to show you, which may not be the full story. Personally, if I was in that position, I would tell her she has 1 week to figure out how she's going to tell him, or I would be telling him. Alora says, not the arsehole morally. Now that's out of the way, the real question should be, is this worth my relationship with my sister? Because if you decide to tell, that relationship is going in the trash, and it's on its way to the nearest landfill. Or she could switch it on you somehow. Either way, you and your sister's relationship will never be the same after this. Hot Pot Honey says, personally, I've always been a firm believer in staying out of other people's marriages. Your intentions may be noble, but putting yourself in the middle of 1, possibly 2 marriages could end up really biting you in the ass. Brother-in-law may be impotent, but he's not stupid. His wife's newfound happiness after years of depression has not escaped his notice. You can be sure of that. His medical condition is a wild card in this scenario. His reaction to your knowledge of this personal medical info on top of his wife's infidelity could send him off the deep end. Then there is his affair partner and his wife. You don't know these people at all. You have no idea how a affair partner will react to you interfering with him and his side piece, let alone potentially ruining his marriage. As for his wife, she might be appreciative, but then she may be a psycho and lash out at you for breaking her world apart. There are so many red flags and unknown variables here that you may just want to keep quiet and let your sister blow up her own life. It's going to happen eventually, most likely sooner than later. Remember, no good deed goes unpunished. Good luck. So Opie gave a couple of comments as well and responded to some people. So in response to someone saying the brother-in-law being controlling and abusive, Opie says he's not abusing her. About 5 years ago, he slapped her while angry, and she made his life living hell by leaving and not telling him or any of us where she was. He was so broken and he apologized for weeks before she forgave him. She has a hard boundary about abuse and he found out the hard way. He would never hurt her again. Opie gives more info on that situation and said she said it was just a slap when they were arguing and she disrespected him and said something hurtful. She didn't say any details other than this back then, but I'm guessing it was about sex and his impotence and that she must have said something hurtful. I'm not defending him slapping her, but just retelling my sister's version. It wasn't abuse and he has never laid his hand on her before or after. She didn't consider it hitting or beating, just a slap when he was angry. Her words, not mine. She left him and he learned the severity of what he did and was very remorseful, and he apologized a million times. OP comes in with their first update, which says, I just wanted to come here and update everyone that I've told my brother-in-law about the affair. I've read all your comments and thank you so much for the insight. I had to do what would make me sleep at night. I love my sister, but she must have known that I couldn't just live with the guilt. I've been cheated on by someone I loved, and I know how shitty and selfish she must be to cheat. I also know that if I could do it again, I would want to know this time too, because while the pain was enormous, I still feel lucky now that I found out. My sister has called me like 20 times, but I didn't answer. She texts me, do you feel better right now? How could you do this to me? I loved you, and you ruined my life. I didn't answer her. I wanted to answer that she was the one who ruined her life, but I didn't answer her. My parents are shocked and angry, but not with me. Brother-in-law called and told them everything, and he talked about plans that maybe sister and he will move back to his hometown. He's devastated and broken. I hope they can move on from this together or separately, it doesn't matter, but that they move on and find real happiness and not at the cost of other people like it is now. OP updates one more time and says, still getting a lot of messages about an update about my sister and her situation. I thank you for being so sympathetic and worried about my sister. I might have painted my brother-in-law to be abusive to my sister and I regret that. I just wanted to be transparent as I could because they're not here to tell their side of the story, so I was trying to do my best to take in my sister's and her husband's point of view. They are fine. My brother-in-law is very hurt and destroyed, but he assured me that he wasn't angry with me and that I did the right thing. Truth hurts sometimes is what he said. He's planning on taking a break from his work and maybe go back home for a while. My sister is fine and not hurt. She doesn't talk to me and I get that, but she is not harmed in any way more than her heart. Let's face it, it was of her own doing. I think she knows that because that's what she told my parents. Her husband has suggested that they move back to his hometown because I don't think he can trust her staying in the same city as her lover. And as he said, he can't follow and spy on her all his life. But he is willing to forgive her because he loves her. My parents are very angry with my sister. They're not angry with me, however. The only thing they thought I could have done right, or the only thing they thought I could have done right differently, is that I should have told them before I told my brother-in-law, because then they would have had their own way to make my sister admit what she's done to her husband. At least it would have come from her. As her lover, I don't know he's married, as I said in my previous post. I didn't have the details, but I know that my brother-in-law has texted him and told him to keep away from his wife. I've been on both his and my wife's Instagram accounts, and it seems like the wife knows now. I don't know if she'll take him back or not the way he acted. The way he acted on our meeting, he didn't seem to care either way. Boy, I hope he doesn't have a prenup, and she takes him for all he's got. That's all I have for today. I won't be making these frequent updates. If anything of significant happens, we will be updated in the future, but right now I'm logging off. Thank you for listening and thank you for all supporting me. I know what I did wasn't the nicest or the kindest to my most beloved sister, but I had to do what I believed to be right, and you don't have to do with me. Peace and love. And the final comment from OP said, when I told her that I'm going to tell him, she never once told me she was scared of him or that he would hurt her. This after she was willing to divulge her biggest secret. If he is secretly abusive too, why didn't she tell me? She tried everything to emotionally manipulate me into not exposing her. Hell, even not abused women would have used this excuse to silence others, and believe me, she did everything to manipulate me to feel sorry for her. Abuse would have worked. Just answer me this simple question, I beg you. And there was a lot of people still talking about the slap and abuse below that story as well. But what do you guys make of this one? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Now, I was sent this one and said, oh, you might be interested in this story. And I saw the title straight away and I got to give you a warning. It is incredibly, it's just so sad, this story. You'll see it from the title, but it does contain talk of domestic violence, child death, alcoholism, attempted suicide and overdose as well. So absolutely feel free to skip this story if you want to. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. This one is from a deleted user from the Off My Chest subreddit. It does come with an update and it's titled, "My husband poured our daughter's ashes into the toilet and threw her urn at me." I'm posting this on a throwaway as my main account is very identifying and I just need to vent. I'm feeling sad, alone, and terrified. My head hurts, my heart hurts. I feel so alone and I don't know where to turn to. I had to spend the night in my car last night. I couldn't sleep through crying, trying to stay warm enough and thinking that somebody was going to suddenly appear at the windows. I've been trying to find a place to park up so I can try to sleep today, and I found a place, but I can't rest. I feel so empty and scared. I don't want to go into much detail here, but our daughter passed away very suddenly last year. My husband and I both got help and have tried to work through it together, but his drinking has been getting more and more out of control. It got to a point where he started trying to hide it, but it was making his behavior worse. I had a breakdown 2 months after our daughter passed, and I hadn't been working since. I had quite a bit put away in savings and some money I inherited, so I was using that to contribute at home while I have tried to get myself back in better health. In January, my husband started on his sobriety journey, but his business started to suffer. There were some difficulties through the lockdowns, and we both worked hard to make sure the business made it through. He took out a loan earlier this year, and I gave him the rest of my savings and started back at work. Things were going well with the business, and as well as they could have been for us, until he relapsed last month and was hiding it from me. I lost my job 2 weeks ago, and I've been looking for work since. It's been stressful, but nothing we couldn't have managed. Yesterday, I got home, and my husband was already home and was very drunk. It was a very loud and out of control kind of state he was in, and he was slamming around the house, saying he was looking for something. I couldn't get much sense out of him, and he was really irate. I didn't really know what to do. And when I tried to ask if he was okay, he got in my face and was quite aggressive with me. He randomly started to throw accusations at me, accusing me of all kind of things that I have no idea where any of it came from. I was scared at that point and didn't want to be in the house with him. I hadn't seen him that angry before, and I think it was a build-up of grief that had come spilling out. But I felt scared. I put my shoes and coat on, and I told him I was going to head out for a while. That's when he snapped and accused me of trying to leave him. It all happened very suddenly, but he charged at me and got a hold of my arm and threw me on the floor and pulled me down the hallway. At some point of him drunkenly shouting about him not letting me leave, he suddenly stopped and told me he was going to give me a reason to hate him so much. He stormed off into the front room, took the urn with our daughter in, and headed to the downstairs toilet. I got up and tried to stop him from doing whatever he was able to do. When he went towards the toilet, I was trying to stop him and was pleading with him not to. He shoved me quite hard and I fell. He poured all of the ashes into the toilet and threw an urn at me, hitting my leg. He then started yelling at me to get out before he killed me. I was shaking. I felt like I was frozen, but I managed to get up and run to the front door. I took my keys in my handbag and drove off. I have no idea where to go, so parked up in a quiet area and just cried. I've done practically nothing but cry since. I have no family around and no friends that I can turn to who are close by. I was sick earlier on, but I've managed to keep some water down. I thankfully keep a supply of it in the car. I don't know what to do. I switched my phone off all night in case he tried to contact me. I didn't want to hear it from him. He's tried to call me today, but I can't be around him while he is drinking again. I can't let him keep taking his anger out on me like this. I feel like it's all my fault. Everything. I just needed to vent. I'm exhausted of feeling like this. Now, obviously, we have an update on this, which is from 2 months later, so whatever's happened is happened at the moment. My first thought while I was reading this, when he's like threatening to kill you and stuff like that, is to contact the police and then get in contact with some family and friends. I know you said they're not close by, but you know, getting out of there once you've rested and staying with them, because it sounds like you need a support system around you right now. And for me, there's no coming back from what that guy did in this story. I know he's not well, but fuck, that is just trying to think what a absolute scary and sad and situation this all is for you. And I'm just incredibly sorry that you have gone and you're going through this as well. Someone also suggests to OP to go to the police, and OP says, without trying to sound dismissive, I don't think the police will really care. They aren't responding to a lot more serious crimes. I have no proof of his threats to kill. It'd be my word against his on what happened last night, and I'm worried if they go speak to him that he will destroy any of the things that are in the house out of spite. I've never felt so alone and unsure of what to do. Someone suggests about the family and trusted friends to help you get your stuff out of the house, and OP says, I don't have anybody around I can turn to for help, or a place I could take her belongings if I was to get them. I will figure something out over the weekend, and then I can always ask the police for assistance in safety getting our belongings. Got a gift card for a coffee place and it's open until 10 p.m, so I'll be able to charge my phone, power bank, and have somewhere safe to do some Googling and any course I need to do today. I'm unsure I'll be able to sort something out. And people are like, what about your family? And Opie says it's a long story, but to shorten it as much as possible. I grew up in the care system. It was chaotic and I was moved around so much that I didn't even form a family of my own. I struggled to form any friendships. I met my husband while we were both young, and it's pretty much just been us and the odd connection and brief friendship over the years. Any other friends are couples, and I don't feel like I can reach out to them about this. I'm going to search on where I can contact for some help. I know a lot of places go on referrals. I had my brother, but he passed away 5 years ago. He wasn't married, had no children, and left everything to me. He left me alone in the world in terms of family. Opie responds to a comment that's telling her to take pictures of the bruising and stuff like that. Opie says, somebody messaged me and told me to take photos while the bruises are fresh. He's really hurt my arm and leg. My face is bruised on one side. I know once he sobers up, he will be horrified at what he has done. If what he did with our daughter's ashes doesn't shock him into getting himself help, I don't know what will. I worry that it will just make him continue in a bad cycle. I know he will be upset at knowing what he has done to me. He's so gentle when he's sober. I can't be there for him again if he decides he wants to get help. Not after what he has done. I'm devastated. I can't bring her back, and I can't undo what he did on Thursday. I feel like I failed her twice. I'm sorry you're having to face life without your dad. There is no preparing for death and grief. No matter how natural any of this is meant to be, it's really hard. I found keeping busy really helped too. We both went through some intense therapy separately and together. He joined a support group for grieving dads, and it really helped him in a lot of ways. There was still clearly a lot of pain that he was struggling with. That's when he was turning to alcohol. I joined a support group for grieving mums, and everybody was lovely, but I found the sadness to be too heavy. Even in the lighter conversations and activities, there was a heaviness in the air. I found yoga, meditation, and some peaceful walks to be really helpful. I found a quiet spot where it was just me and the nature around me. I was alone with my thoughts and could let it all out and cry. Or I would just listen to everything around me and find some peace. We did a lot of walks together, and I know it helped him to be able to let out some of his emotions, away from home and just away from things. He started to get more help when he went sober. I just wish he has stuck with it. I know addiction is complex and people relapse and withdraw from support, and I've tried to be there for him, but I can't do it again. Not after what he did on Thursday. It can't be undone. I hope he gets the help he needs. I know I'm hoping to have to start seeing somebody again. I don't even know for the process what has happened. So around 2 months later, Opie updated their post and says, I'm not sure if I'm breaking any rules by posting an update. Thank you to everybody who reached out to me and commented on my original post. I didn't mean to leave any of you worrying. I deleted everything not long after taking an overdose. I planned on trying again as soon as I got out of hospital. I'm still here though, and I was feeling extremely overwhelmed. I wanted to let you all know that I'm safe and I didn't go back. I can't get into everything that has gone on with my husband, as the police have been involved, and some of it is ongoing. I can say that he was playing games and acted calm and collected with them at first, trying to make out that he hadn't done anything wrong and that it was me with the problem. He had told him that I was welcome at home any time. A couple of things happened, and after I received some very threatening voice messages and texts from him, he reported my phone as stolen and had cut me off. He was trying to make me go home and have nowhere else to turn to. After some interventions and run-ins with the police, he offered to leave the house for a couple of days a few weeks ago. I was to go there with some help, allowing me to get my belongings and our daughter's things. Nobody asked him to leave. He offered. I arrived there along with some help to find that he had destroyed all of my things. When I say all of my things, I mean everything that I owned and that was in the house. I can't even imagine how long it must have taken him. He sliced my shoes and had gone over some of them in black marker. The same with my handbags. He cut up my clothes. All the products were all over the bathroom, which he had smashed up. There were items of my clothes in the bath, and he had poured bleach all over them, as well as my cosmetics, all destroyed and mixed in. He'd smashed up and broken my other belongings. He'd trashed the house, including our daughter's room. The only things I couldn't find were some of her things he had taken with him. I don't really remember much of being in the house. I suppose I kind of went numb once I realised what he had done with our daughter's room. The photos of it all are awful. He's claimed he doesn't remember doing any of it. He then put it down to a drunken rage. After doing it, he went straight over to his parents, knowing what was coming, and pleaded with them for help. They arranged for him to get some private help. I mentioned in my post about his issues with alcohol. After our daughter passed away, we both got help, together and separately. His drinking got out of control and to a point where he was trying to hide it, which made him even worse. I know he has been hurting, but it got to a point where it was almost impossible to have a reasonable conversation with him. After talking through things with various professionals, I realize now too there was a lot of control going on, financial and emotional, and no matter how much he was hurting, I know it doesn't excuse his behavior. However much I have felt for him and wanted him to get all the help he needs, I can't see past what he did with our daughter's ashes. I felt like I lost her all over again, and I felt like I had somehow failed her again. His parents did reach out and promised they would get back the things of our daughters that he took. I haven't heard from them since. I'm sure it isn't easy for them. I've been getting some help and I'm on a waiting list for some more therapy. I also start a new job on Tuesday. I'm currently sitting here on the floor of my new place typing this out. I picked up the keys yesterday. My tenancy officially begins on Monday. It isn't much to look at and I'm starting all over again, but for the first time in weeks I feel like I can finally breathe a little. It's a bit overwhelming to have some space of my own again, but for the first time in what feels like a long time, I feel like I can almost relax. I have a new bed donated to me and it will arrive on Monday. My key worker has applied for a cooker for me via a white goods scheme with one of my utility providers. I don't have any hot water or heating until my gas is uncapped on Monday, but I do have some electricity. I've got some books to read, and just this morning I picked up a bag mostly of canned food from the food bank. It took a lot to be able to face going, but it's enough to last me for the next few days, and it doesn't need to be heated. I might not have what I had, but I'm not where I was. I'm not sure where things will go from here. It felt like I had died along with my daughter, yet my body was still there and going through life. I want to believe I can do something in her memory, even if that something is making it through each day. I'm safe, and I'm trying to be well. Oh boy, that is incredibly heartbreaking to have seen what OP has seen, to have gone through what they've gone through, and then having to deal with everything in the update as well, having all their stuff destroyed. Just want to reach in and give OP a hug. I'm incredibly glad that OP is out of that situation, obviously, and that they are safe, and I really do hope that they continue to be safe and lean on support systems around them. I can't imagine having to start all over again, and with everything that's gone on and dealing with the grief and the trauma that they've gone through. OP talks about a bit after everything was destroyed and says, "One thing I can remember very clearly was a police officer telling me to take a good look around at everything and to remember that everything that was destroyed. He's going to do that to me if I stayed with him and to never go back." His drunken bursts of anger would come from nowhere, like on that night I had to leave. I would tell myself that it must have been something I had done, but he would look for anything to get angry over, and if there was nothing, he would start throwing accusations at me, making something up. It's scary how somebody can switch like that. There isn't always something that has happened to have started it, like some people think. It's one of the reasons I didn't immediately go to the police, because I didn't think they would believe that it had just all come out of nowhere, his bursts of anger. I know the cause of his pain and why he was drinking, but the outbursts were random. Someone says, "Please tell me he was arrested." OP says he was. There's a lot going on with it all. Photos have been taken and everything that could have been documented has been. The police are dealing with him. I'm also getting help and I'm getting him served with an injunction, as well as some legal advice for divorce. Someone questions whether his parents have reached out for what the son did, and OP says they reached out through the police, who passed the message on to my support worker. They wanted to let me know they are sorry and that they will get my daughter's items to me that he took with him. Nothing more than that as far as I know. They are good people, they just never really had a lot to do with me because they didn't really approve of us getting together. He's a bit older than me and they wanted him to marry somebody his own age. They let it get in the way of any kind of relationship with me. I'm sure they are horrified by what has happened though, and probably don't know what else to say. OP gives some more information on support groups and moving forward. OP says, "I'm trying to work on being around others again. I was going to a support group for grieving mothers. The group itself is such a lovely group and a really great idea, but it just felt too heavy for me. Even when the activities and not really any talking, the pain was there in each person's face. I started to find some peace in going out on walks and making small talk on them, but mostly I found peace in finding places on the walks where I could just be, listening to the nature and the world around me and watching everything. I sometimes feel her close by when I'm out. I look at all the different colours and look out for all the different animals I see, and I know that's what she would have been doing. It brings me some comfort. Thank you for your words. I hope one day I can feel more peace when I think of her. I keep trying to think about how happy she was and trying to take some of that on. She was always smiling and laughing, even in her last hours. I know we can't have the innocence that they have, but I try to take on some of her happy outlook on life. She had a smile for everybody and was full of love. I feel dead inside, and it's really hard to try and channel some of that energy she had. I know this isn't how she would want me to feel, but as you said, it's an ongoing process. And obviously I can't speak for OP. We're different people. We've gone through different situations. We've got different lives. And I'm not sure if grief ever does get easier. I think I've accepted it more as time has gone on, and maybe that has made it a little bit easier, to the point I think about past loved ones, and it brings me comfort these days. And sometimes pain as well, don't get me wrong. I don't think that's ever going to go away, because it's always sad to miss them, right? I truly hope that one day OP gets to a point in life where she can channel the energy that her daughter had, like she said, where she can think of her daughter and it brings her comfort. I truly wish you all the best, OP. Much love to you. I truly hope that you heal with time. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. Now, our next story is just from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit. It doesn't have an update with it. It's from Throwaway Flora Fauna, who says, Am I the arsehole for not letting my mother-in-law and father-in-law help me with a baby after their reaction to me being injured? I, 21 female, have a 7-month-old son with my boyfriend. My family lives abroad and are coming over to stay and help at Christmas time. For now, my mother-in-law and father-in-law, 60s, Deborah and Bob, are helping me with household stuff and the baby. So far, we haven't had any real issues and they've been a massive help. About 3 weeks ago, I fell down the stairs. I wasn't holding the baby and the baby was safe. However, instead of helping me, Deborah and Bob both jumped to comfort the baby who was crying and left me at the bottom of the stairs. My legs were fine, but I was wobbly because of shock and asked one of them to help me up. After nearly 10 whole minutes of being ignored, I managed to stand up on my own and hobble through to the living room. I sit down and Deborah says, "What happened to you? Are you okay?" I'll admit I saw red. I just said, "I fell down the stairs. Didn't you hear me calling for help?" Deborah's eyes widened and she said she was too busy fussing over the baby. After an hour, my arm was swelling up and I was taken to the hospital. Luckily, it was nothing serious and recovery time would be quick. After my boyfriend got home and his parents left, I told him I no longer want their help after today's events. I can manage on my own, even though it'd be hard. He was taken aback and said they'd done a lot for us. I said I appreciate it all, but they ignored me crying and calling them for 10 minutes after I fell down the stairs. They don't care about me, only the baby, and I was embarrassed I didn't see it sooner. He called his parents to let them know we won't need their help anymore, and his dad said, "Is it about today? We really didn't hear her." My boyfriend just told them they're invited to Sunday roast this week and that's all. I could tell he was not happy about my decision, but he said he went along with it because I'm the mother. Fast forward to Sunday, and my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are guests as well. Sister-in-law has a 3-year-old and is totally on my side, but brother-in-law is not. He told me to be grateful for his parents' support, as they are significantly more well off than my parents are, paid for many newborn and infant expenses, and plan to pay for many more as the baby grows. Since then, Deborah keeps calling, asking if we need any help, and says she feels awful not seeing the both of you, and that she misses the baby. Am I the arsehole for not wanting them helping me in my day-to-day life? Edit. Was the baby crying loudly enough that there is a possibility they didn't hear you? Opie says no way. The baby stopped crying after 10 seconds and the stairs are like 2 meters from the living room. There is absolutely zero way they couldn't have heard me. 1. I screamed as I fell. 2. The general noise of someone falling, including books falling and wall plates breaking. 3. Me crying and shouting for help. I fell at the top of the stairs and fell all the way down. This wasn't a misstep, and a bum shuffle down that hurt my pelvic bone. I fully fell down the stairs and cracked the banister. No way they didn't hear. The baby also started crying after the initial smack after I hit the ground. Now, I always try to look at other ways around it. Was there some reason they didn't hear everything? Hard of hearing, maybe the baby was so loud, but then OP came in with the edit and said there's absolutely zero way they couldn't have heard me. And I just think, wow, they're willing to allow someone to lie at the bottom of the stairs who could have potentially seriously hurt themselves, scream and cry. So why would you want them looking after your baby? Double dragons all down says, what strange behavior on their part? Info, have there been signs that they hate you or are deranged? OP says, there have been instances where they've forgotten what I've asked them. For example, I asked Bob, father-in-law, for some cans of soup, pasta, etc. Just so long as he didn't get this one brand of mac and cheese as it makes me gag. And he returned with the mac and cheese. It even said on the list, no mac and cheese, I will throw up. And a lot of comments below that one and were just basically saying that they hate you, OP. Which I can't see anything else at the same time either. I mean, he went and got this mac and cheese. It was on the list. They're just going against their wishes. They're willing to let her cry on the bottom of the stairs, even though OP said they definitely heard her. Imagine hearing someone falling down the stairs, crying at the bottom of the stairs and not going to help them. That's scary. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Throwaway Miss J, who says, am I the arsehole for breaking up my engagement because what my fiance said about my mum? I, 26 female, am not from the USA, so I might have some grammatical errors. So my dad left my mum when I was only 5 years old. I also have a brother, 21 male. He left the country with his mistress and never tried to contact. We were really poor. My mum had to do some immoral stuff to get food on the table. She was a stripper and also sometimes pleased men to get money for us. She put me and my brother through school. I understood why my mum did what she did because we had no money and she wanted us to have a better life than ours. And I am not ashamed because of it. I also started working part-time when I was 14. I was a good student, so I got a scholarship to a good university. My mum eventually stopped stripping when my brother got a part-time job also. She now only works as a waitress. I met my fiance, Javi, 27 male, in college. This was my first serious relationship. We both loved each other. I never told Javi about my mum's past because my mum made me promise to never say that to anyone. I kept to that, but it felt so wrong to keep this huge information away from my fiance. Javi knew about us. He only knew my family was extremely poor. He doesn't care about that. He's a very sweet guy who always takes care of me. He even covered some of the costs of my brother's education as well, even though I told him not to. My mum also likes him. That's why she told me not to tell Javi anything about her past or what she did for a living. So a week ago, my mum and I went to Javi's house to meet his parents. I didn't realize his uncle and aunt would also be there. Upon seeing his uncle, my mum's face went white as if she saw a ghost. His uncle also kept staring at my mum as if he knows her. My mum felt uncomfortable and said that she wants to go home. Javi was confused by it, but nonetheless we left earlier than we anticipated. The next day my fiance came to our place and shouted at me that I lied to him. He said that I am a gold digger just like my mother, and my mother is the reason why his uncle's first marriage broke. I asked him to explain what the hell he is talking about. He said that his uncle knew my mum because he was a regular customer of hers and often hired her for services. His wife caught them red-handed and immediately filed for divorce. My mum was crying and said that she didn't know he was married. She never asks men about their marital status. I told him he has no right to speak to my mum like that, and his uncle was fully to blame because he was a married man who was hiring escorts for himself. My mum has no obligation towards his marriage. Javi still blamed me and my mum and said that he felt deceived. He said to my face that he doesn't want to date a whore's daughter because I will probably invite men just like my mum. My mum had to beg him to not break the engagement. I am tired. If I do end up marrying him, my mum would always have to suffer because of it. I don't want that, so I gave him back his engagement ring and told him to never show his face. My mum is angry because she thinks this is my only chance to get married because no other guy would marry into a family where my mum works as a sex worker. But I think I did the right thing because I am not ashamed of my mum. I didn't even want to hide it in the first place. I wanted to tell him the truth, but my mum refused it. So, am I the arsehole? Edit. I need to clear things out a bit. Avi knows everything about my life. He knows my dad fled the country, and we have to live in poverty because of it. He knows my mum got pregnant way too young. I did give him hints that my mum had to do shady things to get by. He probably thought that my mum stole things, but I didn't disclose that she was a sex worker. I wanted to tell him, but my mum said not to because she doesn't want this to escalate. Also, I never asked Javi to pay for my brother's education. He did it from the goodwill of his heart. I did promise to pay him back. I am not after his money. I do love him a lot. Even though we are broken up now, I still miss him. We've been together for 6 years. It is not easy to throw away those 6 years just like that. Now, I'm not sure what kind of hoops that this man has jumped through to get to the conclusion that this is your mum's fault when he's the one who went behind his wife's back and hired a sex worker. And I can only think the way he spoke to you, the way he referred to like a whore's daughter, that you're dodging a major bullet here. But Eggplant Original says not the arsehole, but boy, your ex sure is. You dodged a bullet getting rid of him. You'll find the right person for you. Give your mum a hug and be happy you aren't marrying into that awful family. Opie says I know that and I understand why he's upset. Sex work is heavily criticized in my country to the point even doctors refuses to treat them. I understand his family's stigma, especially his uncle was caught with my mum, so they have a reason to hate her. I hope that he would be a little bit understanding about our situation. If my mum didn't start working as a stripper, she would have never been able to send us to school or college. I did love him a lot. Carrot Girl says if a man on a diet walks into a donut shop and orders a dozen donuts, who broke the diet, the man or the donut seller? His uncle went to her. His uncle who knew about his wife. His uncle who also outed her to your fiance, who was too thick in the head to stop and say, wait, why does uncle know that? Not the arsehole. You'll find someone who understands and will appreciate the sacrifice your mother made to keep you and your brother alive. Opie says Avi knows what his uncle did. His uncle had sex addiction, so he hired mum often. I'm sure my mum is not the only escort he hired. There were many, but I don't think my mum should be blamed for his uncle's mistake. She is required to give services to anyone who hires her. Technical Pumpkin says your mother sacrificed herself to survive and take care of her children. If your now ex can't understand that, have no compassion for the woman he knows, and after learning what really happened decided to blame her for the attitude of his disgusting uncle, then he is not a real man. Your mother is a queen and she shouldn't be ashamed of that because your genital put her through and forced to give up her own happiness in the corner to take care of her children. Now this ex, rather asking you questions and wanting to know your side of the story, decides to take the side of his family and condemn you automatically. Even worse, he proclaimed false accusations and insults you and your mother. He shows no heart or intelligence, just his true face, so believe him. Your mother is scared for you, but this guy is not the one for you, and he proved it. You deserve someone who will respect, care, understand, and love, and have a heart for those who suffer, and don't judge so easily others' lives. Now encourage your mother to go on therapy to not let her past put a shadow on her present and future. When she will be in the process of healing, she should share her story because I can tell you how many women need to see a woman's or mother's strength in adversity. Writing her experience and tell her story will be a slap in the face of all the pain and suffering. P.S. You have the world to find the right man for you. So if where you are they don't treat you correctly, they don't treat you like a human being who's trying to survive, I'm sure you can find someone else. Someone says to OP, can you and your mum go to therapy? OP says it is hard to find a good therapist around our area. Yes, I have money now, but my mum doesn't want to disclose her past because in the past she was denied care because of her profession. Some more information about the uncle and says everyone knows what the uncle did. I did not have to broadcast it. His uncle was a regular client of my mum. She knew him because he would often hire her and also because his wife slapped and beat her when she found her in his uncle's house. Some people decided to shame her mum for sleeping with married men as an escort, and OP says, first of all, it is none of my mum's business to tell those men to stop hiring escorts. Do you know that more than half the men who hire these sex workers are actually married? Are you really telling me that my mum is an arsehole for not turning down 50% of those men? Do you know what that means? It means losing 50% of her income. Do you know what it's like to lose 50% of your income? If she refused those services, then she would have never been able to keep a roof. Secondly, it's their marriage. My mum is just a service working who provides her services to men who hire her. It's none of her job or business to snoop or tell those men not to cheat. It's that man's ugly character that cheats on his wife with an escort. By your logic, a waitress shouldn't serve a married man food because only his wife gets to serve him food and no one else. Listen, my mum was a sex worker. It was her job to offer services to anyone who was willing to pay. Even if she refused to do that, you think that man who wanted an escort would stop? No. Someone else would take that offer. It is not her responsibility to save a marriage that is already broken. She is a sex worker, not a marriage counselor. What she does is business. The man himself doesn't care about his marriage, then why should my mum, who is not romantically involved with any of them? You offered your judgments, it is fine. But I must say your judgments are rather poor because you are blaming a poor woman who only did what she did to put food on our plate. Would you rather she lose more than 50% of her income than care about some random man's marriage that the man himself doesn't care? It's not my mum's job to provide loyalty. It is 100% on the man who hired an escort in the first place. 10 days later, OP gives an update and says, "Hi everyone. I wanted to say thank you so much for your support. I never thought I would get so much support from strangers than people from my own community. I was however expecting a lot of hate towards my mum considering her profession, but it is less than what I expected. I don't know if this qualifies as a proper update, but there have been a few changes. After I broke the engagement, I've been getting calls from my friends and Javi's family that I am making a huge mistake. My close friends know that my mum used to be a sex worker, but mutual friends of mine and Javi does not know about it. So they are also questioning me if I ever did that. Javi did apologize. He said he got carried away by his emotions and he loves me. Not gonna lie, I love him too. I wanted to get past all of this. I know people have told me that I should not get married to this guy, but I was weak for a moment until he told me that he is willing to let things go and start anew if my mum does not attend any wedding functions. I was shocked. Weddings are a big deal in our culture. There are many functions and parties surrounding the wedding. How can I ask that I do not involve my mum? He told me that because of my mum's past, it would be difficult for his family members to be around her. He convinced his mum with difficulty about this engagement. Also, since his uncle is going to be there, it will only remind him of bad things. At that moment, I realized that I was never a consideration. It was always him and making his family happy. My family is beneath them because we are not from a respectable background and come from homes of sex workers. I stood firm and told him no, it is not going to happen. I will not give in to their demands because the way I see it, my mum did not do anything wrong. It is funny how quickly people will judge a woman based on her work, that she had to do to feed her kids, but no one will come forward to help her in a time of need. Javi threatened that I am making a huge mistake by letting him go. I just left. I do not have the energy to deal with it. I think this news is spreading like wildfire now. I may have to move out of the city because if this news reaches to my workplace, I know damn well people will ostracize me. So I might look for a job in a different area. Lastly, I messaged him saying I am sorry for not telling him earlier about my mum, but I loved him a lot. I'm sad that he chose this topic to ruin a 6-year-old relationship. I will be going to the bank and pay back the money he paid for my brother's education. I'm still crying and jilted to say the least. Also, I saw that my post was shared in different religious groups bashing my mum, saying that I deserved it. Well, let me tell you religious fanatics that most men who claim to be religious are not at all. My mum had many clients who claimed to be religious, including pastors and preachers. So please, before blaming my mum, look inside your house and your family. You might find chameleons hiding within your family too. Edit. People who are asking why I'm paying him back is because I don't want him to use it as an excuse to call me a gold digger who used him for his money. I don't want to be in his debt. Someone says to OP on this one, they said, "Can you just move somewhere else where people don't care?" OP says, "Thanks, I'm encouraging my brother to apply for his masters abroad. Even if I miss the window, he would be out of here. He won't have to face the scrutiny. And no, sex work is legal here, but very much frowned upon, especially in our town." Someone says to OP, "You made the right choice and someone else will be out there." OP says, "Thanks, but I wonder if anyone would ever be accepting of my life. Because if they do, they might have to face insults and ridicule from the society. Who wants that? I just know, even if it hurts, I cannot be with someone who was so disrespectful towards my family." 3.5 months later, OP comes in with another update and says, "Hello. I don't know if you guys remember me, but I posted here like 3 months ago. I'm so happy for your support and all the awards you guys have given me. I wasn't supposed to come back now, but I think I needed to make an update on this. But first, I need to make a summary just in case you forgot. So basically, my ex-fiancée disrespected my mother because she used to be a sex worker, and she did sex work because my sperm donor cheated on her and left her with his mistress to a different country. My ex-fiancé was mad at me and my mum because his uncle used to be my mum's client and is one of the reasons why his aunt divorced him. Long story short, I broke up with him. Now to the real update. As suspected, the news of my mum's old profession did spread like wildfire. Some of mine and Javi's friends literally cut me off because they don't want to deal with a sex worker's blood. I guess it is for the best because it shows they are not my real friends. My real friends stuck with me. This impacted my brother a lot. I know living here would make things difficult. My brother will be graduating soon. I advised him to look for masters in a foreign country like in the USA, Canada or UK. Because of this whole fiasco, I, along with my mum, moved to a new city. I took a transfer from my work. My boss, bless her heart, is the most amazing human being. She literally defended me. She told my co-workers not to bother me about anything other than work. My personal life shouldn't be any of their business. She has been so supportive of me and my family. She never questioned me or judged me. She transferred me to a different city on my request and even managed to find an apartment for me and my mum. She is like Michael Scott, but mature. That is the only positive outcome from this. As for my ex, he is seeing another girl his parents set him up with, but he did call the first 2 months just to get me back. I had moments of weakness because I loved him so much, but the vile things he said about me and my family just played like a recorder. I'm still trying to heal from everything. I just hope I can get my brother out of this hellhole into a better place. People here are fucking hypocrites and backdated. Nobody wants to change. Even people my age are so conservative. There has also been another bomb that's dropped on us. That is my piece of shit sperm donor found me on Facebook and messaged me to meet. I don't know what the hell does he think that I'm going to forget those 20 years we struggled because he was a coward. Selfish snake. Thanks for listening. The absolute cheeky bastard came back into it and said, you know, your mum, if we get back together, your mum can't come to the wedding. It just showed you what their future would have been like if they would have continued. You know, the mum would have been completely ousted from the family and most likely properly cut off in the future. Not that OP would have done that by the sounds of it. I'm glad that they did stick up for their mum all the way through this. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit from RealI1219 and says, am I the arsehole for refusing to let my stepdad pay for my wedding? I, 27 female, am engaged to my fiance, Raf. Raf and I are paying for our wedding ourselves. That was something we planned on doing, and we have saved for a number of years to afford a nice wedding. Ever since my dad died when I was 6, I knew in the future if I got married, his dad, my granddad, would be walking me down the aisle and dancing with me in dad's place. Honestly, I think even if dad was alive, I'd have both of them because granddad and I always had a special relationship. When I played weddings as a kid, I used to have both of them walk me down the aisle. Lol. I was upfront about asking granddad to my mum and stepdad. They didn't take the news great. My stepdad wanted to be the one who performed as a father of the bride, and he told me as much. He didn't like that I was giving him and my mum focus as a couple, but not him as my dad. And he said this because I arranged for a special dance for the two of them as well as a special toast to the two of them during the wedding. He said after being in my life since I was 7 when I met him and being my stepdad since I was 9 when he and my mum got married officially, he feels he is more deserving of the role. I told him I understood he was upset, but I had made my decision. He said it was childish to keep to a decision I made as a baby and never open myself up to alternatives. When I didn't give in, they got a little huffy and I decided to leave to give them some space. And my stepdad came to me and said I should let him pay for the wedding. This came out of nowhere honestly, but I knew instantly what he was trying to do. I knew that if I took his money, I wouldn't be able to say no to him. It would be entitled as hell to let him pay but not give him the role he wants and the jobs he wants to do. It also wouldn't have felt right to me anyway because I never want him for anything. So it would have felt like I was taking advantage and he's never going to be my dad. He can't buy that from me, so I stuck to my convictions and I said, thanks for offering, but we are good. We have the money. He went on a long rant about how traditionally the father of the bride always pays for the wedding and how tradition is important. And he said it was bad luck to pay for your own wedding. I told him we were a more modern couple and had chosen to pay for our own wedding with no financial contributions from anyone. He was angry and he left. Ever since, he and my mum said I disrespected him immensely by denying him the right to pay. My mum brought up how he comes from a very traditional and conservative family, and that it is shameful for him to not be paying for everything. She told me he had been looking forward to paying for my special day, and I threw his more than generous offer in his face. My stepdad told me I had ruined the whole wedding for him now. Also, I don't want both granddad and stepdad to do the walk/dance. Am I the arsehole? My question to him would be, why has this only now come up? Why is it only now he's decided to pay for it? I mean, the wedding must have been planned long ago, and now suddenly he's done this when you're not allowing him to get what he wants. So clearly, he's just paying for it to give you some sort of conditions, and absolutely not the arsehole for not accepting that. And I did chuckle to myself when it said at the end that my stepdad told me I had ruined the whole wedding for him now, like it's all about him. Cheeky bastard. And then 99 says, my stepdad told me I'd ruined the whole wedding for him now, and then says, how ridiculous is it to say something like this to the bride? OP, you should make them be ashamed of themselves for trying to manipulate you financially, your stepdad a role. Since they care so much about paying, they should be okay with you still walking with your granddad, shouldn't they? Not the arsehole. Derbyshire Lass says, if he is so traditional and it's traditional for bride's dad to pay for the wedding, how come he only remembered that bit once he realised it was the only play he might have left to get his own way? Not the arsehole. When Good says, not the arsehole, you told mum and stepdad what your plans were. Stepdad thought that he could pull out his magic checkbook and take control of your wedding. When he figured out you weren't going along with his thinly disguised plan, he threw a tantrum that you were ruining the wedding for him. By the way, it's not about him. If he hadn't acted like such a brat, he might have been inclined to figure out a way to honour his contribution to your life. His behaviour has made that impossible. I hope you have a wonderful wedding and happy marriage. Hugs and good luck. And most of the comments were pretty much along those lines. I don't think I saw a you're the arsehole in there, but what do you guys make of this situation? What would you say to stepdad in it? It's still going to make an awkward wedding, isn't it, if he's going to be acting like this? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Angel698 from the entitled People subreddit. And before we do get into the story, I do want to give you a couple of warnings. There is talk of miscarriage and possibly some psychosis. So if you do want to skip the story, please feel free to do so. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. And it's entitled Sister-in-Law Wants Custody of My Baby. Me, 36 female, sister-in-law 40 female. I've been married to her brother for over 10 years, and there's always been some jealousy and resentment from her. He's always felt like I had the life she wanted, not necessarily with her brother, but the marriage, family, job stability, etc. I have 3 kids, 10 female, 8 male, and 3 months female. She got married last year and they decided to start trying for a baby, but she was unfortunately told that she can't have children naturally. She was understandably devastated, and the family comforted her as best as we could. We recently had a family dinner, and in the middle of it she says, OP, I think it's really unfair that you got to have 3 kids and I can't have any. Your baby is my last chance to raise a child, and I think you should give her to me during the next week so I can create a motherly bond with her, and you can have her on weekends. Before I could respond, the entire table erupted with everyone talking at once. I took my older kids upstairs. When I got back to the dining room, her husband was asking her what the hell is wrong with her, and why would she even think to ask that? She was trying to justify herself when I asked them to leave. I also said that she's no longer welcomed at my house or around my children until she gets help. She started screaming that I don't deserve my life and my children and that I stole her baby from her. Her husband and mother-in-law kept apologizing and dragged her out of the house, still crying and screaming. Now my kids want to know why their aunt wants to take the baby. Edit. I've been reading the comments, but there's too many to reply to, so here are a few points. 1. We have a security system and cameras already installed, and no one has keys to our house. 2. I will not be able to get a restraining order as this one incident isn't enough to justify it. 3. My husband and I spoke to the older kids about it the same night, and we'll be having another talk with them to reinforce that sister-in-law is not a safe person anymore. 4. Our country does not have the right to bear arms, and I have no interest in getting a gun. 5. I'll be informing the school and daycare of the issue and giving them her photo. For those questioning the validity of the post, I completely understand. If I had heard about this last week, I wouldn't have believed it either. But it's unfortunately the situation I'm currently dealing with. Opie then adds some additional information. On the security, she says, we already have a security system and cameras because there's been a trend of house break-ins in our area lately. No one has the code or keys to our house, not even the in-laws, so we're safe on that front. Unfortunately, a restraining order won't happen because it will take a lot more than this to justify requesting one. We've never relied on her for childcare or pickup, so she's essentially a stranger to the daycare and school. Someone said about her being diagnosed as infertile after a year is pretty early, and then asked are they sure. Opie says she was having issues not related to trying to conceive, and the fertility issues were discovered in the course of trying to sort out those other issues. Her tubes are blocked, and although IVF may be an option, they are not in a position to do that now or in the near future. Someone says, was her husband aware that she was going to try that? And Opie says he wasn't. He actually called the next day to apologize. He said he knew she was having a hard time accepting the infertility, and they were looking into counseling for it. And someone said the quote from her is not how real people talk, and Opie said it's not verbatim. There were pauses in between and responses, so after she said the first sentence, I looked at her like what the fuck, then looked at my husband, and he asked her what she is talking about. She ignored him and continued speaking directly to me. I didn't want to detail every aspect of the conversation. And I think your response was the correct one in this situation. I mean, what else is the options here that you no longer want her in your house and no contact until she gets the help that she needs? Because it just sounds like she's pretty much unsafe at the moment. And I really do hope that they seek the help that she needs in this situation. While it's, incredibly scary for OP what she heard, and because of course that's going to be extremely unsettling and worrying. And no contact at the moment is definitely the correct way to go about it. But I still hope that the sister-in-law does get some help for what they are going through at the same time. Not defending the behavior, of course, but they are clearly in need of some mental help. But Too Old says, when I was a kid, a distant family member, A, suffered a miscarriage about 3 months before her sister, B, announced her pregnancy. A insisted her baby moved into B and she would reclaim her baby when B delivered. I remember a lot of talk about crazy cousin A, as if it were comedy material. It took a kidnapping attempt to get the family to take it seriously. I'm glad your family sees this for the serious problem it is. I hope your sister-in-law gets therapy and that it works for her. 32-Bit quotes a section of that comment and replies and says, I was going to mention something like this to OP. It sounds like the family is taking it seriously, thankfully, but it never hurts to have a conversation about it to make sure they're actually taking it seriously and not just paying lip service. It's really easy to say she needs help and then offer her no support in doing so, and/or just ignoring her while the issues continue to fester until it leads to something like what happened to you. Biology can make otherwise normal people jump to completely unhinged, seemingly out of nowhere. Never hurts to take additional measures to ensure the safety of both yourself and your children. Ray says, I am in no way defending your sister-in-law, but this screams some sort of huge mental health crisis. Finding out you cannot have children can be the worst news you can hear, and to experience you with your family, full family. Look, what she asked was horrible, but it seemed desperate and part of a much larger problem that she is going through. I hope she can get help and that you and your family stay safe. And one more comment from Affectionate Poet who says, Auntie is sad. Auntie wants a baby, but don't worry, she isn't going to take ours. Auntie needs to see a talking doctor who can help her feel better. Then continues, I'm sorry to say I've been through this situation twice. Once during the marriage of 40 years as well as in my brief starter marriage. During the former, a sister-in-law joked endlessly about taking one of my sons, which became deeply unfunny in very little time. When at last she bore her own son, she left my 3 alone. During the latter marriage, I had wisely chosen to not procreate, which became the problem. In the eyes of my infertile sister, my womb was just sitting there. Why couldn't I be inseminated by my brother-in-law via turkey baster? My own selfishness, my in-laws concluded, prevented me from gestating, giving birth to and surrendering the newborn to a deeply entitled couple whose religious, political, and social affiliations in no way reflected my own. I got out of that family soon after several holiday meals had degenerated into shouting and sobbing. sometimes both at once. So OP updated 12 days later and said, "So my sister-in-law has been admitted to a psychiatric facility. In the comments of my previous post, I mentioned that her husband was seeking out counseling for them to deal with the infertility prior to this incident. After the incident, he sought out a psychiatrist rather than a counselor, and they had their first session last week. I didn't get the specifics of what happened, but basically she made some statements that psychiatrists felt indicated she was a danger to others, my baby and me, and she was placed under an involuntary hold. My brother-in-law had been nothing but apologetic through this entire ordeal, and he kept her away from us since the incident. Mother-in-law was staying with them to keep an eye on sister-in-law. She tried to leave the house in the middle of the night to see her baby. Also, brother-in-law found her researching how to induce lactation, and she said it was to make sure she can feed the baby properly when I come to my senses and give her up. From what brother-in-law has said, seeing me breastfeed is apparently what triggered the entire episode. It was the first time sister-in-law was around the baby for any length of time, and she was holding her when she got fussy because she was hungry. Naturally, I took her to feed her, and this made sister-in-law feel inadequate because it triggered the thought that she would never be able to do that, which led to the events of the last post. I'm grateful for all the advice that was offered on my last post, as some of it was really helpful. We won't be moving as it's not feasible for us at the moment, but we've taken extra steps with security both at home and at the kids' school and daycare. This whole thing is taking a toll on the family, but mother-in-law, father-in-law and brother-in-law are taking care of sister-in-law, and my husband and I are focused on ensuring the safety of our immediate family and minimizing the effect on the kids as much as we can." And someone suggests therapy for the kids, and Obi says, "My kids were able to have 2 sessions with a guidance counselor at school, one with both of them and then individual sessions with my husband and I. And my husband and I are looking into a therapist to have a few family sessions as well. I don't want my kids to be fearful and unable to enjoy their childhood because of this." And that must be absolutely terrifying to see a family member go through this and what it means for your family and your own safety and your children, etc. And I'm super glad that everyone seems to be on OP's side. I know you're probably saying, yeah, why wouldn't they be? But we've seen a lot of stories where people seem to go against the OPs in situations like this. So I'm glad it wasn't the case in this story. And hopefully sister-in-law is going to be getting the help that they need, which I know is not a quick fix, but I'm glad it's happening anyway. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from Efficient Respond 84. And before we do get into this one, I do want to give you some warnings as well. It does contain talk of infertility issues, stillbirth, and mentions of faking illness for attention. And it's titled, "Am I the arsehole for smashing a little girl's face in the cake?" Yesterday, we had a delayed birthday party for my nephew, 8 male, as he had his appendix removed during his birthday. In a long line of illnesses that he has had over the last few years, that was the most recent issue. He was born premature. The last 2 years, it was immediate family only. This year, we all went out. We got the bouncy castle, a chocolate fountain, booked tickets for go-karts for next weekend, a big cake with different marzipan roses and plant leaves molded in chocolate from different trees. He's very interested in botany and insects. The cupcakes also had different flowers, leaves and insects on them. This cost my sister a lot as they were painstakingly made due to the details. My brother-in-law's friend is married to a woman that is a bit special. He's not a very close friend, but he is included in events. They were both married previously and have 3, him and 2, her, children from previous relationships. All of them above 15. They do have a 10-year-old daughter known as their rainbow baby, as she was born after 2 IVF rounds, 4 miscarriages and 1 stillbirth. She will gladly tell everyone about a health journey to conception, a miracle baby, even if you tried to shut her up. She wore a cream-colored dress at my sister's wedding, upstaged another friend of hers' proposal by announcing her pregnancy. When her own sister-in-law graduated, she faked being ill, as she has only gone as far as college and not beyond, and couldn't take the attention her sister-in-law was getting. She fakes fainting spells when she doesn't get the attention she needs. Her daughter does the same. She'll fake a seizure when the conversation topic moves on from her, etc. At the party, I was in charge of food and I set up the cakes, cupcakes and other refreshments in the front room, as there would be lots of children running around and we didn't want grubby hands all over them before my nephew blew out the candles. Megan kept disturbing me going in and out of the room and her mother egged her on. She asked if she could take a picture of Megan eating the cupcake, and then she would join the others in the garden. I said no and locked the door after I'd set everything up and put the key in my bag. After about an hour or so of games, people started to move towards the table area, and my sister asked me to go get the candles and cake ready. Megan ran ahead of me, and as I entered the hallway, she unlocked the door, which to me was a surprise as the key should have been in my bag. My mother was almost shoulder to shoulder with me when Megan dipped her nose and cheeks in the cake and had this deranged, trying to be cute smile on her face. She picked one of the flowers off the cake and ate it. Her mother cheered her on and took a picture before I could react. Saying that the first pick of the flowers was hers anyway for being special. A few more people were in the hallway at this point, including my nephew and sister. He didn't look happy. I don't know what came over me, but I walked up to Megan and smashed her head into the cake. The aftermath was not pretty. Her mother started screeching, which brought more people into the small hallway and the front room. Megan started crying and her father threatened to do some not so nice things to me before my brother-in-law managed to interfere. He had to literally drag him out of the house. Some people in the crowd laughed and others stayed quiet. Then those who missed it asked questions and I explained what happened. Megan and her mother, who were still in the room, tried to justify their actions, even saying that I was the one that ruined the cake. Others sided with me that nobody wanted to eat the cake with Megan's boogers, is it? In the end, they left. My sister had cancelled Megan and her family's go-kart tickets. She also billed Megan's mother for the cake. Megan's mother forwarded the bill to me via WhatsApp message and I refused to pay for it. She said what her daughter did was fixable, but how I reacted was not. She also billed me for Megan's dress dry cleaning. I have no intention of paying for that either. There's been quite a commotion on Facebook and WhatsApp groups and my sister is threatening with small claims court. Older generations say I'm the arsehole as I reacted inappropriately. Am I the arsehole for making a mountain out of a molehill? So the first question on this one, which OP responded to, said, not the arsehole, what the hell? Why exactly is this family invited at all? What did the dads say to each other? OP said there was some shouting on the driveway. Her father sent me threatening text. My brother-in-law wasn't happy about it. They went to discuss the matter at the local pub. A couple of the other guys went to mediate. They're not back yet. Sounds like a good idea, putting alcohol in the mix. Oh dearie me. Someone asked, did OP apologize to the nephew? And OP said, thanks for the thoughtful reply. I've already apologized to him and as he is still upset about the cake today, I told him I would make it up to him. He says he knows the cake was ruined due to Megan's behavior, but was still sad that his birthday party became about Megan and her mother. Even when the children were done eating the remainder of the food, they talked about the incident and didn't talk much about his party. Thinking back, I guess I should have put her mother's face in the cake. Oh well, done is done, and I don't have a time machine. Ninja says, tell Megan's mother she stole the key out of your pocket. They clearly pre-planned to ruin the cake, therefore she can pay for it. If she has a problem with that, then she shouldn't let her daughter ruin other people's cakes and parties. OP says, some of the other children told Megan and said she took the key. All our bags and coats were in the middle of the dining room as there isn't enough space for all that in the entrance. The garden is decent size, so the party had to take place there for everyone to fit. Two of the children of other guests told her not to go in the bags and coats, but she did until she found the key. Rude Conclusion says, I can't believe I'm actually saying not the arsehole on a post where he got physical with a child. But this is the worst kind of entitled brat and the mother is batshit crazy. I'm just sorry it wasn't the mother's face that was trashed in the cake. Not the arsehole. Guppy says, wow, I was ready to say you're the arsehole because I absolutely hate when people do that, but yeah. Gonna go ahead and say not the arsehole. That girl and especially her mother need to learn boundaries and that everything isn't about them. I wouldn't have even invited them, but you aren't the parent and had no control over that. Hope your nephew had a great time though. Other than the brat and the cake, it sounds like you all really set up a special day. Renegade Dragonfly says, I may be unpopular, but everyone sucks here. The girl sounds rude and entitled and her mother sounds like a nightmare. They should be ashamed of themselves, but that is not a healthy way to teach a child a lesson. Unreal City replies that saying, yeah, regardless of whether Megan is a brat or not, adults shouldn't be physically retaliating against little kids. Like this isn't the big own all these comments are making it out to be. OP shoved a little girl. Also, they could have just cut off the part that Megan touched. By smashing her face in it, OP ruined the whole cake and no one got to enjoy it. As entertaining as Reddit may think it is, fighting bad behavior with bad behavior is not helpful. Instead of reflecting on how her actions may have hurt others, Megan is probably always going to look back on this moment as a time when she was the victim. Grey Wandering Fish says, everyone sucks here. The nephew is the real victim here and deserved the perfect, wonderful birthday and a cake he didn't get to have. You should have called out bad behavior from the start. They kept testing you, upping the ante each time and poking the bear thinking it's okay because there wasn't any consequence or pushback. And then the bear got them. The daughter is a brat, but she's a product of a crappy mother and still a child. You're an adult. If they are both acting like childish brats, be the adult and call out the bad behavior and show them the consequences before it festers and blows up to this. Now, there was a lot of not the arsehole comments on this. There was some everyone sucks here as well, but I thought I was going crazy while I was reading those comments. Because don't get me wrong, I get it. The child is a brat. Like the last comment said, still a product of her mother, who is a huge pain in the ass herself. But it had me thinking, I'm not sure if it was, when Megan touched the cake, it sounded like, it's possibly salvageable. Again, I don't know the full ins and outs, but it sounded like, there may be a way to salvage some of that cake. But instead, you chose to grab a 10-year-old's head and smash it into a cake. Smash, that's the words that you used. Physically assaulting a child as an adult. Come on now. We covered a cake smashing story a couple of months ago, and I've heard and seen some horrific things that go wrong when people do these cake smashing trends. And I know it wasn't a trend in this particular situation, but it still could have went awfully wrong. And you completely destroyed the cake as well. Like I said before, you might not have been able to recover it previously, but it sounded like, she pulled a flower off it, she probably put some fingerprints on it or whatever. That's what it sounded like to me in that story. I might be completely wrong, but you went and shoved her face in it, which completely wrecked the whole cake. And I'm just scrolling through here. I've just spotted another comment that mentioned about, cakes sometimes have skewers in them, especially these custom built cakes and things like that, which was a possibility as well. There was just, oh man, it's a scary thought. And I know I shouldn't go down this path of what if, because it didn't happen in this particular story, but I just can't agree with grabbing the child's head, regardless of how much they're a brat, and smashing it into a cake is the right way to go about things as an adult. As always, not excusing their behavior. Like it was said, Megan sounds like a little turd, the mum sounds like a right arsehole, but doing that to a kid, man, I can't agree with it. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Derpy Pets Be The Best from the Am I The Arsehole subreddit, and says, am I the arsehole? Older woman is trying to mother my boyfriend and ice me out. I think she's overbearing and I need some boundaries. We've been dating for 1 year plus. 3 months in, his mum was diagnosed with terminal cancer. He had to move home several states away. I moved out at his request for 3 months and got my own place. His mum and I got along amazingly. She even left family jewelry to me in her will. He told me about his friend, 25 female, who had a crush on him in high school. Fine. He also told me that he'd stayed at her apartment for a night when he'd gotten there. Also fine. But things got weird when I met her mum. We went over to hers for dinner, and she and her mum only talked about how close he was to them. They told me that when he'd gone over to 25 female's house, he stripped down to his undies so she could do his laundry, and that she did his hair. He'd never mentioned this. He'd have a special nickname for him, and he'd tease me for not using it. The daughter even went upstairs to change into the same outfit I was wearing. The mum was even more possessive. For months now, she's iced me out over and over. I didn't hear from him for 2 days and later found out she'd taken him on a trip to New York. When he moved back, the mum flew up to help and asked him to stay in a hotel room for the night. He could have stayed at mine. I asked, 1 bed or 2? He said my suggestion was gross. She's like a mum to him. She keeps crossing boundaries. She takes sips of his drink at dinner. When I take a bite of his food, she immediately asks him to make her a bite. This summer, they insisted they all take a vacation together and I wasn't invited. A few days ago, his mother passed. He decided to stay in his condo alone for the night. 50s female flew in at 1 a.m. and went straight to his condo. There's no couch and it's a 1-bedroom. She slept in his bed for 2 days. I was shocked, but I didn't say anything. This is not the time. He can barely talk and is processing his grief, but I was so appalled and insulted. She also told me not to come over to check on him. She even asked me to drive her around and run errands for her. I ignored that and went over. Every time I tried to get close to him, cuddle in his bed, sit next to him, she took my place or made him move. Then she got ice cream on her shirt and she took it off in the living room. As I was laying next to him, she hovered over us. His uncle and grandparents seemed to have an issue with her too. He told me that she and his family were fighting over him. He never stops her from crossing the line. He needs to solve that, or I need to eventually walk away because I can't feel like an intruder in my own partnership forever. Would I be the arsehole to ask for some boundaries here, or am I being jealous and controlling? In the comments, someone asks, why haven't you spoken about this with him before? And OP says, his mum has been terminally ill all year and he's been in such a low place. I hardly saw him in person, and this is an in-person talk. I didn't want to spoil our time together when I did see him, or burden him with trying to renegotiate existing relationships he's getting support from during this rough period. Now that she's passed and he can start healing, I'll wait a little while and talk this out with him. The really weird stuff started happening just recently when he's at his worst, so I've been holding off. Someone asks about the water cup, and OP says he said about them stealing his water cups that he gave up trying to stop them a while ago because they keep doing it. So they kind of wore him down and are persistent on some things like that. He one time said something to the mum like, stop being weird around OP. And they didn't talk for a week or two, but they worked it out. I don't know exactly what was said, but I didn't dig into it, but that was the only time, and it was really early on when this stuff started, and then never again. Someone asks if he could be like her sole beneficiary and could she be after the money. OP says he is the sole beneficiary, but she is a very wealthy woman, and there's no reason for her to go after the inheritance. I also come from wealth, and they know I wouldn't be after his money either. That's a non-factor. I do think she would only be happy if he was with her daughter. I've long thought that. The daughter is dating someone else, so it's kind of a weird thing to hold out hope for. So, OP continues in that post giving more info on the last few days and says she flew him back to the home state 2 days ago, and beyond the text telling me they'd arrived, I've heard nothing since. I know he'll be back in the next few days. He has to work next week, but I get a sick feeling when I think too much about it. I have no idea what's going on over there right now, and I am super concerned, but I don't want to blow up his phone either. I'm tired of walking on eggshells though, I won't lie. Someone questions OP and says, why didn't you tell her to put a shirt on? OP says, I thought she was going to do a quick shirt swap. He was in the bathroom and I figured if she was just swapping shirts quickly, it's no big deal. But she got distracted by her phone while changing and stood on her phone in her bra long enough for him to come out of the bathroom, and the whole time he was saying goodnight to me. It's actually creepier than I described above. Kind of wordy and hard to explain, but I'll do my best. She opened the little laundry closet and was standing by the little closet door like 5 feet from us, and it blocked my full view of her from where I stood as we said goodnight. I'd moved there after she took her shirt off to try and give her privacy, if it was the quick swap I thought it was. But I could see her watching me give him a hug through the crack in the door over his shoulder. I was like, what the fuck? Someone questions the boyfriend's response to one bed or two, and OP says he seemed grossed out by the suggestion there was anything sexual between them. I do genuinely believe there is nothing blatantly sexual going on from his end, and that realizing the stuff she's doing is grooming-esque will be a huge eye-opening shock to him. I think he's been conditioned to see her as Mama Bear or Mother Hen for him and his friends. There's another guy our age that she has a similar closeness with, and he thinks it's all totally platonic because they've broken down his barriers one by one slowly. Someone says his mum was friends with this woman? And OP says, so when I first came onto the scene, his mum was not a fan. He said she felt replaced by this woman even before it got really crazy. So I didn't bring it up much with his mum since it was a touchy subject. As his mum got worse, this friend started coming over to his house and befriending his mum. I think she put up with it to make him happy and make him feel supported as he was dealing with her getting worse. That woman was a saint. I adored her. The moment his mum passed, she pissed off his grandparents and uncles immediately after spending the last 2 months befriending them. She has a son already. But I had a holy shit moment yesterday and realized there's another guy our age that she has similar closeness with like my boyfriend. And I realized this is a pattern. There's girls in the friend group that's always at their house, so I didn't connect before, but she isn't close with the girls like she is with my boyfriend and this other guy. He is single before you ask. And we'll start with one of the top comments on this post, which was from Fluke Dupes Lot, who says, not the arsehole at all. The actions of this older woman show possessiveness, grooming and jealousy. She's dominating him for her own self-gratification. If she really did care about him, she wouldn't have ignored his attempts to set boundaries. She wouldn't push you out. She would in fact want more people there for him, not fewer. She's a predator. She's a manipulator. She has set herself up to speak for him as though she's the one who knows what he needs and cares about him most. She is not. What she says isn't important. Her actions are important, and she's isolating and dominating him. He's conditioned to it, and his grief has made him even more susceptible to her wiles, which she has capitalized on. I think you could wait in the wings for a bit, or you could talk to him sooner. The message could be something like, older woman has taken a lot of space in your life. She's acting like she's an authority in your life, and she's explaining your life to you to make her a large and critical part of it. I think she's disrespectful, possessive, and overbearing. But what I think isn't important as what you think and what you want your life to be like. You didn't have to accept the place in your life she has demanded and taken, but you can. It's your life, and I, unlike her, want to respect your autonomy and give you choices. Take your time and figure things out. It's on him to decide who he wants in his life. If he can't get out from under her influence, he's not life partner material. Spare Engineer says not the arsehole. This would definitely be an ultimatum situation for me. Honestly, I'm already a jealous person. I try not to be, but seriously, this is way crossing the line and would be completely unacceptable regardless if he's grieving or not. I'd be like, you'll want him so bad you can have him. He doesn't seem to be trying to include you or address all the weirdness. Ping Pong Professor says not the arsehole. You have a boyfriend problem here. Her behavior is clearly beyond inappropriate, and he isn't doing anything to stop it. One or more of several things are going on here. 1, he's completely oblivious to how over-the-top inappropriate this is. 2, he's enjoying her attentions. Or 3, he doesn't enjoy her attentions, but doesn't have enough of a spine to put a stop to it. In the end, it doesn't really matter which of these is the case. A long-term relationship with him simply isn't sustainable as long as she's in the picture. You said it yourself, in quotes. He needs to solve that, or I need to eventually walk away because I can't feel like an intruder in my own partnership forever. And it says, so tell him that. And then there was a lot of people saying, what a fucking weird situation. A lot of people saying OP should just break up, and a lot of people talking about grooming. She's targeted him when he's vulnerable, when he's just lost his mum, and she spent a long time normalizing this behavior so he can't see what's really going on here. But OP adds an update to the post and says, I called him this morning. I haven't heard anything in 3 days. He was asleep. Whoops. He said he would be driving back with her either today or tomorrow. He's taking the family dog and it's a 14-hour drive. I asked him to let me know when he's coming and keep me in the loop. My current plan is to show up when they get in, regardless of the time, and tell her she needs to get a hotel or she can even sleep on my couch. Ugh, they might get in a weird hour where she can't check in, preferable over sharing his bed. She's not sleeping there. I feel sick to my stomach and I'm trying to do calming breathing, but I can't imagine letting another night in a shared bed go by. That's all I've got for now. I'll update what happens when they get here. Let me know your thoughts on the current plan. OP adds a small update some hours later and says, so he texted me saying he was in the car heading back, and I couldn't stop myself. I said something and I'll provide exact quotes from the text below. The links to the screenshots can be found on here, as well if you want to see it that way. Then adds a transcript which says, me, have a safe drive, but I need to be upfront with this. Where is the friend staying tonight? I think she needs to get a hotel room. He said, don't think we're making it the whole way today. Got a pretty late start. Probably a hotel, then drive remaining tomorrow, but we will see. I don't want to kick her out right now. She leaves Sunday morning because of no flights tomorrow. OP said, are you comfortable with her sleeping in your bed? OP says, I don't care to be honest. She's like a parent to me, so it's never made me uncomfortable. I'm sorry if that makes you uncomfortable. I don't have my couch yet, otherwise I would sleep there. But I'm not going to make her get a hotel when she's like family to me. I need you to be okay with this right now, please. I can't handle more questioning about my decisions than my family has already done every single day for the past week. So please just say you're okay right now. We can talk about this a different time if you want, but I'm barely keeping my shit together. OP continues. So I was just, wow. I was speechless. I know he's struggling hard, but I couldn't believe he would blatantly say her staying over was more important to him than my clear discomfort. I do want to have an in-person discussion about this with him. For those who would say, leave now, I hear you, but it's hard to do a 180 in a day. Edit. I made a mistake on the last update, left out 2 middle texts by accident, but overall the message was the same. As you can imagine, on that post, people were asking questions like, what the fuck's going on here? They started off like, why the fuck is she coming with him anyway? OP said she's coming with him because they're driving the family dog back that he's taking on now that his mum passed. It's like a 14-hour drive, and he doesn't like to drive, so she hopped on it. It's his place. She had nothing to do with it financially, and I dread them taking this trip together, but I will arrive in the middle of the night if I have to when they get in, and tell her to take her bags and stay in a hotel. Someone asked, how long has this been going on? OP says he's known him since he was 14. She made a comment like, I've had him 11 years, almost longer than his family did, the day after his mum died. And I felt so skeeved out by that wording. And 3 days from that post, OP adds, forgive the delay, we talked yesterday but I was tired and didn't get typing it up. We talked in person, basically he agreed with everything. They won't let him have a relationship and they need to stop the weird shit. He agreed. He wants us to all be friends, and I said I could try if and only if the weird shit stops now and forever. I doubt it. He agreed she's possessive and controlling and it needs to stop. I challenged why he'd say this now, but on Friday I said there's an issue and he told me to leave it alone. Felt hypocritical. He said if he puts boundaries up with them, they will retaliate, his words, against me and blame me for ruining their friendship. I pointed out how toxic and unhealthy that is, and he agreed. I want action taken. Words don't mean much now. If he can't put up boundaries immediately and hold to them, I'm gone. But even if he does hold to it, I can't constantly worry about this. She can't fight to possess and control him every time there's a crisis, especially not a mutual crisis. House burns down, pet dies, when I'm struggling too. I'm still at a loss at what to do here. His mum died a week ago, and leaving him after he said he wants to fix it is tough. When it's just us, things are fantastic. For those saying leave now, I do hear you. I'm not shutting my ears to you. It's a lot to switch from seeing a future to considering leaving it all right now. Holy moly, that is scary shit. When OP was explaining about, she took her top off and she was in her bra and then she was peeking through like the crack in the door watching them cuddle. They made eye contact. I was like, that's some horror movie stuff, man. And when he was talking about putting up boundaries and he said that they would retaliate against the OP for ruining their friendship. Gee whiz. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? How would you deal with it? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit. It doesn't have an update, just to give you that warning in case you do want to skip it. And it's from a throwaway account that says, am I the arsehole for telling my daughter she's a disappointment? I have 2 daughters, 23 female, 20 female. They're both so beautiful and smart, and I really love them both. I always wanted them to be strong and independent women who could stand on their own feet, and I tried to raise them that way. They were both interested in volleyball. I always supported their interest. My younger is still playing in a team and also studying at a good university. She is really hardworking, and even if she does not succeed in playing professional volleyball, she will definitely have a good job. My older daughter quit both sports and school when she got pregnant at the age of 18. When she first told us that she was pregnant, I was very upset and advised her to have an abortion because having a child at such a young age would disrupt her life. She did not want to have an abortion, and my wife supported her decision. To be honest, I was very insistent on her having an abortion at the time, but when I saw that she remained determined, I dropped the issue and supported her fully, even though I didn't want to. She got married quickly with the baby's father. Then she decided to stay at home and take care of her child, and her husband started to work. I never wanted my daughter to be financially dependent on her husband, but I never voiced it either. But of course, my daughter knows that I'm bothered by this. Yesterday we were having dinner with my daughters and my wife. My wife and daughter started talking about being a mother. My wife told her that even though I wanted her to have an abortion, I love my grandson very much now. My daughter asked me if that was so, and I said, of course I love him. I really love my grandson, but my daughter knew that I was bothered by her situation, so it didn't sound sincere at all. My daughter said I could give an honest answer. I told her that I really love my grandson, but that I was disappointed that she'd become a mother at an early age, had left school and her job, and was now dependent on a man. She didn't argue with me, but the rest of the night was a bit tense. At the end of the night, she went home and my wife started a fight over what I said. I told her that she was the one who wanted an honest answer, but my wife is sure that I'm an arsehole. My younger one agrees with me but says I was rude to say it out loud. Edit. I'm not sorry that my daughter doesn't live the life I want. I'm sorry that she lives dependent on another person, and I can't say that their marriage is going very well. They chose the sport they wanted to be interested in, the university they wanted to go to, or their hobbies, etc. I didn't force anything on them. All I want is for them to be self-sufficient. I also told my daughter that I would pay for a babysitter if she wanted to go back to school or get a job. Yes, she is only 23 years old, could still have a career, but she's not doing that. And in the comments, Emerald says, I'm going to give you some serious advice and I hope you listen to it, OP. I'm the daughter in this situation. I got pregnant when I was 16. Was it a great idea? Absolutely not. But the decision was made, it was done. Well, my mum was exactly like you, consistently bringing up things like how she thought my life would be different. She was disappointed I became such a young mother. She had bigger plans for me. It's such a shame I didn't listen to her when she told me to abort, etc., etc. for years. Well, guess what? Now I'm 37. I'm happy and successful, and my daughter is 21 now, and one of the best people literally on the planet. But guess who I haven't spoken to in 4 years because I got so tired of listening to the crap over the years? That's right, my mum. If you value your relationship with your daughter and grandson, it's time to let go of the dreams you had for her life and focus on being a supportive and kind part of the life she has now. Happy Trifler says, question, is your daughter happy being a wife and mother? I'm going to say you're the arsehole, even though I can understand being disappointed. That said, please keep in mind that being a successful parent isn't about raising a child to be who you want them to be, but raising them to be confident in who they want to be. If your daughter is happy, then that's all that matters. Blum says, unpopular opinion, but no one's an arsehole here. Being financially dependent on another person is dangerous, especially as a woman. Even if the provider is not toxic, an accident or death could change everything. In my opinion, both parents should be responsible for providing. It's safer for the child. The first month is really hard for the birth mother, so most of them stay at home for this period. Not only for their recovery, but to stay close with the baby. After this, it's normal to go back. The daughter can still be an independent adult in the future. Which 10 replies that and says, for real, these you're the arseholes are crazy. OP sounds extremely genuine and isn't making over the top demands. OP just wants their daughter to be financially independent and educated. What's the harm in that? I thought, without much credibility. I feel like OP's daughter isn't happy as well and was looking for validation through her son. Judgment, not the arsehole. And one more comment from Some Sugar and Spice who says, not the arsehole. It's very understandable that you feel the way you do. You have a point. It's incredibly dangerous for women to be dependent on men. The path your daughter has chosen leaves her in a vulnerable position where she won't be a fully autonomous human being. Her husband will always have a say over her, even if it's unconscious for all involved. You want what's best for your daughter, her being able to live a safe life. That life isn't possible if she's financially dependent on her husband. You also didn't call her a disappointment. You called the circumstances surrounding her situation disappointing, while making it explicitly clear that you love your grandson and don't resent him or her. The only thing you can do is be there for her if things go south, and hope she has the ability to leave if she ever needs to. Many women won't be able to take that step, tragically. I always find the word disappointment, I'm disappointed in you, like such a kick in the nuts. I can't remember what program it was where they said, I'm not mad at you, I'm just disappointed. And I kind of felt like, is that really what OP's trying to get across? It sounded more like they're scared for them, they're worried for them. Like some of the comments saying about, being financially dependent on one person, etc., etc. And there was a lot of people in the comments below that one sharing their horror stories of that kind of thing. But what do you guys make of this one? There's some verdicts both ways on that. Many people saying, if she's happy, just be there to support her in case anything else happens. Other people saying, they can get where OP's coming from. What's your verdict on this one? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our first story is titled, Would I Be the Arsehole If I Cancel My Vacation Because My In-Laws Are Following Us on Vacation? My husband is very close with his parents. His parents moved to the other side of the country to be closer to him and his siblings. They also babysit our kids 3 times in a week, so we see them weekly. Some weeks we see them also in the weekends. I'm also grateful that they babysit our kids and that they are amazing grandparents. We pay them a small amount every month, but seeing them so often is taking a toll on me. His parents don't have any friends or close relatives. That's why they often spend time with us. I don't mind seeing them a few times in a week, but some weeks it's just too much and overwhelming. I really miss my family. We try to see my parents 1 to 2 times in a month. They live a little far, so that's why we can't visit them often. My parents suggested a family trip to their home country next year. Me, my siblings, and our families all agreed to go. When my parents-in-law found out, they also told us that they will be going. They come from the same country, so they booked the exact same flight. They're going because we are going. I told my husband my worries about them following us on vacation. I just want to enjoy my vacation with my family. I just want to take a break from my in-laws. My husband agreed, but he said he can't ban them from going. He told us that my in-laws said that they have their own planning and that we can just do our thing and that they won't bother us. Well, today my sister asked my father-in-law what their vacation plans were, and surprise, my in-laws have the same planning as us. They will visit the same places at the same time as us. Not the whole planning, but a lot is overlapping with our plans. I told my husband about this and he did not know about this either, but his reactions was very bland. He told me to not worry and that we just follow our own planning and to not mind my in-laws. We already had discussions about this situation a few times before. My husband told me we can just cancel the whole trip as a solution. But I just want to spend some time with my family without my in-laws following us. Talking to them is difficult for me because of the language barrier. My husband doesn't see any problems with his parents following us. My sister jokingly told me that I can't escape from them. I really want to cancel the trip now, but she told me that my parents are really looking forward to this vacation and just to suck it up. She told me that I would be the arsehole if I cancelled everything just because of my in-laws wanting to spend time with us on vacation. So, would I be the arsehole for cancelling the vacation? Edits. Wow, I woke up to 200 plus messages. I'm trying to read through everything. My husband did share the itinerary with his parents. His reason was that he didn't see any problems with it because his parents told him many times that they wouldn't bother us and that they wanted to meet up a few times. Now I'm hearing that my in-laws will spend the Chinese New Year's with my family on vacation, and no, we can't change the date for the flights. We booked early so the flight tickets were pretty cheap. Now the tickets are $1,000 plus per person. We can change the itinerary, so I'm going to talk with my husband about it. My husband is a great husband, but he's very laid back. I will talk with him again. He knows this is bothering me. Now, in the edit, you said that your husband did share the itinerary with his parents, whether this was on purpose or, it was just a silly mistake, because his reasoning was that the parents told him many times that they wouldn't bother us. And I don't think I'd cancel the trip for this. I think this can be solved, and maybe pretty easily. I know it's not easy for everyone, and it might be a difficult conversation, but your husband needs to speak to his parents and tell him simply that you, as a family, need some time away. You need your own time to spend time with her family, which hasn't happened in a long time, and OP is really looking forward to it, and she wants to spend that quality time with them. If someone told me that, I'd be totally understanding of the situation. If they don't understand that, that's a them problem, I'm afraid. And I would change up your itinerary so things suit you and you get that alone quality time. They can make their decisions, but in reality, they should be respecting your choices here. 7 That's a Nope says, not the arsehole, but your husband gave them all your travel info and itinerary right, which was already covered. They know your exact flights and what you'll be doing for every step of the trip. They don't have that much overlap by coincidence. The only way they'll be able to plan so much overlap is if someone gave them your itinerary, and that someone isn't your parents or your sister. Your husband is talking about cancelling because he knows you won't do it. He knows you won't actually sabotage the trip with your family to avoid his family. Can you change around your itinerary with your family and do all the things you guys want to do, but at different times so it's not overlapping with his parents? Then don't tell your in-laws the changes. Also, probably don't tell your husband. Secrets in a marriage are bad, so maybe just tell him the itinerary while there isn't set in stone, but he can choose if he wants to join his parents for things or you and your family. Or leave hubby home and tell him his parents he's not going, so if they want to spend time with him, they need to stay home too, since they all cook this up together. No one cares says, not the arsehole. I'm sure he knew otherwise. How did they know what you were doing? Honestly, I wouldn't disappoint your parents. I'll just tell your husband you need a break from his family. So you're going to spend time with your family and he can go entertain his parents. Change the plans on what you're doing or switch the days around and don't tell him. When you get there, either stay with your parents or just leave before he gets up. Tell him you get kids half the week, he gets them the other half. If he complains, tell them the next time either grow a backbone and learn to tell his family no, or he can learn to keep his mouth shut and not plan with his parents behind your back for the next vacation. Also, is it possible for you and your parents to change your plane tickets and go visit somewhere else? Maybe he can take the kids for a few days. One more comment from Kiki V, who says, not the arsehole. You're not placing the blame where it really should be. Your husband. He planned this with his parents behind your back and is playing dumb. It's time for you to put your foot down and take some time away from your in-laws. Find another babysitter. They're too involved in your life and need to just be grandparents. Talk to your husband and call him out for betraying your trust, and ask him who he's married to, because it seems like he thinks his parents are part of your marriage. Tell him that you and your children are taking a time out from his parents until he fixes the problem. Call him out and tell him that he is the one who valued his parents' feelings over yours, and he can be the one to fix it, and you and your children will not be seeing his parents until he sets very firm boundaries with them and instills consequences. Also tell him that you and your children will be going to visit with your family, and he will be spending that time making sure that his parents don't end up running into you while you are with your family. If it were me, I'd tell him he better hope that you don't see them during the visit, because if you do, it is over. That's just what I would do. He's smothering you with his parents. You should be able to see your own family without his parents as chaperones. So OP does update the post and says, "Hi guys, sorry for the late update. Life got busy, and I really didn't have anything exciting to update. I want to thank everyone for your advice. Most of them were helpful. We decided to go through with the vacation. It'd be unfair towards my parents, husbands, and kids to cancel. The main culprit of this fiasco is my mum. My mum is a social butterfly and she tries to include everyone. She was the one who invited my in-laws to come. Her reason was that my in-laws don't have any friends or social circle, and that she wanted them to enjoy a vacation too. Although her reason is sweet, my husband, father, and sister were disappointed with her actions. My husband because he wanted a vacation for us. He wanted a bond as a family. With his parents there, he has to take care of everything for them. My father because he now has to entertain my in-laws, and he's excited to spend time with his grandkids because he doesn't see them often. My sister because she's tired of my mother always inviting people while it was supposed to be a small family thing. My mum once invited relatives to my sister's kid's birthday party while she wanted to have a small celebration. So yeah, better talk with my mum to explain why our actions are hurting us. My mum doesn't really understand why we're bothered. She says the more the merrier. My husband blames my mum for this whole fiasco. He told me that he didn't want his parents to join us on vacation, but my mum invited his parents without consulting with us. Now they are going and he can't tell them not to go. My husband did talk with his parents to set boundaries. He told them that we wanted 2 weeks for ourselves. They get 1 week with the kids, the rest is for us. My in-laws told us that they understand, but yeah, guess what? They've been trying to convince my husband to stay at the same hotel as them, and they are planning to follow us the last 2 weeks of the vacation. They changed their itinerary, so they'll be at the same places, without consulting us. I overheard them talking about it. My mother-in-law's exact words are, "We won't see the kids the first week, so we need to follow them for the last 2 weeks." I appreciate my in-laws, I really do. They are amazing grandparents, but I just wanted a break. Just for a few weeks. I just wanted this vacation to be for us. I see my in-laws 2 to 4 times in a week. They didn't have friends, so they spend most of their times with my kids and us. My sister said that what my mother-in-law is doing is unhealthy bonding with my kids because of mother-in-law's past trauma. She's an amazing grandmother, but she can be a little much. When you spend so much time with your in-laws, you really crave some alone time. So yeah, my mum says just to put up with it because my in-laws just want to spend time with the kids on vacation. My husband doesn't want to hurt his parents' feelings. He did set some clear boundaries, but my in-laws don't care. I've come to the realization that I'll never escape my in-laws. So people, when you find your SO, do know that if you marry him or her, you will also marry their family. I gotta say, below this one, the majority of the comments was turning to everyone sort of sucks here. OP for not saying no themselves, the husband for not dealing with his parents, mum for inviting every bloody body on vacation. And I know dealing with family can be incredibly difficult. But your life doesn't have to be like this. Your last sentence seems to say that, this is it for the rest of my life now. But a conversation will solve this. Setting up boundaries will solve this. Everyone deserves a break to get away from things, to relax with their own family and just have a bit of, time to yourselves. You shouldn't have to explain that to anybody. And simply telling them that you need a break just as a family should be more than enough. Like I said the first time around, it's a them problem if they don't understand and you need to just do your own thing. And this is just going to continue from your in-laws, from your mum, if nothing is said about it, which will then just be your life. And yeah, that's clearly not what you want. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Let's move on to another story. And our next story is one that we have covered in the past, but now it's been flagged with a final update. And I'm going to cover the previous parts of the story. I'll put timestamps down in the description as always, so you can skip through parts if you've already heard them and you want to skip them, whatever. Totally up to you. But this story does contain cancer as well, so if you do want to skip it, always feel free to do so. It's from the Off My Chest subreddit from a throwaway account and says, I'm at a loss as what to do with my 54 male wife, 51 female request. My wife and I have been married since 2001 and together since 1999. She's the most intelligent, thoughtful, caring, loyal person I know. I have always thought of myself as fortunate to have met and married her. She is, even today, aesthetically beautiful, and men have told her this throughout our marriage. She has always shot them down. Earlier this year, she was diagnosed with uterine cancer stage 1, had a full hysterectomy. I was never concerned about the cancer. It was diagnosed early, dealt with quickly, and she made a full recovery. I took time off work to look after her after the surgery, and all seemed well. There were some to be expected emotional instances on her part, and although I'm not an emotional person, we dealt with them together. After a recovery, she was insistent that we start living life to the fullest and took a 10-day trip to Europe, followed by a trip to Belize. We also have a trip to the UK and Spain and Portugal later this year. I am fine with these things, building memories and crossing bucket list adventures off of her/our list. I also understand that these are a result of feeling fragile on her part. She also took up yoga, swimming, and healthy cooking classes. I was fully on board until last week. Last week she came home from work and told me she wanted a hall pass, a one-time opportunity for her to have sex with someone else besides me. She said that since her cancer diagnosis, her outlook on life has changed and she doesn't want to be handcuffed from doing things she wants to do. She explained that there is this guy at her work that she has always had some attraction to. He's leaving the company and she will never see him again. So this is the perfect opportunity to sleep with someone else. She said that I could say no, of course, but that she would be mad and disappointed at me for indeterminate amount of time, and that it would be a confirmation of my male toxicity and insecurity. I don't consider myself to be toxic, and if not wanting your wife of 20 plus years to have sex with someone else is insecure, then I guess I am insecure. I told her that I appreciated her talking to me about this, but approval via coercion is not approval. I also said that I do not appreciate her language in describing my, as of yet, unknown reaction to this very large issue that could affect the rest of our marriage and life. I got up in the morning and she basically said that she was sorry for putting such a large decision solely on my shoulders, and that to help, she was taking the decision away from me. She booked a hotel near where her co-workers are having a party/send-off for this guy, and she would spend the night there with him and hoped that I would be here when she got back. That she would answer any questions I have about the night after it happened, but not before. She will not tell me who he is or anything about him because she knows me too well, and that I will dwell and obsess over him. And that would make it too real for me, which is pretty accurate. Her point of view is that the less I know, the better, which contradicts the offer to tell me anything I want to know after it happened. I think she knows I won't want to know/ask anything, or she simply will not tell me. Part of me thinks at least she has been honest with me and she's been through a lot since finding out she had cancer, so maybe I should just let it happen. I certainly have no concept of what she went through, so I cannot dismiss how this affected her mental state and outlook on life. Part of me wants to put my foot down and say this is not going to happen and deal with those consequences when they happen. Her BFF called me callous for even suggesting that I wouldn't let it happen, because I have no idea what she went through. I find it hard to believe that she is okay with the possibility of throwing away 20 plus years of marriage over some guy that she has had no relationship with outside of work, and that I should just call her bluff. Maybe she thinks similarly that I won't throw away the marriage because of just one encounter. I just don't know what to do. I empathize with her, and that's an instant later I am angry with her. Part of me wants to know who this guy is. What does he look like? What has he got that is so enthralling for her? Is he just a safe option? Is he married? Does his wife know? Would I be callous arsehole for saying no? What can I do besides walking away? The top comment on this one says, kinda think this is the way your marriage will be from now on. With her epiphany, she wants to relive her life and she's going to do it regardless of your feelings. I think she is being rather selfish and probably only threatens this because she thinks you are beaten down and will simply put up with it. Perhaps not the best time for trips and thrills. She wants the single life. Let us see what that means. Opie says she thinks because she will never see this guy again and that I have never met him, supposedly, that it won't really affect me or our marriage in the long term. I'm left with accepting it and never viewing her the same way again and going through a divorce at 54. Not really great options on either front. I don't know where her head is and the bout with cancer is affecting her in ways that I couldn't possibly imagine. I don't think she believes I will leave. Around 4 days later, Opie updates and says I received a ton of advice that I couldn't possibly respond to. I do appreciate the people who took time to offer advice in the comments or via PM. It has been an exhausting couple of days. I was hoping that my opposition to her plans would give her pause, but unfortunately, that did not happen. I said I am a hard no, and I'm not sure how I will feel about you if you go ahead with it. I was met once again with, this is for me, it'll be one time, what can I say that will help you deal with it? You'll get over it. We were meant to be regardless of the situation, remarks leading up to Saturday. She left Saturday, ostensibly to meet her co-workers, but in reality, fuck the guy. I asked her to text me when she was leaving for the bar, and when she did, I asked her if she was really going through with this. After her response, I'm not answering any more questions tonight, I will see you tomorrow, I blocked my wife. Then I did something either stupid or brilliant. I went to the bar where the get-together was happening. Well, not the bar, but a transit bench across the street. I waited for a long time. It was running through my mind, the leading up to this event, that I need to know who this guy was. Maybe to compare myself against him, to see what he had that I do not. It was driving me crazy not knowing who he was and what was so special about him that she would ruin a marriage for. After what seemed like an eternity, a woman that I recognized from my wife's office left the bar and got in a cab. Soon other people started filing out and a whole group of people came out and people were hugging a man and shaking his hand. I assumed that I had my guy. I didn't see my wife and had a brief thought that maybe she called it all off. I unblocked her and there were no messages. Everyone said their goodbyes and left. Dude was standing outside for a few minutes and then my wife came out. She looked around, took his hand and started walking away together. All of the emotions I went through, trepidation, sadness, anger, it was disgust that really encapsulated the event for me. This guy was short, fat and bald, all the things I cannot compete with. Ultimately, I felt like a pervert for watching from a distance. I followed until they got to the hotel and then turned around and went home. I woke up Sunday morning and put a lock on the master bedroom door. I moved her things to the spare room and left a note asking her to find other accommodations as quickly as possible. I visited another friend who was a lawyer and he gave me some sage advice and a couple of recommendations for divorce attorneys and made the introductions. My wife had been calling me numerous times since around 11 or so. Once blocked, the calls go to voicemail. I listened to the first couple but found nothing but some satisfaction when she couldn't get through to me and she was obviously becoming concerned. I didn't want to go home, but I left in such a hurry that I didn't plan an overnight properly. I got home around 9 and as per my buddy's advice I recorded the interaction. I was halfway up the stairs when she came up from the family room asking what was going on. Could we talk? I just answered with, I'm not interested in discussing this tonight and went to bed. After not getting a response from me through the door, she left me alone. I kind of feel like a child for not talking to her and shutting the door on her, but I just couldn't look at her. Monday I got up and ready for work. She was waiting for me and asked if we could discuss getting back to normal. I said you've been doing all the talking for both of us for the last week. Why don't you continue? And left for work. I have an appointment with the attorneys my friend recommended for this week. Opie then posted a rant which said potential waywards in the BFF and said the BFF does not have your best interests in mind. The BFF wants to validate their bad choices by encouraging you to make the same ones. The BFF lives for the drama they help create. The BFF is titillated by the details. The BFF cultivates misery. The BFF is a narcissist who can't help themselves, so if the statement just go for it, you deserve it, he doesn't appreciate you, he doesn't respect you, and in my case, you face your own mortality and you shouldn't let anyone hold you back from doing the things that make you happy. Maybe realize that you should talk with your significant other, explain what you are feeling. You owe it to them to discuss the way you are feeling about yourself, your partner, and your marriage. Opie left some comments below that and said, yeah, once the dust has settled, I realized I was desperate to hold on to something that no longer existed. I've initiated divorce proceedings. She has regret, not remorse. Of course, those are different things with different meanings. She regrets what has happened because her life is upside down now. Someone in private messages asked if her cancer could be back and spread to her brain, which I don't know if it has actually happened or not, but I doubt it would make any difference to me at this point. I just don't see her the same way anymore. I told all of her friends' husbands about how they enabled this behavior, and the fallout is interesting. I said that maybe when they are covering for one another, that maybe my wife was just the next link in the chain. It's got them going through their wives' phones. A couple found inappropriate sexting. All husbands have made their wives cut off my wife and each other. Someone asks, was BFF one of those sexting? And Opie says, of course. The BFF's husband says that she was definitely an emotional affair and probably a physical affair as well. He is still digging. Opie's next update says, my lawyer wasn't available for a few days, so I was faced with the reality of having to live with my wife in the interim. I really didn't want to go home and have any discussion, let alone a discussion about our relationship. When I did get home, I was basically ambushed by her friends and my mother-in-law. Instead of taking the remorseful approach, they decided that a full court press was what the situation warranted. I was basically berated by them. The BFF was definitely the ringleader, but all of them decided to say such things as, she's been going through a lot. You don't know what she's been going through. You have no idea what it is like to face something like this. This was a one-time thing. At least she told you. She could have hidden it from you. She will never see the guy again. And my favorite, you're an arsehole for what you've been putting her through these last couple of days. I listened with a dumbass smirk on my face, and when there was a lull in their fury, I asked if they were all done now. Then I asked my wife if there was anyone in her circle of friends or anyone else that she forgot to tell about this. I quietly informed all of them that I was going to sit down with their husbands and tell them about how they verbally abusing me, shaming me, and trying to coerce me into staying with a cheater. After I told them to leave, I said that I had no say in the entire event, and so they have no say in whether I stay or not. My soon-to-be ex-wife sort of apologized. She said she regretted the entire thing. I said there is a difference between regret and remorse. You regret what happened because of the cause and effect. You have regret because your life will never be the same. Our relationship will never be the same because you were wholly and willfully unconcerned about me and what I wanted. She asked if I had any questions that she would answer them now, no matter how disturbing. I said the one question I do have is why? Not necessarily why this guy. Why this low-end, unattractive, unfit guy? But why someone else in the first place? She said that the cancer scared her to the core. She felt like she was rushing towards mortality and stepping out of the tunnel was appealing. She said that after all this time of being a wife and a mother and worrying about family, this was something just for her, an escape. The guy was just someone who was interested in her for a long time. She knew he wouldn't say no and was completely opposite to me. I said if I was going to risk my marriage, the woman would have to be a serious upgrade from you. I told her that I saw you and him coming out of the bar that night. I watched you walk away from the bar hand in hand towards the hotel. I said that you looked too familiar with each other and asked if there was something going on before all this. She said no, but who knows if that's the truth or not. I said that after all our years together, your lack of respect for me was astonishing. I finished by saying that I would never be able to look at myself in the mirror again if I condoned that level of disrespect and stayed with you. I said I hope we can go our separate ways amicably and that I have an appointment with a lawyer later in the week. I again asked her to find some other accommodations and she simply said, I'm not going anywhere. We are not getting a divorce. I'll give you all the time you need to do whatever you need to recover from this. We will get past this. She's asked me to go to marriage counseling, which I refused. Why would I go to counseling? I did nothing to warrant needing a therapist's advice. I had her served and gave her notice to vacate. The house is my premarital asset. She has moved in with her mum, but I find her constantly coming by to see if I need anything or making suggestions like, what if we had an open relationship only on your side or threesomes? Which seemed kind of desperate and pathetic. Rebuffing her constantly and telling her that she has to call to ask permission before coming by, and finally seems to get through to her that there will be no us going forward. She has said that she will drag the divorce out for as long as possible, but so far has been compliant. The worst part of all this is telling my daughter that we are getting a divorce and why, followed closely by her begging me to give her mum another chance. I'm not sure I would have been afforded the same consideration if I was the one who was cheating. Hope he provides some more information below that. On his daughter he says, I think it was just a gut reaction. In the weeks that have passed, and the more she understands what has happened, the more irritated she is becoming with her mum. On his wife, I loved my wife. I and others found her to be stunning. She looks like Linda Carter. Now knowing that she has a fared down so low makes her a non-entity that I could never look at the same way again. No amount of counseling is going to change the way I see her. Someone suggests something had to transpire prior to the hotel excursion. There's no way she decided in a matter of a few days to pick up and cheat with the affair partner. Opie says getting sex is easier for women. Maybe they were involved in an emotional affair before, and this was a culmination. I don't really know, nor do I care, unless it benefits me during the divorce. From what I know, all of her friends have cut her off. They're trying like hell to save their own marriages, that they are turning on each other. Someone asks, after vacating your house, is she feeling any remorse, or is she still thinking you need to get over it as of today? Going no contact with her should be easy since your daughter is an adult. What desperate measures has she taken that you haven't mentioned in your post and comments? Opie says she was stoic and held her position right up until she was served. Then she became visibly upset and resorted to begging, pleading, and bargaining. Someone else said, really? No tears? No emotional meltdown? I'm sorry that happened to you. How can she not see what she has done to you? The whole way this went is so surreal from start to finish. It's like she has a manic or hypomanic episode. You're doing the right thing by divorcing her. Sorry, but there is no love in her anymore. You, sir, have not lost your self-respect and have made the right choice. Take care of yourself. Opie said plenty of tears, begging and bargaining after the fact, but that may be just optics. Maybe she fell out of love and is now regretting her new station in life. She's an attractive woman. She would have plenty of men willing to date her, but I won't be one of them. Someone says, wow, amazing poker face. She really thought she owned you. Opie says she was confident, overly so. Another says, if you ever feel the need to go nuclear, you could reveal the affair to her co-workers. I bet that would be a disaster. Opie says, I want her employed so I don't have to pay maintenance, even if it was while she was between jobs. There is a woman at her work who has always looked at me in an inviting way. So maybe I'll try to date her after this is over. That would be interesting on a couple of levels. And OP updates again and says there is not much to report. We're in the process of getting a divorce. However, where we live, we must be legally separated for 1 year. My soon-to-be ex-wife has said that she will give me whatever I want in the divorce if I agree to attend marriage counseling, but I am not interested. There was a bit of back and forth while we worked out what separation looks like in everyday life from this point forward. As a result, we've only just agreed to the confines of the legal separation. So as we move towards defining the divorce language, maybe my stance may change. The house was a premarital asset, so she has no claim to it. The only things she could go after are my pension, vehicles, and vacation property. But I would counter that she has lived rent-free for 20 plus years, and has her own money plus inheritance from her father. I may have offer her a top-up in retirement as she was a stay-at-home mum while our daughter was young. But that would be the most at this point. I received a lot of messages about her friend group and my daughter. I will clear up misconceptions now. My daughter isn't taking her mother's side. She has always been a mama's girl, but she is very unhappy with her mum right now. Her initial reaction was just shock and held out hope that we would work through any issues and stay together. Now she accepts that is not going to happen, and she's been limiting her interactions with her. But at the end of the day, she's still her mum. The friend group husbands were upset at the level of complicity of their wives in aiding and abetting the contact and cheating and made them cut off my wife. But that seems to have been forgotten at this point. The BFF was the ringleader and seems to have taken a perverse pleasure in actively creating scenarios where they would be in contact. At the very least encouraging to the point of causing her husband to question her motives. It turns out she didn't like me at all and this was her way of sticking it to me. I guess she wins. The BFF's husband said that there were some sexting in his wife's messages, but said he is dealing with it. We did meet up with him being apologetic for his wife's complicity, but it is not his fault and just wants to move on. I've decided not to date anyone for a while. I will not be getting married ever again. So that's it. I doubt I will post again unless she wins the lottery, and I find it in my heart to forgive her. Ah, my word, I remember reading this the first time around and just the attitude of the wife, like, said, I want to sleep with someone else. He said absolutely not. And then she was like, well, I'm going to do it whether you like it or not. And then is shocked when he's serving her divorce papers. And then after all that, and he says like he wants her out of the house and she's like, I'm not leaving. We're not getting a divorce. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Good Sort 7315 and says, am I the arsehole for hiding my savings from my fiance? I recently got engaged to my fiance after 2 years of dating and told her we should probably start looking at houses. She told me that we didn't have the money for a deposit on a mortgage, but I personally have a lot of money in savings. There's a little bit more than $160,000. My girlfriend was initially just shocked because it is a lot of money for a 24-year-old to have saved. I've been extremely lucky in life. After a couple of days, she began to be annoyed at me. She felt like I was hiding this from her. I told her that I didn't hide it from her. I was just raised to not talk about personal finances with anyone other than someone you are married to. And I figured engaged is close enough that I'm happy to talk about it. I also said that I had actually used these savings to help her before. I paid her rent a few times when she couldn't and paid for a couple of $1,000s for a dog to get surgery. She was still quite angry and has been giving me the silent treatment for the past day. My parents don't see the problem. Her parents understand my perspective but think I should have told her when we moved in together last year. None of our friends know because I don't feel comfortable talking about it with them. I've already asked her if we can talk about it when she's ready and she just said she'd let me know when she was. I don't think this is relationship ending, but I know she probably wants me to admit I was wrong. I don't think I've done anything wrong. So I'm asking you guys more so out of curiosity for what others think. I gotta admit, I was a bit sort of both ways on this situation. I kept rereading it and going different ways with it. You said at the end there that you don't think you've done anything wrong, and I agree with you. I don't think you've done anything wrong. I think it's almost like a miscommunication or lack of communication, if you like. To me, it feels like you're in a relationship and you're at the point now where you're talking about buying a house together. You're engaged. And you also talked about that you moved in together within the last year. I kind of feel like that's the point where your finances should have been discussed then. We've seen in the past in these stories that finances can easily break relationships. I can also see it from like her point of view and, finding out this information and then going, oh, doesn't he trust me now or something? And I'm not saying anything against, your fiance at all, but I think prenups are a good idea in general. And again, I think the issue might come up again that it may be seen as another lack of trust, which is the problem. I personally don't see your fiance in that way. I think it's just a good idea to have prenups. That's all. You never know what life is going to throw at you. But Pinebox says, not the arsehole. Why exactly is she upset? You need to ask her this and listen closely to her response. She may think that because you have a comfortable savings, you should be paying more of the rent and bills. This isn't true. You pay your way with your earnings, not your savings. Knowing about your savings should not change any part of her life at all, so why is she mad? What difference does it make? If anything, this is a happy surprise. Had you been drowning in secret debt, she would have reason to be annoyed. As it is though, what's her problem? Gillian Nav says, info. You say you don't talk about personal finances, but you moved in together a year ago. Did you talk about bills and finances at that point? Did the discussion cover anything beyond simply assigning responsibility for certain bills? E.g., you pay for electricity, she pays for cable, etc. Most important question, did you willfully conceal, omit the truth, or directly lie about your savings? Opie says I never lied or specifically concealed it. There are moments where I probably could have brought it up, but I didn't feel it was necessary. When moving, we discussed how we'd pay for the rent and other things. I make more money, so I said that I'll take on more of the financial responsibilities. I pay for 3/4 of the rent and the groceries. Everything else is 50-50, beyond just what we currently make per payment cycle. Nothing else was discussed. Throwaway says, no one's an asshole here. I get your point, but when you start cohabitating and combining lives, that's a big step towards a serious future together. When my ex and I lived together, we split expenses by income and savings to have the lifestyle we wanted, but we're also budget conscious. I guess your fiance feels like either you weren't splitting things equally or she spent time feeling guilty when you helped her out, thinking she was more of a burden on your finances than she was. Impossible Trainer says these Reddit comments are already making her a gold-digging whore. Like, come on. If she was a gold-digging whore, she wouldn't have been with him in the first place, because in her mind, he didn't have any money. I think her problem is that she thinks that you lied to her, or maybe that you purposely hid it, and she thinks that you have maybe hidden other things too, or that you didn't trust her till now to talk about big things. Or maybe she is embarrassed that you can help buy a house and she can't, and that's why she is angry at herself. And one more comment from Snoke Fever who says not the arsehole, but I understand why she might be peeved. You did nothing wrong by hiding your wealth, but the reveal may have changed the dynamic of the relationship. Your fiance may be uncomfortable with the fact that you're able to, and have historically, aided her financially when she was unable to cover herself. I presume she doesn't want someone to take care of her and instead wants a partner who she can work with together. But the fact that you have a lot of wealth for someone your age may mean that there is now a bit of a power imbalance in the relationship. I don't know what I'd do in your situation, but as someone who is not financially well off, the realization that my partner was actually very wealthy would fuck with me a bit, making me feel like they may feel entitled to have the final say on big future financial decisions, or maybe even that I was being a drain/burden on them or whatever. A relative lack of wealth alters a social position relative to your own, and she likely has new feelings of inadequacy or even embarrassment. Some people here have suggested that she is thinking about how she would spend the money, or that she is expecting you to spend more on her. I think this is an extremely uncharitable take. If she wanted your money, she would have backed off now. She isn't being immature by any means. Taking a moment to understand the new situation is the right and smart thing to do. She's just adjusting to the realization. Hope you managed to work things out. So, OP does update the post and says, my fiance and I have spent the last week talking a lot about this. We started talking about it the day after my post. There was actually a lot to talk about because she had a lot of thoughts and feelings. When we started talking, I told her about the post very quickly. She was initially put out by me making the post after I explained that it was more for me to make sure I hadn't done something egregiously wrong and let her read through it at her own pace. She was more okay with it. Though I did warn her that a lot of the comments were making wild assumptions about her. After she'd read through my post, a few comments and my replies, we talked about it a little. The main thing we talked about from the post was the silent treatment. She was very apologetic and let me know that it wasn't her intention to be giving me the silent treatment, but can absolutely see it would feel like that to me. She said that she was just struggling to pass through a lot of thoughts and emotions. Like I said in a comment, a big part of where our communication broke down was my flippancy when it came to helping her with money previously. For me, it was showing that I was able to do it without hurting myself financially. To her, it was me trying to stop her from worrying. Without the information I had, I can definitely see how she thought that. She'd always just assumed I was only doing a little better than her. There was also a little bit of feeling bad about herself because of this. She is 26 and felt like because I was younger and had much more, she had failed. I reassured her that it wasn't a reflection on her and that I had just been very lucky. She asked me how I got the money and said that she was also concerned I had done something illegal to make it. I broke down how I saved the money in detail for her. She also expressed that she had already felt unworthy of me because I do so much for her. I reassured her that I did things for her because I loved her, and that hadn't changed. I also explained everything she does for me and how to me I feel like she does much more for me. She was also worried about the power dynamic that this created. I reassured her that I didn't see us as any different and that what was mine I viewed as hers. She also said she was worried about what else I was hiding from her, and I reassured her that I wasn't hiding anything. I told her she was free to look through anything of mine anytime she wanted. She told me it wasn't necessary and that it was an emotional concern, not actual distrust. Obviously, a week of reassurance isn't going to solve a lot of these emotions. We both already go to therapy separately, and she is planning on bringing up a lot of this to a therapist by herself. She also decided that couples therapy would be a good idea, not to repair our relationship because neither of us think it's broken, but to strengthen it and allow us to talk about the ways to mostly effectively communicate with each other. A quick overview of the comments below this one. A lot of people saying, rare communication win in this situation. Other people saying, she's manipulating you and all this kind of thing. Oh, dear me. I think a lot of the comments are more on the positive side on this one. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's crack on with another story. And our next story comes from Throwaway Save Fiance 80, who says, am I the arsehole for wanting a child-free ceremony? I am a 30 male and I am marrying the love of my life, 28 female, in December of 2023. And we are in the crazy mess of figuring out wedding invitations. For context, I have 3 brothers. Otis, 37 male, who is married to Gina, 34 female, with 2 kids. Carl, 34 male, who is married to Nancy, 28 female, also with 2 kids, and Yuri, 32 male, who is married to Betty, 30 female, who are child-free. My fiance has a brother, John, 22 male, who isn't married but has one kid, and one sister, Tina, 20 female, who has a boyfriend, Paul, 22 male, and they have one kid. All of the kids are 7 and under for your information. All of the family members are in the wedding party, with Otis serving as my best man. You can remember all them names. You're better than I am. Along with all this, we have several friends who are married with children as well. All told, there are 22 children amongst our family and friends, and all of them are amazing kids, but they range in energy and demeanor. So when planning, my fiance and I decided that while it'd be hard to ask our guests to leave all of their kids at home, that we'd instead like to have a child-free ceremony. We'd provide a childcare agency to watch the kids during the ceremony and part of the reception. Introduction, first dance, speeches, things that are really likely boring for the kids, then allow them after all that is done. We were thinking of covering 3 hours worth of the wedding, and the rest of the reception the kids could join us and all have fun. We pitched the idea to our families and friends, and while everyone has had a varying array of opinions, Gina apparently is very angry with us. She called me saying it's not fair her kids can't attend the whole wedding, and asked why we wouldn't want the kids at the ceremony. I said that the ceremony was the most important part to us, and that we didn't want any distractions like crying or kids yelling that they're bored or anything like that. She practically demanded that wouldn't happen because her kids are perfect angels. While I do agree her kids are well behaved most times, I said it's still 22 kids at a ceremony, and one is bound to cry or make noise, and we didn't want that interrupting our vows. Plus, I didn't want to single out anyone's kids by saying some were invited and some weren't. So we figured this was the best option. Apparently, she got agitated because she said if her kids can't attend every part of the wedding, then she and her kids won't be attending at all. I didn't yell, but I was getting upset because Otis loves his wife, and that would put him in a terrible spot if his wife didn't attend. I asked her to understand that we're trying to figure this out, and she said I'm an a-hole for even considering anything child-free, excluding their kids from our ceremony over something stupid, and hung up on me. My fiance and I are in 100% agreement with this, and everyone else in the bridal party isn't as hostile about it. So I'm asking, am I the arsehole for wanting a child-free ceremony? Now, we've had this question come up before, and absolutely it's a not the arsehole in this situation in the slightest, as long as you're prepared that, a couple of people might not be able to attend for whatever reason. Even though I think he was very generous with, providing childcare for parts of the day when it was needed. I thought that's pretty amazing of you to do. I personally think that you just need to stick to your decision. This is a them problem, not a you problem. But don't ask me, Chit says, the arsehole. Tell everyone it is child-free. Be prepared to have a backlash and some people not showing up. Don't get offended if they decline and don't make an issue of it. Those protesting like Gina just want to argue. Don't give her the platform. Fuzzy Mum says, not the arsehole, kid-free weddings are pretty common, as are people who think they're entitled to exceptions. Hint, they are not. Your sister-in-law has the same options as everyone who is invited. She can come or she can decline. What she cannot do is dictate the terms of your wedding and reception. Tell her that you're sorry she missed the wedding. Tell your brother and make sure he understands. Don't get sucked into the just do it to keep the peace. You will regret it. The argument simply means your wishes don't mean diddly. I love it, diddly. OP responded and said, I hope he does understand. I'm actually worried that this will affect our relationship. I don't believe in keeping the peace, but I don't want to lose my brother because of this. And again, on the back of OP's comment there, I think OP's tried to make accommodations, with the childcare issue. Now I think it's down to them to make their decision, and you can't control that. They need to make their choices, whatever that may be. But Glad to Believe says, not the arsehole. People shouldn't try to coerce you to allow their kids to attend. They had the opportunity to do their weddings as they desired, and they should afford you the same. You have to be ready to accept that you may lose a relationship over your decision. But do you really want a continued relationship with people who try to steamroll you over on your wedding day? If you allow kids, you'll be a nervous wreck the day of your wedding, worrying about what they will destroy. You would not be able to enjoy your wedding. Weddings are stressful enough without the additional stress of unruly and undisciplined kids and entitled and oblivious parents. I have never heard of anyone who had a childless wedding say they regretted it afterwards. However, I've seen many horrible things at weddings due to kids and parents. Babies and kids who scream during the ceremony and parents don't remove them. They scream so loud that no one could hear the service. In the video of the service, All that could be heard was a shrieking 8-year-old. Kids who at the reception knocked the bride down when running. Kids who destroy the first dance by going out on the dance floor, while their parents laugh and video their kids, not giving one care. It was disrupting a once-in-a-lifetime event for the couple, saying, "They're just kids." Kids who knocked the wedding cake over. Damn, this is making me squirm. Kids who take their grubby little hands and poke their fingers into cupcakes. Kids who are shrieking so loud that the reception music cannot be heard. Kids who throw food and drinks at other people. And on the back of that comment, I'm going to add my own little one there. I gotta admit, I did laugh though, because I'm a child myself. The timing of it was just immense. This wedding, the bride walks down the aisle, the music, beautiful violin music is playing in the background. She gets to the front, the music dies down, and then suddenly, little toddler Timmy over here lets out the cheekiest of farts. And when you try to keep a laugh in, but your body's not having it, your shoulders are just going. It was one of those moments. Anyway, OP does update the post and said, "First off, thank you everyone. My fiance and I read the comments and we really got some amazing insight. We thought we'd get some You're the Arseholes, but we got none surprisingly. And it really helped us put our wedding in perspective. It really brought us closer and we've communicated with each other so well. We also looked at the other stories of children attending weddings and those stories are something. We decided to reach out to other family and friends and ask them directly what they thought. As it turns out, the only people who are even considering bringing their kids are Otis and Gina. Everyone else is apparently so ready to have a child-free night, and Carl even asked me, why pay for the childcare since pretty much everyone we know isn't bringing their kids? So at this point, we only be paying for Otis and Gina's kids. I didn't mention their ages because I didn't think it'd be relevant, but just for context, they have 7-year-old twin boys. My fiance and I went to dinner at their house. When we arrived, their boys were playing in the living room, and Gina sent them upstairs just as she was finishing up. We sat, had light talk for a bit, then I mentioned that their kids are the only ones coming to the wedding, and that we're still willing to cover the childcare for just their 2 kids. Gina let loose, saying once again that her kids are perfect angels, and that inviting them won't ruin our love BS. I could hear the kids playing upstairs, so I said, "Like now, you hear them up there? What are they doing?" Gina rolled her eyes at this, but Otis called for the kids to come downstairs. And when they came down, both of them were naked. Completely naked. They also had red and black marks on their faces. Gina, looking very annoyed, asked then what the hell they were doing, and in unison they chanted, "We're playing Survivor!" My fiance and I both were holding in our laughter, and even Otis had a moment of stifling a chuckle. He can't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes. Gina told them to clean up and put on their PJs, then gave a look that would set us on fire if it could. Oh dear. I said, "Well, angels are usually naked in paintings," and Otis and my fiance both burst out laughing. Gina stood up and stalked to the kitchen angrily. I yelled back, "I'm sorry, Gina," but the other two were laughing their butts off. Gina came back with a glass of wine and said, Fine, we'll come, but you're covering a babysitter for the night instead of wedding childcare. If they can't come to the ceremony, then I'd rather they just stay home, but we'll come." Now you might think this is an unfair ask, but I'd rather drop $200 for a one-night babysitter than $1,000 for a wedding childcare. But that's an issue for another day. Thanks everyone for the amazing advice. I'm so excited to get married. Opie added another comment below that one and said, "One thing I really wanted to add, but I had a word limit on the update. Otis and I met weeks earlier to discuss, and he absolutely had my back. He was very happy the kids would have childcare and was always going to come to the wedding. He said he loves his wife, but I'm his favorite little brother, and there's no way he'd miss my wedding for anyone or anything. I admit it got me a little misty that my brother was willing to say and possibly do that. That led to the dinner stated in the update. I'm really glad this all worked out with communication. The nudity I could have done without though." Kids, man, they are funny. Don't give a shit. Someone did ask Opie, they said, "Has anyone else taken a dislike to Gina?" And Opie says, "I'll admit she's not my favorite sister-in-law sometimes. When we began bridal party planning, she really threw in her 2 cents about everything. I think she sees herself as a matriarch type figure since she's married to the oldest brother. She does the hosting because her house is the biggest. She can be pouty when no one asks her for advice first, and I've heard she wasn't happy to not be maid of honor, even though my fiance really doesn't know her or connect with her as well. I'm piling on a bit. She really is a great mum and she loves my brother so much. When he was really sick a little while ago, she organised us all to visit so that he was never alone unless he needed to rest. As annoying as this whole thing was, I do love her like a big sister, and I'm glad she's still coming. And I think that's a positive update as positive updates go, really. I mean, Gina's entitlement of you still paying for it and demanding that you pay for a babysitter didn't sit with me quite right, but I'm glad you're going to get the wedding that you want and it's going to be a little less drama. And you seem happy with it, so who the fuck am I to complain, right? Anyway, what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from SpringDeer333 and says, "Am I the arsehole for joking about my husband in front of our work colleagues after he refused to socialize?" About a month ago, I, female 38, was promoted to a higher position at my job. I am now in a more senior position than my husband, male 41, at work. My husband has always told me how happy he was that I got the promotion, but sometimes I get the feeling that he's embarrassed that I'm technically his superior now. Last night, we had a work-related social event. It was supposed to be an opportunity to build team cohesion and that sort of thing. My husband didn't really want to go. He's pretty introverted. He also said he had a migraine and didn't want to make it worse. I told him that it would be weird if he didn't come and people might think he's jealous of me getting the promotion. After some more persuasion, I was able to convince him to come along. When we got there, he greeted a few people but ended up spending most of the time sitting in a corner on his own and only chatting with a few people at a time. Aside from that, the event was pretty good and most of our co-workers were present. At some point, I was in a large group when Sarah, female 46, who had not yet seen my husband there, asked where he was and jokingly asked if he was as serious and mysterious at home as he was at work. I told them he was the complete opposite at home. I said that while at work, he seemed organised. At home, he's a bit of a slob. I joked about how he always leaves his laundry all over the floor. I mentioned things like how he complains too much about random trivial things like the neighbour's kids, sometimes playing on our lawn. I also mentioned how he has a fear of heights and how he was shaken the entire time when we crossed a rope bridge during our honeymoon. I did say a few other things, like how I sometimes feel like I'm his parent. Everyone was interested and surprised to hear all of this, and we did share many laughs together. At some point, my husband walked into the conversation and quickly pieced together what we were talking about. The rest of the conversation was awkward after that. On the drive home, my husband was not speaking. When I asked him if everything was alright, he said that I surprised him. I was annoyed by him being vague, so I told him that I knew that he wasn't feeling 100%, but that he was acting childish for not socializing and acting offended. He said that it was childish and rude that I was sharing his personal details with our colleagues. I then told him that he was blowing things out of proportion, but he didn't respond, and the rest of the ride was silent. When we got home, we argued again about the night's events. My husband said my behavior was appalling and that he questioned if I had any respect for him. I was angry by his outburst, so I told him that he was only being sensitive because I was technically his superior now, and that was what was really bothering him. The argument ended there, as my husband didn't want to waste any more time and went to bed. This morning, I texted my younger sister what happened, and she accused me of being insensitive. Am I the arsehole? Now, I was pretty sure he was going to be the arsehole straight away from the title on this one, but you know, I gave it a chance, and in the second paragraph you said your husband didn't want to go because he's pretty introverted, and he also said he had a migraine, so you know, he's feeling pretty shitty anyway. And with that, what did you decide to do? You told him it'd be weird if he didn't come, and that he'd be jealous of you for getting a promotion. You pressured him to go along. You said yourself that he was chatting with a few people at a time or sitting on his own sometimes. He was absolutely socializing with other people. And then when some people were curious about your husband, you just went and completely berated him. You basically said to that group, yeah, he may seem organized at work, but you know, he's a slob, leaves stuff all over the place, and he complains too much about trivial things like the neighbor's kids on the lawn, and that you feel like his parent. Not one nice thing you said about him. You didn't mention about what, you know, his hobbies might be. It just had me thinking, do you even like this person? Because you'll certainly treat him horribly. So while she was laughing and joking with your colleagues and your husband wasn't in the room and he did walk in, you recognize that you fucked up when the conversation went awkward. On the drive home, did you apologize? Did you bollocks? You again to berate him to his face a bit more, calling him childish for not socializing and acting offended that you just berated him all evening to your friends. And I can absolutely see why he's questioning if you have any respect for him. And I gotta question how you actually got promoted because your people skills are awful. But Morgaine says, dear Lord, you're the arsehole. It's bad enough that you mocked him and shared personal information about him to your work colleagues, but even worse that you mocked and shared personal information about him to his work colleagues. And you mocked and ridiculed one of your subordinates. Your behavior was completely unprofessional and disrespectful towards your marriage. Dry Sandwich said, seriously, you're senior enough to have been promoted, but you don't understand the basics of professional behavior. Of course you're the arsehole. To be frank, the vibe I get is that maybe you shouldn't have been promoted. You don't sound mature enough to understand or supervise people. I hope I'm wrong, but I foresee a lot of drama in your team. If it turns out that you're not up to the responsibility, then you could get a bad reputation and find it hard to move on to another position. It was completely fine for your husband to focus on talking to just a few people. He attended the event, and it's fine and normal that he didn't want to spend his free time at a work event. Do you really not get that people have different styles as far as interacting with others? I feel sorry for the people you're in charge of now. As for the personal comments, it's hard to know what to say. Are you actually confused about what's appropriate personal information to share about your spouse, or are you looking to make excuses after you chose to run your husband down to make yourself look better? Also, it's weird that you keep talking about being his superior. You mention it over and over, both to us and him. The problem is not him, it's that you're immature and have no idea how to behave or treat people. Uma by Uma says you're the arsehole from your description. I don't see your husband being jealous of you. Instead, it appears that you might harbor a hidden sense of superiority due to your higher position. You might not be willing to admit it, but it seems like you're doing your best to subtly belittle him in various situations and in front of others to highlight your own status. V2 Slasher says, I am shocked that one whole night's time last night plus your sister's reply this morning failed to make you realize that you're the arsehole big time. Your colleagues are curious about your husband. Sure, tell them about his hobbies, his work, where he comes from, etc. That would be enough. Fear of heights, being a slob at home, etc. is way beyond what your colleagues need to know. Imagine your husband telling his colleagues, oh, my wife is a binge snack eater at home and she is afraid of spiders, blah blah blah, on your first time meeting his colleagues. You're the arsehole. And one more comment from Stress Soggy, who says you're the arsehole for putting what others think over how your husband felt and bullied him into going to an event he didn't want to go. You're the arsehole for what you talked about your husband in a workplace. You literally only talk shit about him. Doesn't matter if it's true, that was a place of work, and what happens at home doesn't have room in a workplace. If you are not happy with your husband at home, get a divorce and don't humiliate him at work. You're the arsehole even because after he told you how that made him feel, you still made it about you and accused him of jealousy. Want more? And I was scrolling this post looking for some other kind of opinion on it and not the arsehole and everyone sucks or something, but it was nowhere to be had. So OP did update the post and said, I'll start this post off firstly by saying I was completely in the wrong. There are zero excuses for how I treated my husband that night at the work social. He is without a doubt the personification of a perfect husband. Honestly, at times I find myself wondering if he's too good for me. He's the kindest person I know. He's incredibly supportive of me in every way. He's funny, he's very intelligent, easy to talk to, and yes, he's also very good looking. I feel heartbroken about the things I said, especially about the fear of heights thing. My husband only bothered overcoming it and crossing that rope bridge for my sake after all. After reading the comments I received and doing extensive self-reflection, I profusely apologized to my husband and I told him that I do love and respect him. I apologized not only for the things I said that night, but also for my general behavior since I got my promotion and my accusations of him being jealous. Being him, he accepted my apology immediately and even said that he had already forgiven me because he considered my actions to be a mistake rather than intentional. He then actually apologized as well because he thought that he had spoken out of anger and escalated the situation when we got home. Since then, I've been trying my best to be worthy of him. He told me that we should let the whole thing be in the past, but I think I always cringe when I think back to that night and the time leading up to it. Things at work have also been pretty smooth. My husband doesn't mind going in and chatting with our colleagues. Yesterday, he, in fact, expanded on the rope bridge story with one of our colleagues, so I think he's comfortable. Now, I'm really just hoping now that I can be as a good spouse as he is. And the comments were pretty split on this one. A lot of people saying, they think this apology is a fake apology. Other people saying that they hope she's learned a lesson in this particular situation. But what do you guys make of this one? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from Livid School 5534 from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit, and asks, am I the arsehole for telling my child's father's new wife that she can't come with us on our son's college tours? My son will be a senior in high school this fall, and we have been touring colleges. We toured a few this spring and plan to tour several out-of-state ones throughout the summer. The plan was for myself, my husband, and his father to do the tours together. We'll be touring 4 schools, and he's coming to 3 of them. Some background. My son's father and I split up before our son was 6 months old. Soon after our relationship ended, I met my now husband and we got married when my son was 3. My ex has been supportive of our relationship and thinks my husband is a great stepfather. Our co-parenting relationship has been challenging at times, but we've done just fine for the sake of our son. Last year, my ex eloped with this woman, Shelley, not a real name. They dated for only a year or so before marrying. I don't know her too well since we've only met twice, but I know she has 3 kids of her own. Her oldest is about the same age as my son. My son dislikes her. He thinks Shelley is mentally unhinged, is way too involved in his personal business, and he blames her for being the reason he hasn't been able to spend as much quality time with his father lately. Earlier this week, I was coordinating with my ex about the details of our next tour. Everything was great until he mentioned that Shelley would be coming along on all our tours. I asked why and if it was necessary that she tag along. He said that she just wanted to be supportive. I asked him if her daughter was looking at these schools too, since she's going to be a senior, and he said no. So why is she coming then if her own child isn't planning on attending those schools? I told him that our son should get a say in who comes to the tours, and I would ask him what he thought about Shelley joining us. After I got off the phone with my ex, I asked our son if he wanted Shelley to come with us. He immediately replied no, and that he wasn't comfortable with her coming. I told our son that he should speak with his father and let him know about what he thinks. Fast forward to last night. My ex calls and is furious that I would get our son involved in this matter. I replied that our son is the one touring the colleges and making decisions about his future, and he gets to decide who can come along. Not to mention, our son is almost an adult and at his age is more than capable of deciding who he wants in his life and to what extent. Son has been vocal to his father about his feelings about Shelley. He accepts his father loves her, but he doesn't see her as family. So I told my ex that if he loves his son and wants to continue having a positive relationship with him, then he needs to respect his wishes and leave his wife at home. End of story. Ex replies that I'm an arsehole. Shelley cares about our son and that he should be allowed to bring his wife with him whenever he chooses. Was I wrong? Am I the arsehole? So there was a couple of questions asked to the OP, which OP responded. So someone said, why would 3 adults need to go on these tours? Just take 1 to each, but not Shelley. OP says you're right. 3 adults is too much, so adding a 4th is not ideal. What I didn't include, because word limits, is that we have 4 tours, and X is only going to 3 due to 1 being in conflict with a family wedding. My husband, son, stepdad isn't going to one of them because of a business trip and might have to bail on another one. But it was son's choice to have his stepdad there because A, he loves him like a dad, and B, one of the schools we're touring is his alma mater. So the breakdown is actually this. First tour, mum, dad, stepdad. Second, mum, stepdad. Third, mum, dad. Fourth, mum, dad, stepdad. Then someone asks, why do you not like Shelley? Hope you respond saying, I appreciate you're not the arsehole vote, but I never said that I disliked Shelley. I've only met her twice, so I can't say for sure how I personally feel about her. But my son dislikes her, and it's enough for me to have some negative feelings about her. I've been completely neutral about Shelley around my son, so I'm not stirring things up between anyone. If anything, I've been the one trying to smooth things over. But if my son doesn't want a relationship with her, that's his choice. I don't see how her coming along would be a bonding experience since her presence makes him uncomfortable. And the only reason my husband is coming is because my son asked him to. My husband has been in my son's life a long time and they have a strong bond, so of course he gets to come and support our son. Now, I don't have much any experience about this sort of stuff, about college tours and all this sort of stuff, so I'm coming at this very simply in that, The son gets to make the decision here. Like you said, he's pretty much an adult now, and he can choose who wants to come on these tours with him. And Shelley, the dad, should all be accepting of that. It's just that simple to me. But Rack1882 says, not the arsehole, your son has the final say here. But honestly, your ex needs to hear himself. If Shelley cared about your son should never have to say that he wants one-on-one time with his dad. Shelley should be telling ex, hey, you need to make sure that just because we're married and there are like 3 more kids in the house that you aren't skipping time with just son. Shelley should be saying, if son wants me on these college visits, awesome, but I'm fine staying home. These college tours aren't a family bonding experience for ex, Shelley and son. They aren't a chance for a romantic weekend getaway for Shelley and ex. They're about son seeing where he might want to spend the next 4 years of his life. Jerkin says, not the arsehole. I just tell him one last time, dude, you're making your son super unhappy. If she actually cares about him, then she should respect his wishes and boundaries. The fact that she refuses says that this is about her, not him. Respecting your son's wishes don't make me an arsehole. You cramming your wife, who already needles him, down his throat makes you the arsehole. Just remember, we had this conversation in a few years when you come to me, ask him why he won't speak to you anymore. Ad1 says, not the arsehole. This is another case of a parent trying to shove a step-parent down his poor child's throat. Your ex has no concern at all for his son. He and his mama wannabe should both stay home because if poor little wife doesn't get her way, he'd be making the trip all about her hurt feelings. It's a pity your son's father doesn't care about him. Please don't let him ruin this milestone for your son. And one more from Terry Savage who says, not the arsehole. No student needs 4 parents with them on their college tour. Shelley will most likely be bored and make everyone else miserable. I recommend you make future college visits without your son's dad or his wife. Also, you discussed and arranged the split of college costs with your ex yet. It's possible that Shelley could cause trouble when it comes to paying for college, especially if she thinks her kids deserve your ex's support too, or if she seems your son's college to be too expensive. If you don't already have clear plans regarding your son's college expenses, you might want to discuss this with your family attorney. In some states that favor college support from divorced parents, the filing for amended support orders could possibly need to be filed before the student turns 18. So OP does update the post and says, first of all, thanks for the validation and the kind words some left. I've read nearly everything you all have left, so thank you. I'd like to emphasize for anyone who may have missed it in my original post that my son has been the main one communicating his boundaries to his dad, not me. My son is 17 and more than capable of setting and enforcing his own boundaries. Also, since some expressed that it's hypocritical for my husband to be there but not Shelley, let me reiterate that my son asked his stepdad to come along on the tours, and X is fine with him being there. There was never an issue in the first place. There's also a lot more to the story behind why my son doesn't like Shelley that I couldn't explain in my original post. If it was up to me, I'd like him to get to know her better, but I understand his reasons and I honor them. I'm certainly not pitting him against her like some of you implied. I talked to my son late last night about his father being upset about him not wanting Shelley to come along. I told him that I fully respected his choices and reminded him that he can share this experience with whomever he wants. I encouraged him to talk to his dad again, explain his feelings about the situation, and I let him know that I was happy to step in if he needed me. I also added that if he ultimately decided that he wanted to go on these tours alone or with just one parent to avoid drama, which I communicated might be the best option, but that's just my opinion, and he doesn't need to consider it if he doesn't want to. That would be okay too. It's his tours and his decisions. So he called his dad this morning and calmly told him that he didn't want Shelley coming along on any of the tours and explained his reasons, which mainly included needing time with his dad sans Shelley, and him not wanting an entourage accompanying him on his tours. 5 is a crowd dad. I lolled when he said that. This time my ex was more receptive and told our son that he respected his feelings. But then he put son on the spot and told him that he should talk to Shelley directly about her not coming. He was not comfortable with that and requested that I step in and talk to both his dad and Shelley. So I got on the phone and repeated that this was our son's decision. I didn't say anything about our son disliking Shelley or feeling uncomfortable around her, but that's besides the point. Shelley was clearly disappointed and said she understood and only wanted an opportunity to bond with our new stepson. I replied that it was sweet of her to want to get to know him better, but a college tour isn't the time nor place. Overall, she seemed to be okay with it. We spoke for another minute or two and then she left the conversation and I talked to X for a little while. I reiterated to him that ever since Shelley came into the picture, our son feels like he doesn't get as much quality time with his dad anymore because either she's there during the entire time together or he's busy being a stepfather to her kids. Son doesn't have an issue with his step-siblings, but Also, I want to make sure X makes time for his own kid. I also explained to him that if Shelly not coming was going to be a big of a deal to him, then he shouldn't come either. He said he understood where I was coming from and apologized for calling me an arsehole. I asked him if it was Shelly who was pushing this issue or it was him. Based on his response, I got the sense that Shelly expressed an interest in going. It was okay not going if that was really Son's decision. But my ex just really wants her to feel more like part of his family. It was a mix of him appeasing her but also wanting his son to get to know her better. So I gave him two choices. Either he comes without Shelly or uses those opportunities to have special time with his son, or he doesn't come to the tours and we find a weekend for him and son to spend one-on-one time. But either way, Shelly isn't going to be there because our son isn't interested in a relationship with her right now, and he shouldn't force it onto him. He said he'd think about his choices. So all good there. I hope he decides to leave Shelly at home and come to whatever tours he can because I know how important it is to our son. And I think all's well that ends well at the moment. I certainly didn't like the hesitation at the end there, what it sounded like. He said he'd think about his choices. I kind of felt if you don't want to damage the relationship with your son, there's only really one choice there for you. And, you know, forcing this relationship with Shelly, like it was said many times, it's just not going to work, and it would never work. We've seen it time and time again in these stories. It would have been interesting to get like the son's perspective on this. Obviously, OP knows a little bit more, but the way he said that she's unhinged was a bit worrying, right? But let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And I do want to give you a warning before we do get into this story. There is talk of death by a car accident, so if you do want to skip the story, please feel free to do so. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. Would I be the arsehole for going to the funeral of my ex-girlfriend's brother and missing my sister-in-law's wedding? I, male 25, am in a relationship with Amelia, female 26, since 2 years. She is wonderful, and we live together, and I think we're close to getting engaged. In the past, I was in a relationship with Julia, 25, female. We met in high school and had a very passionate relationship for 5 years, but it didn't work. In the end, it got quite heated between us, and even with her parents, so we blocked each other. Julia had a brother Dan, 2 years younger, and we always shared a special bond. Like me, he wanted to become a doctor, and I helped him with med school. Even after the breakup, we stayed close. Julia and their parents weren't aware. He was definitely very important for me, almost like a younger brother. Unfortunately, Dan had a car crash and died last week. I didn't know until Julia came to my home to announce 2 days ago. I'm absolutely devastated. She apologized because she wasn't aware that Dan and I were still close. She also thanked me for being there for him when he was fighting depression, and that all her family would like to see me at his funeral next Sunday in their hometown, 7 hours drive. I replied that I wasn't sure if I could come because I'm running low on money at the moment and my car will be at the mechanics. She said she could drive me there, but she had to be there 2 days earlier to help with the organization. I said I would think about it. We exchanged numbers and hugged, and she cried a little and said she was sorry for all the things of the past and was happy to see me again. Amelia came home at this moment, and I explained the situation when Julia left. She already knew about my past relationship with Julia and my friendship with Dan. Amelia told me that I wouldn't be able to go to the funeral because of the wedding of her sisters the same day, and we both agreed to go. I said that I need a bit of time to process all that. The following morning, I had a very emotional phone call with Dan and Julia's parents. They apologized for the past and thanked me for being there for Dan, that they would always consider me family from now. They insisted they'd like to host me for the funeral to save me costs. After reflection, even if it sucks for Amelia and the wedding, I cannot imagine missing Dan's funeral. I talked with my co-residents, the head of the unit, and they're okay with me missing a few days and cover for me. I told my decision to Amelia yesterday. She blew up and said that I'm a huge dick to ditch her and her family in favor of my exes. She said that I committed to the wedding and I couldn't leave her alone to reconnect with my ex. We had a big argument and haven't talked much since. I had some messages from her friends and her sister. They said I'm a major asshole for abandoning my girlfriend in favor of my ex. I was sure about doing the good choice, but I'm starting to feel bad and second guessing myself. So, am I the arsehole? I'm gonna start in the comments with Outrageous Luck 4231, who says you would not be the arsehole for making this choice, but honestly, neither will your girlfriend be when she ends your relationship. You're making a choice to prioritize an old relationship versus your current one. Funerals are not for the deceased. they are for the ones left behind. You will not disparage your friend if you do not go to the funeral. If you choose the funeral, there is a good chance you'll be terminally poisoning your relationship. Old Beach says, I'm going to say no one's an asshole here because I understand wanting to be at Dan's funeral, and it's not like you are missing the wedding to go to a party with friends or something. But I can also understand why your girlfriend would be upset. You're going with your ex a few days early and staying with your ex-girlfriend's family, who you didn't get along with in the past, to the point of blocking them on your phone. Would you be totally fine with her missing a, hopefully, once-in-a-lifetime family event to be with an ex for a funeral, and being with them for days, not just a few hours? I'm not going to sugarcoat this. There's a chance you come back from the funeral with the stuff moved out. Pepper Hill Blue says, going against the grain here, you would be the arsehole to attend the funeral instead of the wedding. You are planning close to an engagement with a woman that you live with, who it sounds like has been supporting you through the stress of a medical residency, since you've gotten permission from your co-residents to take time off to do this. Amelia will remember and likely always be hurt by this decision to support someone else on the occasion of her sister's wedding. You can still remember / memorialize Dan another way, but you should be there in person to support Amelia. Perfect says you're the arsehole if you travel with your ex on a very emotional trip and expect your girlfriend to be okay with it. Just end things with her so you can have a clean break, because it's not like you're still going to be together with her for long after this trip. Rekindling a relationship with your ex and her family, even if you are not intending this to be a romantic relationship with her, is going to create a whole new dynamic that you can't expect your girlfriend to be okay with. If your girlfriend was cancelling on something important with you to spend 14 hours alone in a car with her ex, as well as staying for a number of days with her ex and his family, would you be happy about that? And one more comment from Speech Ill, who says, I'm like 85% sure you're getting back together with Julia. It was your most passionate relationship. You were immature but have now both grown. She is hugging you, sorry about the past, and wants to move forward. Her family that you were so close to wants to reconcile and will always consider you family. You're going to spend these very emotional days together in extremely close proximity. You're absolutely getting back together, and everyone will be all, Dan would be so happy, it's what he would have wanted. This is absolutely a reconnect with the ex trip, and it's clear in how you describe everything that you're very open to that. And sounds like Amelia recognizes that too, since she's literally upset that you're ditching her to reconnect. If going is that important, rent a car, pay for one night in a cheap hotel, and make it a quick trip. Absolutely you're the arsehole for the plan as is. Or just end it with Amelia now, since that's where you're heading anyway. OP does come back in with an update and says, first of all, thanks for all the comments. It really helped me to gain perspective on my situation. Nearly 4 months later, here's the update. After intense reflection, I decided to stick with my prior engagement and go to the wedding. I called Julia to explain briefly the situation, and also called her parents to apologize and tell them that I'll come to pay my respect to them and Dan's grave once I get my car back. They were very understanding. Amelia was still mad at me though. She blamed me for being tempted by Julia and her family, again after the wedding, for pulling the long face. I was still very hurt by Dan's death, so yeah, I wasn't at my best. Our relationship was really going sour. I felt she wasn't supporting me while I was grieving my friend, but she wasn't on the same page. I started to see a new side of her, and perhaps we weren't meant to be. After another argument, we broke up. 1 to 2 weeks after the wedding. She tried to salvage our relationship, but the damage was permanent. At this point, I was at my lowest, totally devastated. In just a few weeks, I lost my friend and my relationship. I was in a really bad place. A few days after I got my car back, luckily it was a minor issue, it didn't cost me much. Once I got a weekend off, I visited Dan's grave and his parents. They gifted me his stethoscope. It meant a lot to me. Julia was also there, and we all remembered our memories with Dan. Very nice and emotional moments. I felt very bad about missing the funeral, but his family convinced me that what mattered was how I was present for him during his life. After that trip, I started to hang out with Julia again. It just happened naturally. Even after several years, I have to admit that we still have a deep bond. Nothing romantic though. We are both grieving Dan, and I just ended my relationship with Amelia. We both agreed that rushing into a relationship would be a bad idea. Currently, we enjoy spending time as friends. Step by step, I started to feel better. The pain is still there, but I'm learning to live with it. I try to enjoy my life, to improve as a man and as a resident every day. I'm lucky to have a great support group to rely on, especially one of my co-residents who really stepped up and is becoming an awesome friend. I'm currently living with him until I find a new apartment. I had almost no contact with Amelia since the breakup, which is probably for the best. I was quite bitter at one point, wondering how I went from thinking to propose to her to breaking up in just a few weeks, but with time I got closure. I know I have my fair share of responsibility, but it is what it is. The past is the past, and now I look to the future with hope and optimism. And the comments below this one were literally all over the place. People saying, let's be honest, you have unresolved feelings for Julia and she did you and Amelia knew about it. Other people saying Amelia dodged a bullet. Other people saying, give OP a break here. This was his friend that died. He was visiting his friend, not the family, and he's grieving, etc. And other people saying that OP dodged a bullet. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Incredibly messy one there. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. And our next story does come with an update as well from Broccoli University, saying Bachelorette ruined my friendship, and says this is a long vent. I am the maid of honor and organized a weekend getaway for the bride and her bridesmaids and a few friends of hers, 10 people total. None of the girls, including myself, are friends with each other outside of the bride. I had a really hard time organizing this event because in the group chat no one would reply and I was left high and dry for a lot of the decision making. Eventually the same two girls would chime in and would offer to help. About a month ago we made a group chat, just the three of us, to figure out last minute details of the trip, since we are the only three really involved in the planning. The bride from the beginning has said she didn't want involved in the planning at all. Keep in mind. Anyway, the weekend rolls around and the bride ends up ignoring me most of the weekend. She only spends time with her other friends. I've yet to get any appreciation or thank you from her about the planning. Also keep in mind everyone spent around $1,500 for the Airbnb, activities, etc., while the bride paid for nothing. The last day comes and things are tense. I've hung out mostly with the two other girls from the group chat because they're really the only ones I've become closer with. During the bachelorette weekend, we used the group chat once to organize a surprise we had set up for the bride. We had set up decorations and a picture taking area, a full table spread of cheeses and meats, a custom made cake and bride personalized drinks, all which she completely ignored when she saw it. The last night there, the other girls got invited to some retired hockey player's house and the cab ride is $100 one way to get there. Considering the cost, that was really not my vibe. I said I'd stay back, and the other two girls I was with most of the time also decided to stay back. The next day, when we were packing up to leave things, the uncomfortableness was palpable. No one would look at us or talk to us. I was the only one with a truck and the other girls shoved all of their stuff in my car. There was no room for anyone to drive with me back home, which was an 8-hour drive. We get back home, we meet at the bride's house and unload my truck. As I'm pulling out of the driveway, the bride runs up to my car and says, "I want to see your phone and messages with a group chat with insert names of the two other girls." I say no, that's really uncomfortable and is invading their privacy. She said fine and walks off and says nothing to me as I leave. From what I've collected and can infer, it probably seemed like myself and the other two girls were cliquey. However, I personally talked with everyone else lots, but was getting ignored by the bride. I'm at such a loss. We are adults and I'm being asked to share my text with a group of girls that I was asked to interact with outside of the bride in order to organize her bachelorette. And now she's worried we have become friends without her. This is something I've been told explicitly. I want to pull out of the wedding for how poorly I've been treated. She's been a horrible friend, and her asking to go through my messages has been such a breaking point for me. For those asking, she wanted to see the chat because she said that she is insecure about me talking with the other girls about her. So she wants to see what is in our group chat. Absolutely had nothing to hide. There is nothing in that group chat, but I said no and told her she can ask the other two girls and then can see it's because it's their messages too. There's more of a thing of principle. I don't think you get ownership of your friends and should be allowed to see all their messages because you are insecure about them being friends. As well, she hadn't spoken to me the whole weekend and was feeling very ignored. She had many opportunities to ask to go on a walk with me and talk about this, but instead she had waited until I was backing out of her driveway in front of all the other bridesmaids, except the other two from this group chat who had already left. Also, keep in mind, it was after about an 8-hour drive and I was dead tired and wanting to get home. So either way, I wasn't going to sit and have a conversation. I also didn't get what the purpose of seeing a group chat would give. The three of us girls were there in person the whole weekend. If we wanted to talk about the bride, we wouldn't have been texting about it. And lastly, the whole reason we had this group chat was to plan the bachelorette because none of her friends ever replied and stuff needed to get done. And the bride has explicitly said over and over and over she wanted no involvement of it being planned. Now, you know, I probably read one too many Bridezilla posts, too many posts in general really, with too much drama going on. And my question that was going through my head is, why did she want to see your text messages? Was she worried that you was walking behind her back, or did something happen at that hockey player's house? Look, I don't know. My Reddit brain was going off when they mentioned that. Honey Smile says, I think it's worth trying to talk to the bride about your feelings. I feel like the wedding craziness and bleeding over into other relationships is a super common topic here, so maybe it's just that. Hopefully for your relationship. But it's also totally valid to want to opt out, and to do so. Just because she's married and or is stressed doesn't justify her treatment of you. Yeah, and I think, you know, if I was in OP's position and I was treated like that all weekend, coming up to you wanting to see your text messages as well, it certainly sounds fucking shady and I wouldn't want to be a part of that either. But Hero says, seems like you're afraid of confrontation with a bride. Don't be. Confront her in the kindest possible way. If she's ridiculous, tell her she's being ridiculous. If you're a friend, you should be able to call her out on her bad behavior. So do so. That's what good friends do. We hold each other accountable. She is being ridiculous though. I would never dream of treating my maid of honor this way. And there was many comments like that to just call her out for her behavior, and lots of people saying, you know, they wouldn't attend the wedding after being treated in that way as well. But OP gives us a small update and says the wedding was yesterday. I didn't go, haven't spoken to the bride since I told her I was dropping out of the wedding 2 months ago. Another bridesmaid also dropped out. The third girl mentioned in the original post did go, but she regrets not dropping out. The bride got mad at her for several other miscellaneous things in the few days prior to the wedding. I found out from the other bridesmaid that dropped out that the bride had been talking about me behind my back for the year leading up to the bachelorette, and had plans to completely ghost me and cut me off after the wedding. Keep in mind she made me her maid of honor. Big lesson learned is to listen to your gut and do what's best for you. How absolutely bizarre, been talking crap about you for a year and still makes you maid of honor. What the hell is that about? Just trying to use you to get you to do stuff or pay for things? Oh, what a bizarre scenario. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit. No update on this one, from Affectionate Newt 360, and says, am I the arsehole for telling my parents and brother that if they wanted his ex removed from my wedding pictures, they had to pay for it? My brother goes through women like I go through socks. I gave him a +1 for my wedding 2 years ago. He brought his girlfriend of that time. When we were doing the family pictures, he wanted his girlfriend in the pictures. I said we could do some with her and some without. He got mad that I allowed my sister to have her fiancé in all the pictures, and my other brother was allowed to have his boyfriend of 5 years, but that I had the audacity to exclude his girlfriend of the week. My parents said that they didn't want any fighting and to just include her. They were paying for everything, so I said fine. She isn't in all of our pictures, just ones with our family and both families. Now my brother is engaged, and we had the family over last weekend. His fiancé saw our wedding picture on the wall and got in a fight with my brother. He never told her that he'd been in a serious relationship with her nemesis. He tried explaining that they only dated a very short while. She called bullshit because she was included in the family picture. She asked to see our wedding album. Sure enough, the girl was in multiple pictures with the family and the in-laws. My brother finally calmed her down, but has asked me to take down the picture or have his ex removed. I said that it was expensive, so he would have to pay for it. He tried complaining to our parents. They said that I was being childish. I reminded them that they were the ones who insisted I give it to him. I said that they were welcome to pay for the editing. They said I was a jerk and that they already paid for the pictures once. Now let's just quote a small part of that story where it said, my parents said they didn't want any fighting and to just include her. And guess what's happening now? They're all fighting about it and they're calling you the arsehole for it. What an absolute joke. Petty me would just say, remove your brother from the pictures, just for a laugh. Keep the girlfriend in there and just hang it back up on the wall and see what he says. I know. Don't do that. Don't do that. It just caused more drama, obviously. This is a simple, not the arsehole. You saw it coming. You gave them a warning. They didn't take that warning and, this is consequences now, basically. But Elsie says, not the arsehole. You're right. This is their doing and they can pay for it if they want. Had they not pressured you in the first place, he wouldn't be in this situation. Notice, not your situation. This is his issue to deal with. Paragod says the only person who's not the arsehole here is OP. One, brother for insisting his girlfriend gets to be in as many wedding photos as possible against the marrying couple's wishes and for lying to his fiancée. 2, parents for allowing it to happen when his dating history is well known and photos are forever, and then expecting OP to take down or edit their wedding photos. 3, fiancé for demanding to see the photo album to cause more drama. Although I do feel bad that she's just finding out your brother lied to her. Sounds like she'll be an ex-fiancé soon. Wu says, and quotes, she asked to see our wedding album and then says, I would have put my foot down there. If she was a nice person who wanted to see our album because she wanted to get to know us better and took a genuine interest in our family, certainly I would show it, but it's obvious to me that she only cared about your album to mine evidence to use against your brother. Under these conditions, I wouldn't have flipped one page. This is not how my wedding memories will be treated and used. I wouldn't want any part of their argument. Anyway, about the editing, not the arsehole. Your brother should cover up all of his own mistakes with his own money. Besides, when this chick leaves him, it will just be a replay of the same drama with the next girl. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? How would you deal with it if it was you? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And our next story is from Wandering Aimlessly 9, and it's from the Best of Redditor Update subreddit and says, am I the asshole for telling my parents we are moving via text? A saga of breaking away from toxic parents. Long story short, my parents have a history of lying, gaslighting, manipulation and such. Previously it was in regards to my little having celiac and them swearing to follow the diet they know well, but then sneaking her foods with gluten while lying to her they were gluten free. We put them in timeout for a month or 2, then had a discussion with them. They were allowed to speak when asking questions for clarification. In that, we set a lot of boundaries, which would be loss of grandparent privileges if they didn't follow. They keep all grandkids every Friday night because family should stick together and they want to see them and spend time with them. Plus, it gives you guys a break. It does not give me a break. What I get is 3 to 4 hours of round trip driving to meet my parents halfway and then waiting for them to call, only to have to drop things at the last second because they know we live further but won't give us an hour heads up like we have repeatedly asked for. So I can't plan anything on Saturdays. Then driving a round trip for another 3+ hours, not to mention the cost of gas. But they like spending time with their cousins, so we do it. Also note that the older grandkids only go to see each other, so if my kids don't go, my sister's kids don't go, which means grandparents get 0 Friday night kids. Last night my mum called. My dad had a mild heart attack. He's fine, she said. His ejection fraction was 35% and he was in congestive heart failure. He's on meds that are dropping his blood pressure, but the doctors are working on it. Of course, I wanted to know what hospital. Oh no, you don't understand. Dad is fine. This happened 4 to 6 months ago. They got the diagnosis 4 months ago. After talking to my mum and processing things, I realized something important. My dad picks my kids up on Fridays. My dad watched my little for a week at their insistence when I had to take the oldest to get medical care. He was alone with a 5-year-old and no other adults. I calmly clarify with my mum that they've known for months and are just now feeling the desire to tell me when he's been driving my children around all this time. Well, yes. And we knew you were going to do this. I informed her that I had a right to know because it is my responsibility to make an informed decision about what situations my children are put in. My mum blew it off. She likes to gaslight, telling me that they would never put my children in danger or harm them. I asked her what would have happened had Dad had a heart attack and wrecked, killing my children. She then ended the conversation saying if I was going to be like this, she couldn't talk to me. I wished her well and ended the call. Husband said a 3 months time out and after that we could talk. He feels 3 months would teach them that we are serious. I'm so lost and I won't deny it. I'm pissed. I want to mourn my dad's failing health, but I'm too pissed off that they took my decisions away because they know better. It was a manipulation, and it's more gaslighting. My parents both came from really bad homes. If someone had called CPS back then, they would have done an emergency order on my dad's parents. They tried so hard to not continue the abuse and did really well. This is part of why I'm torn. I know they are trying, but their trying isn't good enough anymore. And there was only a couple of comments on this one, so we'll cover Cuttlebugger first, who says, I think you've given them enough chances, unfortunately. You are lucky nothing truly bad has happened yet, and even if/when it does, you're unlikely to get the truth about what happened. You're leaving your kids with people you cannot trust. God knows I understand how hard it is to manage with no help, but you have to try. I think it's sweet you want kids to have a relationship with their cousins, but it sounds like you need a new plan for spending time with them. OP says, unfortunately, I went no contact with my sister years ago. My parents didn't respect that boundary anymore, but now they have a 0% chance to break it. On my little's 3rd birthday, she walked in the door to my house with her 15-year-old daughter and started talking about the movie they watched last night. Keep in mind, we were standing at the door. She went on about sex, orgies, polyamory, unalive babies, etc. And when the kids were running in and out of the living room playing, she broke into a client of hers and how she had to teach said client about said topics so police could ask questions. She's a therapist. We were given details. It ended in me having all the kids all go outside and me unleashing on her for being a therapist. She sure doesn't know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss at a child's birthday party. The only time they see their cousins at my parents' house, but unfortunately that is not my fault. My parents are behaving the way they are. My sister is mentally unwell and has gone away for help on top of her therapists and medications. And yes, she is really a licensed therapist. Yes, it's scary. It wasn't until the past few years I realized how toxic things actually were. And Tuna Tofu says, good call. Maybe you have the cousins come to your house. No unsupervised visits with the grands from now on though. Now, this one's a very, very simple one to me. If the grandparents aren't going to keep your child safe, which they've shown not only with the celiac, with knowing that his health isn't stable at the moment, and anything could happen at any moment. Why would you risk your grandchildren's health in that way? But thinking about the celiac and lying to her as well that they were gluten-free is just, oh man. But a week later, OP added another post, which was titled, I caused my dad's heart attack. 40 female, 65 male. What do I do? And this was following her telling her mum that they were in timeout from seeing the kids. Well, she didn't tell my dad, so Dad kept asking if the girls were coming this weekend. Finally, I responded and said, per my convo with my mum last week, it was decided the girls will be staying home for the foreseeable future. Accusations started flying on his behalf, where he informed me he didn't want me to know because I caused his heart attack. I explained to him the 10 months of lying, by omission, is why the timeout is in place. I informed him I get to decide if he was healthy enough to drive my children after a heart attack and in CHF. If anyone in the family has a right to decide who drives their children around, it would be me and the registered nurse who is their mum. I also told him gaslighting would stop. I was the bigger person and didn't say I didn't cause your congestive heart failure because I didn't give you your genetics and I didn't give you the food you ate for the past 60 plus years. I didn't make you weigh 350 pounds or convince you to smoke for 30 years. I didn't make you sedentary for the past 5 years. Those are all on you. I'm even refusing to finish reading his message and the additional ones he sent. Seriously, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. He's denying they ever gave her gluten. He denies the convo where he admitted to it all the multiple times we caught him and educated where he said he wouldn't. We think he's developing dementia as he's had many head injuries over the years. Head-on collision at 55 miles per hour, falling off an oil rig 30 feet up. Not sure how he survived those. I've questioned my mum before anything happened in November about dad forgetting things, and she denies it, saying you forget things when you're older. But yeah, they are in timeout and will no longer have unsupervised access to the kids. I'm just lost. I want a relationship with my parents. They're getting old. They will be dying soon, but this isn't healthy. Someone says to OP, how did you cause the heart attack? And could they both have early onset dementia? OP says apparently the cause of the heart attack was when I told them they were poisoning her and it could kill her. I totally get it. They may both be. I haven't seen signs in my mum. I see more signs of her denying things / gaslighting. Opie updates 10 months later and says, so here's the gist. My parents don't like rules or boundaries. They think they have the ultimate say in regards to my children. Example, during the pandemic, doctors diagnosed our little with celiac. My parents had been following a gluten-free diet for our oldest, so we didn't think anything of them transitioning our child in their home to the diet. Long story short, we found out, but by my dad's own admission, that my parents had given my child gluten because I want them to be like me and be sick. Eye roll. And if you take food away for a long time, that's how people develop allergies. Eye roll. We did a timeout so I could cool off. Then we had a come to Jesus meeting where I laid down the law. They agreed to the rules. Any deviation would result in no more unsupervised visits from the kids. Well, 10 months later, I found out that my dad had had a heart attack and was in congestive heart failure. They hid it for 10 months. Blah, blah, blah. He's fine. They're justified because I wouldn't have let the kids go with my dad, him driving, and they have a right to the kids. He also blamed me for his heart attack, when it was really 2 to 3 McDonald's meals every day when he was working, 350 pounds and sedentary lifestyle, constant sugar intake and overall unhealthy lifestyle that led to his congestive heart failure and heart attack. I reminded them one of the criteria during the gluten discussion was no lying. My dad said it wasn't a lie because they didn't tell us. I reminded him he raised me that leaving out important facts was lying by omission and that this fits that criteria. Then there was him saying I was bitter and trying to control them. I put us in another timeout because I needed a break and that when the timeout was over, there would only be supervised visits. He still contacted me each week to see if he was coming to get the girls. I ignored because timeout. Finally, he mentions my nephew acting as if something is wrong, only to find out nephew wants to know when my kids are coming back. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the timeout, my husband got a job and we are moving out of state. Ouch. This has nothing to do with my parents. The timing was an unfortunate consequence. Here is the catch. A few weeks before the pandemic started, my husband discussed a possible move out of the country for his job. That crumbled when the pandemic hit, obviously. However, leading up to it, my parents were throwing a fit and how could you do that to us? We have rights to see our grandchildren. Family comes first no matter what. You are hurting the children by not letting them have regular access to their family. And my favorite, we can sue for grandparents' rights. In our state, grandparents have no rights if the parents are married. I don't know about the state we are moving to. I don't want to deal with the accusations. I don't want to deal with the fight. I just want it done and over with. So, am I the arsehole for doing it by text and not a call? Opie gives a clarification on the gluten-free diet and who diagnosed. Opie says, I apologize, the doctors diagnosed celiac. My parents had been following a gluten-free diet for the oldest, so we assumed it wouldn't be a big deal for my parents to transition the child to the same diet. They follow it for the older one. My father informed me they were giving her small amounts of gluten so she didn't develop an allergy and that they, my parents, had decided the reason we put her on a gluten-free diet was because I was lonely being sick and wanted others like me. I have allergies and a gluten sensitivity. I do not have celiac, but yeah, sorry for the confusion. Someone says, why is the oldest gluten-free? Opie says she has something similar to celiac called gluten ataxia. Instead of attacking the intestines, it attacks the brainstem. When exposed to gluten, she loses the ability to walk. We do have medical documentation. Someone says, never let them be unsupervised with your kids. Opie says they will never have unsupervised access again. I've put a full stop to that. My father informed me that he will never do supervised visits, so I sucked it up and did what Reddit said. I kid you not, I did. Then you won't see them again. Any phone calls, any video chats, any mail will all be supervised, including any gifts that come in the mail from them. All will be opened and read and combed through ahead of time. My mum likes to send cards and gifts when they are in trouble. We love you no matter what anyone says. It breaks our heart that you are away from us. Then she sends a gift that is all girly for the child who is girly, and a super girly gift for the oldest who is a tomboy. She does Rubik's Cubes, Ninja Warrior stuff within her ability, mountain biking, and my mum sends her origami flowers, adult coloring books with girly themes like lipstick and makeup. Everything will be monitored from here on out. Someone says, don't give them your new address or let them come visit. Opie says it makes me feel bad, but I don't want them to come visit. I've never felt comfortable in the nice homes we've owned. They were all foreclosures and were so beautiful, but half the price. I've always felt the need to tell people we could never afford something so nice. My husband said it was bragging, but I honestly never felt like I deserved it. Then my husband asked me, "What do you think your parents would say about the new house we picked out?" And I said, "My mum will tell me it's nice and that she deserves something like this, but my dad never loved her enough to give her something like this." Then my dad will tell me it's nice, but it's going to cause so many problems because my mum will want him to do upgrades to their double wide and that it will devolve into fights and him spending thousands of dollars for her to say it's not good enough. So thanks. And at that moment I realized every home, the same reaction. They deserve it more. I don't deserve it, and I realized they are the reason I never feel like I deserve a nice home. Someone says, "Why are you still keep in contact with them?" Opie says, in all honesty, it wasn't until I joined Reddit and started reading things and saying, "That's toxic as hell, get out. Let me tell you about the time my parents did XYZ." After a few of those responses, I started realizing what my parents were saying they were doing out of love and family obligation was actually toxic. I'm working on it. With each issue, I get closer and closer to the no contact. I'm hoping, however fruitless it might be, I realize it's maybe a 5% chance of getting better. Once I start laying down boundaries, that they will start to realize their actions are inappropriate and what led to the issues. Opie comes in with one more update and says, "Thank you all. I didn't expect the outpouring of love. I'm learning how to deal with things. Once we are moved, I'll be finding a therapist. Thank you to those who sent me resources to help. I truly do appreciate them." We decided to tell them after my husband has officially moved or is about to walk out the door so he can be there. We will be hanging back a week or two, but he will establish a new residency for us the next day. There will be official new state residents before they can do anything. They can't get an address because, well, we didn't have one yet. Lol. We have always taken the approach of you deal with your family and I will deal with mine. But you have helped me see. Once I tell them, he can deal with them, and I'm okay with that. So is he, to clarify. And I will not be embarrassed or ashamed of my new home. It'll be beautiful, it'll be a dream, it'll be a place to make a ton of memories in, and they will not ruin it for me this time. And I think before I say what I'm going to say, I think it's always important to say, and I know I say it a lot, but it's always easy for me to say when I'm sat here in front of a microphone, it's always to say, it's for the best. Moving out of state, getting that fresh start for your family. And, I understand it's going to be painful to cut ties with your parents, but I think it's super important for the mental and emotional well-being of your family, of your immediate family, that is, because ultimately it is your responsibility to your children to ensure that they grow up safe in a loving and a stable environment, which your parents are not providing. They're putting them at risk and gaslighting you about it. And you talked about sort of generational abuse, which I've seen a lot of where I grew up. Like looking back, I helped my niece move just recently and I went back to where I used to live and saw a family which I've talked about in the past, and they're still exactly the same as when I used to live around there. And the children, which, are now my age, I grew up with them, and it's sad basically. And talking about generational abuse, and whilst it might explain some of their behaviors, as we always say, it doesn't excuse them. We have a responsibility to break these harmful cycles, and especially when we've experienced and seen sort of the damage firsthand, which of course again I know is easier said than done, but still needs to happen. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's have another story. And let's have something a little bit different, which comes from the Entitled People subreddit. Does have an update as well, titled "Entitled Coworker Tries to Schedule Meetings Outside of Contract Time and Criticizes My Non-Work Plans." I have a coworker who is really disorganized and waits until the last minute to schedule things, and so that frequently means calling a meeting at 4 o'clock on a Friday. For reference, my 8-hour workday ends at 3, so these meetings make for 10-hour plus days. And because the coworker is so disorganized and unprepared, we frequently have to cover things that they should have done ahead of time, like creating an agenda or desired outcome at the actual meeting. Because these are required meetings, usually only once or twice a month, I have to go to them no matter when they are scheduled, and get extended pay for working overtime. but my coworker is supposed to give at least a week's notice. I'd definitely rather have the free time than the money. Typically, if I don't hear by Thursday afternoon that they have scheduled a meeting for 4 on a Friday, I make other weekend plans, like hiking or cycling or going out somewhere. Yesterday, Friday, the coworker attempted to schedule a meeting at 4:45, but didn't put it on my calendar until 3:05. I should have been off by then, but I had an end of day meeting that went over by a few minutes, so I was doing the last check of email and then shutting things down for the weekend. I saw the meeting request and responded that wasn't enough notice for a meeting that far outside the workday, and that I normally would not have seen the notice until the following Monday, and CC'd my boss, just so they know I wasn't trying to shirk any duties. Of course, coworker is upset because they're required to hold a meeting by law, and it's the absolute last day to do it without filing an extension, which they've been told by my boss they're not allowed to do unless there's extenuating circumstances. And they've known about it for 2 months. They just didn't plan for it. My boss calls at 3:10 saying, "Can you please do this now and end at 4:10 and we'll address it on Monday." Fine. I was planning on leaving town, but I can leave a little bit later. Coworker responds to my boss by email and says they're using personal time between 3:10 and 4:45, so they can't hold the meeting until then, and that nothing I'm doing could possibly be important enough that I can't attend the meeting at 4:45. Boss calls coworker confessed that their child's birthday party is at 6 that evening, and that they have to go try to find a cake and party supplies for the party before the meeting, which is why they can't be available. Boss gets annoyed and says that we, boss and I, will do the meeting now and coworker will have to answer for it on Monday. Boss and I hold a meeting, it takes 20 minutes, I come out of there by 3:45. Coworker sends me a nasty gram by text at 10:15 PM saying it's my fault they're in trouble and that they have a child, so I should understand that people with children come first, and that my activities and hobbies are pathetic, and it wouldn't have been hard for me to just attend the meeting they scheduled, and that they have to go back and fix everything my boss and I did incorrectly, because they like to do it a specific way. My boss had already submitted it. I responded that I hope they enjoyed their child's birthday party and to have a good weekend. They responded that they forgot to invite people so no one came, and thanks for rubbing that in their face. I kind of felt, and I know it's not the big issue here, and I'm not blaming OP whatsoever because it's clearly the coworker who's being an arsehole here, but you said about them putting it on your calendar at 3:05 and usually you're finished by 3. I would have just ignored that and shut my shit down and have been out of that door as quick as possible. But I guess at least this way you're bringing some light to the situation. Your boss is now aware of how flaky this coworker is being. I mean, even forgot to invite people to their child's birthday party, which just made me feel awful for the child actually. But OP did update the post and said, "I had a meeting yesterday with my boss regarding the meeting that boss and I had to do for coworker, and the rude text messages sent by coworker. My boss will be sharing extensive documentation with HR, including their own notes, and I have been asked to pull all of my calendared meetings from the last 6 months and send them to HR. I'd already screenshotted them because I had to submit extended hours. Glad I did because coworker tried to delete them / uninvited me from them when they caught wind that it was an issue of contention. My boss couldn't go into details obviously about their course of action with the coworker, but I do know their meeting with HR isn't until Thursday, and their meeting with my boss was after mine yesterday, which was after my work day but not theirs. Another coworker sent me a text saying that coworker came out of the meeting with red puffy eyes that looked like they'd been crying, but otherwise nothing juicy to report. As for the next steps, the one course of action I do know is that coworker will be required to provide a written apology by Friday of this week, and it'll be added to their personnel file. If my company follows their usual process, which my boss hinted at on Friday, coworker will basically be given the opportunity to resign from their current job and resume their old job, or they can be administratively removed from their current job and be placed in their old job. The current job is an unfilled vacancy. It will take place August 1st, but in the meantime they will no longer be in charge of the project I've had to work with them on, and our grant department will do it instead. I've not heard from coworker for the apology, but I'm expecting something vague and half-assed, probably by email at 11:59 on Friday. Or what I expect is even more likely they'll put it off and claim that they need accommodation to not have to do it and drag it out with HR. OP updated and said apology received, and it said, "Sorry for projecting my stress onto you. You didn't deserve to get lashed out at. It's been a rough year with a divorce and getting used to a new job. I'm stepping down in August to take care of me and child's name for a while. I'm sure that gossip is already spreading like wildfire. Thanks for putting up with me, co-worker. And having read many posts from the Entitled People subreddit, I wasn't expecting an apology like that, I have to say. And it might not be genuine, but it felt like it was, to me anyway. If I received an apology like that, I think I'd be pretty content. And on the back of that apology, which, I'm considering genuine, you may not, which is absolutely fine. Because the OP did show a hell of a lot of entitlement within that one post. But I always cast my mind back, especially to like one of my stories that I've told you before about the woman chucking a Hoover over the top of the balcony. And, I think back about it these days. I have a laugh about it because it was funny at the time. But I still look back and think about what was going on in their life in that moment for them to just snap like that. Like, I don't know what's going on in the background of their life. And, it's not my problem in the grand scheme of things. But mirroring it to this story that we've just read and, seeing that they could be facing some significant emotional and maybe personal turmoil, if you like. I always just like the reminder, not that they're going through stuff, but like the reminder that we often don't know what's going on in someone's life and we're only seeing a small part of their life. And, just a small bit of empathy can go a long way. Obviously understanding that this doesn't excuse the absolute entitlement that they've shown in this one post as well. I know, people often get on my back about those sort of comments and, it's just the way I am. I can't help it. I'll accept being a doormat or whatever. It just always goes through my mind. And, I speak my mind on this channel as much as I can. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Now, just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your love, your support, your time always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much for being involved. Truly, you're amazing. And hopefully I will see you in the next one. Take care and much love. Your cheeky so-and-so.